All the students gathered at the Awakening Square, including the main character, Lin Han. It has been 10 years since he arrived in this world. Finally, this day has come. The world he found himself in combines reality and game elements. When local people turn 18, they awaken various abilities in themselves that allow them to go beyond human capabilities. All classes are divided into 3 types: combat, household, and support. If a person has awakened a household class in himself, then he will not be much different from an ordinary person without a class. A support class requires a huge amount of resources at the start and pumping, so if a person is not from a wealthy family, it will be very difficult to become a strong enough support. Lin Han dreamed of awakening a combat class from the very beginning. There are countless different lands, forbidden or secret monster zones in this world. He also wants to awaken a combat class, start fighting monsters, clearing the dungeon, and of course, become stronger. Then he will definitely become the strongest person in this world. A guy named Wang Chang, who was standing behind him, touched his shoulder and whispered that it was his turn. Lin Han looked at him slightly surprised, and he said that the homeroom teacher had been staring at him for a minute now, and there was no one in front of him yet, in case he hadn't noticed. He cursed in his mind, and the 6th grade homeroom teacher Yao Xiaowei crossed her arms in displeasure and told her student to stop violating discipline even on the day of awakening. Before she could finish speaking, he rushed to the podium and his friend began to support him, saying that they needed to awaken the combat classes together and go fight monsters. He replied that he would soon return as a true king. Climbing up the stairs, he approached the teacher in the robe, who told him to stand inside the information and resist the power of it. He has the seed of a true warrior in him, so he has high hopes for him. Awakening a class is largely related to one's talent, but the will of the one awakening also affects it. Therefore, Lin Han, as soon as he began to study in this world, began to work hard to obtain a combat class. He stood inside the formation, and a ray of light gushed out from the magic circle. The other disciples were surprised and told the others to just look at this. He really has incredible talent. What kind of powerful class will he get? Shielding his face from the rising wind, Wang Chang excitedly asked, "What's going on?" The teacher replied that it was a hidden class. In addition to the 3 main classes, there was also an extremely rare hidden class. Only a hidden class could cause such a strong reaction. The heavens and earth themselves were surprised by his talent and rewarded him with a hidden class. Wang Chan happily exclaimed, this meant that Lin Han was literally destined to become one of the strongest warriors in this world. Meanwhile, the system congratulated the protagonist on awakening. He received the hidden class altar. Seeing something he didn't expect at all, his mouth opened wide in shock and thought, why did he get a support class? He looked at the system window in disbelief and grabbed his head, and the teacher said that he couldn't believe that he got a support class. It was such a pity, and he had high hopes for this young man. Wang Chang called out to him and said that Lin Han had incredible talent. They had all seen it. So why was he talking as if he had failed? He replied that altars were a real anomaly among classes. People with this class were able to strengthen their comrades with battle chants. Different types of chants gave equally different buffs. It was a very powerful support class. However, the path to cultivation for this class was extremely difficult. The class cultivation system had 10 realms, which included 10 levels each. However, due to the fact that it is a capricious hidden class, it will need to absorb a special source of power that only appears inside the heavenly tribulation already at the initial stages. Even powerful warriors of level 60 did not dare to enter the depths of the heavenly tribulation. And he will have to do this at the initial stages of his cultivation. Yao Xiaowei said that in their entire history, no one of the owners of the altar class could break through past level 10. This class is considered one of the most useless in the world. Wang Chang was surprised to think that this is a real natural disaster that can be compared to a forbidden level spell from Legends. Meanwhile, the protagonist came down from the pedestal and the teacher, putting her hand on his shoulder, told him not to lose heart. He must understand that this is still a hidden class. He scratched the back of his head with a wry smile on his face in response, and his friend thought, is Lin Han really doomed to the life of an ordinary support? After that, MC went home and on the way began to look at his status window. 3 out of 5 main attributes exceeded the value of 100, which is much higher than the average person. If he had awakened the combat class, he would now be jumping for joy, seeing such initial attributes. He decided to look at the skills and moved to another section, seeing a list of his abilities. Magic suppression, an exclusive passive skill that suppresses magical elements within a radius of 500 meters from him, and converts them into his own magical power. Song of Healing. By chanting the song of the goddess of life, he emits a healing aura that flows into the bodies of his allies and begins to heal them. Song of Summoning the Souls of the Dead. By chanting the songs of the god of death, he emits an aura of death that weakens the bodies of his opponents and can summon some random undead. Song of Seduction. By singing the song of the fallen goddess, he emits a stupefying aura that can put to sleep, cause hallucinations or partial blindness, and drive one into madness. Song of Blessing. By singing the song of the god of chaos, he emits an aura of blessing that applies one buff with a random effect to his allies. Seeing his skills, Lin Han thought that he was a real support. All skills are aimed at support. A support that can reach level 10 at most. If he had received a combat class, nothing would have changed. Suddenly, the system made a notification sound, after which it reported that the owner had finally logged in after a long absence. 10,000-fold amplification system awakening. He was surprised and delighted, thinking that he had finally been given cheats. The system reported that it could once amplify everything that relates to the owner by 10,000 times. There is no limit to the choice. He asked if it could go through his status with this ability. The system confirmed his words and said that the owner's status has been strengthened by 10,000 times. Let him check it. MC opened his status window and saw that all of his stats had increased, and he also had new forbidden skills. Guardian Angel. By chanting the song of the goddess of life, he can save some of the allies who fell in battle. Mechanical, elemental creatures, and the undead cannot be resurrected. Resurrection of the undead. By chanting the song of the god of death, he will summon demonic creatures with a 100% chance. After the battle, 30% of the fallen enemies will turn into controllable undead, excluding undead enemies. Fallen Intervention. By chanting the song of the fallen goddess, he imposes 2 types of debuffs on all enemies and has a 15% chance of forcing the enemy to surrender regardless of their will. Chaos Domain. By chanting the song of the god of chaos, he creates an area where his allies will receive 2 random buffs. The enemy will be randomly attacked by various forbidden spells, ice arrows, lightning, meteor shower, and terrible judgment. After reading the description of the skills, he said in surprise that now he has as many as 4 forbidden level skills, and all the attributes are increased by 10,000 times. With all this, he has every chance to penetrate the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, his friend ran up to him and patted him on the shoulder, breathing heavily and saying that he finally caught up with him. He throws it back while resting after a long run and asks why he ran away right after awakening the power. He actually has something to tell him. The protagonist apologized and he continued, saying that in 7 days there will be a main entrance exam. They should make the most of this time to become stronger and enter the academy. So they will start going to the dungeons together. Suddenly a loud laugh came from a man behind them, asking, "He must be joking, right?" Gao Chong and his friends walked up to them and said with a smirk, "Lin Han awakened the most useless class in the world. Does he still want to go to the academy? Maybe it would be better for him to go somewhere as a laborer." Wang Chang pointed his finger at him and told him to shut up. He himself had awakened the pathetic thief class. What made him think he was better than Lin Han? Gao Chong ignored him and walked up to the protagonist, saying that he had always told him that good grades meant nothing. People like him, born in the middle of poverty, would forever remain pathetic trash. Lin Han closed his eyes and displeasedly told him to be an obedient dog and just get out of his way. His enemy became angry and exclaimed, "What did he say? What made him think he could talk to him like that? Does he think he is the best in the entire school or what? He is just pathetic trash that he can knock down with one hand. So why is he showing off like that?" Lin Han could not tolerate his insults and punched him in the face, causing him to be thrown back and hit his back against the wall. He flexed his fists and looked at him with a menacing gaze, telling him to prove that he could defeat him with one hand. Gao Chang's comrades were worried about their boss and ran up to him, asking if he was okay. Wang Chang crossed his arms with a satisfied smile, and his friend asked if he could defeat him with one hand or not. Gao Chong stood up and pointed his finger at him in anger, telling him not to get cocky. In just a few days, he would reach level 10 or even higher, and he would still be a low-level pathetic loser. That's when they would see who would win. MC threateningly hit his fist on his palm and they shuddered in fear, after which they left, and Gao Chong told him to just wait, he would definitely come for him. After that, Wang Chang excitedly told his friend that he had a strong feeling that he would definitely become a great person. He replied that he was exaggerating. It's time for them to go home, it's already quite late. Wan Chang exclaimed that he was not joking, he would soon understand it himself. The sun had already begun to set, and the protagonist continued to get home. He passed by a construction site and thought, when will they repair this stupid road? He was already tired of making his way through thorns. When he reached the house, he noticed a light in the window and sighed heavily, wondering what he should tell his parents. With his head down, he went up to the porch and said that they would probably be very disappointed. He opened the door with a key, went inside and said that he was home. He immediately felt the aroma of food that hit his nose and said that it smelled so delicious in here. Apparently, Dad had cooked food today. Hearing the arrival of his son, his father came out of the kitchen, and his mother began to set the table and said that today was the day of his awakening. The boss let them go home early so that they could properly celebrate such a significant day. Lin Han grabbed a piece of food from the table, and his mother told him to wash his hands first. Then they all gathered at the table together. His dad took out a bottle of alcohol and said with a smile that their boy had become an adult today. Let him drink with him. Lin Han hesitantly agreed and said that he would like to talk about his awakening. His dad poured alcohol into a glass and said that his homeroom teacher had already told them everything. He apologized to his parents, and his father said that even though he did not become a warrior, as he dreamed of, he should not be sad about it. His wife agreed with his words and said that worthy people can make a name for themselves in any endeavor. His dad held out a glass to the center of the table, and happily said that instead of worrying about the dark future, they would drink to the bright one. They all clinked their glasses with each other, and their son told them not to worry about him. He would not give up because of such a trifle. Soon, dinner was over and the protagonist's mother began to wash the dishes, and he asked if she could help her. She replied that he shouldn't do that, she could handle it herself. He should go watch TV instead. His father, interrupting his hiccups, happily called him over and handed him the chest, and he asked with eyes sparkling with delight, what was this? He drunkenly leaned back in his chair and laughed, saying that it was his gift. His mother came out of the kitchen and said with a smile that he had already received his gift. This treasure had been passed down in their family for generations. He repeated in surprise, a treasure? She confirmed his words and said that it had been passed down within their family for over 100 years. He shouldn't judge their family only by his father, they had once occupied a fairly high position in society. Lin Han, who was trying to lift his dad from the chair in the meantime, said that he was too heavy, let her help him drag him to the bed. His dad spoke in his sleep that it was true, their family had been very rich for several generations. Now, an outstanding magician had appeared in their family again. He will bring their family to the previous level, and maybe even much higher. When MC entered his room, it was already approaching night. He opened the chest and, putting on a magic robe and taking a staff, happily thought that this was gold-level equipment for a magician. On the market, such a set would cost almost 1,000,000 gold. It is good for both attack and defense. And the material is very high quality. His magic staff with an 8% chance can inflict additional damage while using earth magic, and with a 10% chance can inflict damage while using lightning magic. The magic robe grants him a magic shield, the maximum size of it is 5% of the maximum HP. After that, he asked the system to increase the characteristics of his equipment, and it reported that the request was being fulfilled. His equipment was improved 10,000 times, let him check it out. Now the maximum shield size is 100% of the maximum amount of health, and the divine magic staff can now deal additional damage with a 100% chance of combined earth and lightning magic. Due to the limitations of the item, the additional damage will only be 100% of the main damage. Seeing the new characteristics, he laughed triumphantly in his mind and thought that this is wonderful, now he is wearing legendary level equipment. In addition, he will be able to deal double damage with earth and lightning magic. Mages have fought with long-range spells since ancient times. He began to dance with joy and exclaimed that from now on everyone will call him a master of long-range spells. After that, he undressed and lay down on the bed, thinking that as soon as he reaches level 10, he will have to enter the heavenly tribulation. Only after absorbing the source of the natural disaster, he will be able to move to another realm. The system said that if the owner wants to find the source, he needs to get to the very center of the natural disaster. He decided to look for information about the location of the natural disaster on the forum, and found out that it was in the kingdom of Hei's. It is a state washed by the sea, which is why this kingdom includes countless small islands and volcanic mountains. The coast of this country is literally teeming with various monsters, and dark thunderclouds are constantly gathering over the ocean, which often cause natural disasters. A notification came to his phone that Wang Chang had sent him a message. He opened a chat with his friend and he asked if maybe they could team up for leveling tomorrow. He replied that he couldn't, and Wang Chang asked, but why? He specially chose a low-level dungeon for his sake, where there are monsters only up to level 5. It is ideal for leveling awakened with a support class. Lin Han replied that he himself understands that he will level up much faster alone. He soon has to take the entrance exam, so he does not want to slow him down somehow. His friend sent him a crying emoji in response, and he wrote to him not to worry about him. Even though he can't level up above 10 because of his altar class, low-level dungeons won't give him much trouble, he can handle it himself. Maybe they can go leveling together when he reaches the second realm? Wang Chang agreed and wrote that once he reaches the second realm, he will take him with him to a mid-level dungeon. MC sent him a picture of a cat with the caption, "Deal," and thought that he was sorry, but the Hei's kingdom is too dangerous for a person who is at the level of the first realm. He looked at the time and saw that it was almost 12 o'clock at night. He said that it was already quite late, he needed to go to bed and get a good rest. He hoped that everything would go smoothly tomorrow. The next morning, he went to the teleportation plaza. He touched the small screen where his information was written and said that he was going to Hei's country. After confirming his identity, he was given permission and wished a safe journey, after which he headed towards the portal that appeared in front of him. He extended his hand and walked through it, and found himself on the other side. At the entrance, there was a sign that said that they should be careful when fighting monsters, otherwise they would make their loved ones grieve. Ahead, they will encounter silver poisonous frogs. It is not recommended for those who have not yet reached the second realm to enter. After reading this, Lin Han said that it seemed like this place was fraught with danger. A huge black silhouette of a monster appeared behind him, and when he noticed it, he was very surprised and the frog screamed. The monster summoned many ice spikes, after which it sent them at the protagonist, but a shield appeared around him in time and the spikes smashed against the barrier. Lin Han was surprised and thought that this shield immediately responded to the danger. The robe really lives up to its legendary level. The frog was angry that the attack failed and screamed very loudly, releasing a sound wave. The protagonist grabbed his head and gritted his teeth, feeling like his head was about to explode. The system warned him that the shield only protected him from physical and magical attacks. It did not work on long-range mental attacks, so he should be careful. He sighed tiredly and asked the monster, did it think it had run into some weakling? He raised his magic staff up and began to chant, calling out to the god of chaos. He used the forbidden spell Chaos Area and called down a meteorite from the sky, which upon impact caused a powerful explosion and a huge column of flame gushed into the sky, shaking the nearby seas. Meanwhile, a minister named Sun who was walking through the base with his subordinate. The man looked at the tablet and said that the level of magical fluctuations in Huizhou had reached the maximum. Did their enemies really plan to launch a surprise attack? He replied that Huizhou city was located in the center of the coastal defense line and was surrounded by dozens of large guard posts. There was no way the enemy could launch a surprise attack, they would have known about their intentions long ago. He entered a dark room and a man in uniform greeted him, and he ordered them to open the surveillance screen, after which he told them to quickly contact the higher-ups and ask if there were any people among the entire population who would be able to use forbidden spells. The man complied, after which a danger warning appeared on the screen due to an approaching flow of magical energy, and he called the head, asking him to put the entire city on alert. They must be able to quickly determine the direction of the magical energy, and wait for further instructions. Meanwhile, a huge tsunami covered the city and a message sounded throughout the area that the city had been declared a state of high alert. Let them leave their homes without panic and evacuate to specially prepared shelters. People, meanwhile, ran out of their homes and froze in place, looking at the wave inevitably approaching them. But fortunately, a dome was activated around the city in time, which held back the raging waves. The minister, meanwhile, put on his gear and asked if the protective dome was coping. He was told that the first wave had been successfully blocked. Due to the danger to the population, the evacuation has begun. Someone reported that the squad has completed preparations. They are waiting for further instructions and are ready to move out. Meanwhile, the protagonist received rewards for killing the monster. He smiled and said that although it took a lot of experience to get to level 10, he is pleased when his bag is filled to the brim with materials. The system congratulated him on acquiring a skill book. Does he want to improve it by 10,000 times? He enthusiastically confirmed the improvement, and the system showed him the description of the improved skill. The Grace of the Gods that does not require chanting is a forbidden spell. The user can omit any preparation before spells. In this case, spells that required chants can be activated instantly. Not everyone is worthy of the grace of the gods. Lin Han was delighted and thought, does this mean that now he can destroy enemies and buff allies without resorting to chanting? He suddenly felt the ground shaking under his feet, and seeing a volcano eruption nearby, he said that all he had to do was get to the center of the disaster and collect the elements of fire and wind. According to the map, the elements should be somewhere there. Having gotten closer to the volcano, jumping over the seething waters, he said that it looked like all the local monsters had simply turned into corners because of the eruption. Now he didn't have to worry about them. Seeing a flaming cube among the fire, he realized that he had found the element of fire, after which the system asked if he was sure he wanted to take the element. He agreed and happily said that he didn't think he could get the element of fire so easily, but now he couldn't relax, he needed to find the element of wind. After that, he went to the raging sea and, flying among the waves on his staff, said that according to the map, the element of wind should be somewhere here. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared among the waves, the water parted to the sides and a crystal flew into the sky just as he was flying past. Having obtained the wind element, he decided to stop in a quiet place and look at his inventory. He managed to obtain not only 2 elemental elements, but also a huge amount of equipment and materials. If he sells at least some of this stuff on the market, he will be able to get a decent amount. Since he was done with everything here, he can now return home. He returned to the teleportation hall and immediately heard a message about the highest level of readiness. Because of this, the entire teleportation hall will temporarily stop working. Let them follow the instructions of the staff and the organized evacuate to the central shelter. Stopping in the middle of the hall, he saw people running around in a panic and shouting that there was a tsunami. Lin Han looked at them in confusion and asked, "What's going on?" The girl from the staff said that unfortunately, the teleport is temporarily out of order right now. He repeated in surprise, "It's not working?" After all, he had just decided to go back. The girl got worried and said that he should immediately go with her to the central shelter. He didn't understand what kind of shelter it was and she said that it must be, he doesn't know about it yet, but some mysterious force caused a tsunami that hit their city. That's why there is such a mess here. They say that this mysterious force originated in the Hei's kingdom, so he should follow her to the shelter. She pointed her hand to the side and asked him to follow her, she would take him there. But he didn't hurry after her and once again playing her words over in his head, he thought, was it because of the forbidden technique he used there? He clutched his staff thinking that it was his fault, he was too careless with the power of the forbidden spells, and now because of that the city was in danger. He turned around and walked back with a confident look, and the girl called out to him in surprise and asked where he went. Meanwhile, the city was still under the protection of the dome, which was supported by the magicians on the walls. The soldier told the minister that this was very bad. The equipment showed that the barrier was at its maximum capacity. He became nervous and the soldier continued, saying that there were only 5 minutes left before the next wave would collide. Sun Hu waved his hand and told the other 2 soldiers to convey his order to the scale master. Have them send the strongest soldiers among those who had reached level 30. Also, have them ask for help from the nearby cities. They could not wait any longer. They obeyed his order, and he exclaimed that they had to cope. If the walls separating the waves and the residential areas was destroyed, then their city would be finished. They could not retreat, and they had to protect the people who had taken refuge in the city. The soldier looked at the tablet and cursed loudly, saying that cracks had started to appear in the wall. If this continued, the walls would fall. The minister turned around and exclaimed, "So fast?" He thought that in this case, there was no other choice. He touched the floor and, creating a magic circle, ordered all the soldiers to deploy a defensive barrier at his command. They must push the waves back before the tsunami reaches the city. Let them spare no effort, and use all the magic they have. They must protect Huizhou's city. They obeyed his order and began to create a defensive barrier, but it was difficult for them. One of them fell, losing strength, and said that he could not do it anymore, and another soldier ordered him to get up. Another guy who was standing next to him said that they were failing, their magic could not cope with such waves. Sun Hu gritted his teeth and thought, is today really the last day for their city? But Lin Han came to their aid in time and used the Song of Blessing, giving their bodies strength. The soldiers immediately rose to their feet and began to ask whose magic is this? His body begins to fill with magical energy. Since they have recovered, they need to quickly get to work. With Lin Han's support, They were able to continue and they started to succeed. They successfully erected the dome and reported to the minister that they had managed to contain the waves inside the barrier. She ordered them to continue maintaining the barrier. Everyone else who still had strength should use teleportation magic and throw this huge wave as far into the sea as possible. He gave the order to begin and a whirlpool began to swirl inside the dome, and one of the soldiers said that the portal with an unspecified teleportation location had been successfully activated. The sea level began to gradually decrease and soon returned to normal, after which the protective barrier was removed. One of the soldiers looked at the sea in surprise and quietly said that they had succeeded, and then they began to joyfully shout that they had succeeded. Lin Han, who was flying above them on his staff in the meantime, smiled and said that it was thanks to him. He closed his eyes and sighed, saying that it was very dangerous. The power of forbidden spells is simply terrifying. From now on he needs to be very careful when using it. He can't let something like this happen again. His phone beeped and he answered his mother's call. She asked worriedly, "Is he okay?" A huge tsunami had just almost hit the city. She was beside herself, and he couldn't answer the call. Hearing this, he felt guilty for completely forgetting about them, and asked her to calm down, saying that he was completely fine, there was just no connection in the shelter. He would be back soon. He headed back to the teleportation hall and thought that the problem was solved. Now he was definitely going home. Tomorrow he would go to the upgrade hall and take some task for himself, then go to the market and sell the materials he was able to get today. He hoped that this money would make his parents' lives much easier. The next day came and he arrived at the upgrade hall and was told to fill out a form to get a task. He handed the girl the filled out form and she said that she would now confirm the information about him. Name, Lin Han, age 18, occupation, student, class, alter. After learning his class, she made a dissatisfied face and said that there were two types of class promotion quests. The first type, prepared quests, usually of difficulty level A or B. The second type, random quests selected by their system. The difficulty levels were also determined randomly. Which type would he choose? He replied that it was random. She placed a crystal ball in front of him and asked him to put his hand on it and pour some energy into it. She began to watch the monitor and thought that he was definitely another visitor who just wanted to try his luck and catch some easy quest. Seeing the notification on the screen, she said that the result had been received. The difficulty level of his quest would be S-class. She was very surprised, and detailed conditions were written on the screen. He needed to go to the dungeon, kill the Herald of the Abyss and get the Heart of the Abyss. She looked at the protagonist with confusion, and he said that it was okay, he would take on the quest. She suddenly approached him and excitedly exclaimed that she strongly recommended that he refuse the quest. Such quests were tantamount to a death sentence for those with the support class. He replied that it was okay, he thought he could handle it. She resigned herself to his decision and said that she would assign the quest to him then. After that, a huge screen showed in the main hall that he had received the quest. Upon seeing this, all the people inside exclaimed, "Who was this guy who dared to accept such a dangerous quest? Was he an alter class? Was it some kind of hidden class?" The girl meanwhile told Lin Han that he had successfully accepted the quest and then wished him good luck. But when he was about to leave, 3 mercenaries with identical armbands called out to him. One of them crossed his arms and said that he had heard that he had received an S-class quest. Let him join them, together they can definitely do it. His buddies started to smile and he asked what he would say to that. He didn't answer and the mercenary asked why he was frozen. He couldn't believe his luck. Lin Han turned away from him and waved his hand, saying that he wasn't interested, he preferred to work alone. The mercenary got angry and, calling him an idiot, attacked him with his fists and told him not to ignore them like that. MC immediately turned around and kicked him, telling him to get away from him. Then the people around him started asking, "Is this a joke? Why is a support class guy stronger than a mid-tier warrior? Is he some kind of monster?" Meanwhile, that mercenary's buddy surrounded him and asked, "Is he okay?" He didn't answer and, calling the protagonist trash, said that he can't afford to lose to some brat with a support class. His buddy asked, "So they'll finish him off, right?" But contrary to his expectations, the guy hit him on the head and asked, "Is he a complete idiot? All employers will turn away from them later." He looked after the leaving Lin Han and said that since they couldn't do it directly, they will act dirty. After a while, the protagonist found himself in a branch of the merchant guild. Seeing a girl at the entrance, he greeted her and said that he would like to sell some equipment, and she asked him to follow her with a smile. They entered a private room and she asked what battle he would like to sell. He dumped a huge pile of weapons from his inventory on the floor and, pointing to it, replied that he would like to sell all of it. She looked at it in surprise and exclaimed, "So many?" She awkwardly apologized to him and said that he would have to wait. She needed to contact their manager for further instructions. Shortly after, a manager named Lu entered the room and greeted the customer, saying that he was the manager of the Huizhou City Merchant Guild branch office and a level 46 treasure appraisal master. Lin Han looked up at him and thought in surprise that he knew that the Merchant Guild was one of the most powerful guilds in the world, but he never thought that even the branch offices could have level 46 treasure appraisal masters. The manager looked at the huge pile of materials and said that he was an amazing person. He had never met anyone who could bring so many treasures. According to his preliminary estimate, for all the ordinary equipment from all this variety, he could get at least 23 million. Lin Han put 2 swords on the table and asked, "What about this?" He replied that he would have to wait a little while. He needed to examine everything thoroughly first. He sat down on the chair opposite and picked up the first sword, reciting a chant asking the venerable god of treasures for the ability to see into the sword's true essence. When he finished appraising, he told the customer with a smile that the 2 items must be part of a set, but they weren't dual weapons. However, even so, they were legendary grade equipment. If he intended to sell them to them, he could offer him 140 million. MC didn't think twice and agreed to it, after which Lu handed him a black card of their merchant guild, saying that no matter which branch he went to, he would be treated with the highest level of service. Lin Han thanked him and said that he wanted to buy a couple of skill books from them. The manager replied that he would be happy to help, after which the protagonist went shopping. After finishing, he strengthened the new skill by 10,000 times and the system showed him the description of it. The passive skill of the forbidden spell, the Eye of Heaven, warns the owner of approaching danger. There is also an active skill that grants him the foresight of a god. After reading the description, he said that it was great. Now he does not have to worry about sudden attacks. He can consider that he has already completed the dungeon clearing quest. Soon he arrived at the information center, which was inside the dungeon. The center employee handed him a scroll and said that here is all the information about the dungeon with the Herald of the Abyss. She wishes him good luck. Taking it, the protagonist thought that before the dungeons were full of monsters, now so many people are walking around here calmly. Suddenly he felt some kind of weak bloodlust and thought, is it possible that some small fry wants to harm him? For now, he can just ignore it. First he needs to deal with the Herald of the Abyss. He went to the place where the Herald of the Abyss was, and the mercenary who had attacked him earlier watched him from the side with a smirk. Soon Lin Han found himself in a cave and said that according to the map, this was where the Herald of the Abyss should appear. When he entered the spacious hall, a huge monster jumped down from the ceiling and roared loudly, frightening him. He immediately lit sparks around his staff and said that he was so ugly that he had goosebumps. First, let him greet him. Summoning lightning, he struck the monster and it was electrocuted, causing its body to tremble. Noticing that the monster was not moving, Lin Han thought, was it already baked? But no such luck. The monster suddenly rushed towards him, and as soon as it got close, it struck his face with its fist. This increased the distance between them and he thought, in one blow, it took away a whole 1,800 points of his health. Even that frog could only take away 800. Suddenly, a mercenary's voice was heard behind him, asking, is it painful, right? Now he realized that in front of the Herald of the Abyss, he was just a small fish. Hearing a familiar voice, Lin Han turned around and asked, was it him? One of the mercenaries of the 3 snakes. The mercenary said with a smile that he was too confident for someone with a support class. He even dared to refuse their help and went against the messenger of the Abyss alone. By the way, they followed him for a while and found out that he had acquired a good amount of money. Now all his millions are theirs. Lin Han's face turned red and he asked, knowing how much he got from his trophies, he decided to try to rob him? Has his instinct for self-preservation completely atrophied? The mercenary told him to stop acting like a big shot. A monster suddenly attacked him from behind and he, cutting its body into pieces, said that he was a warrior who had reached the 2nd realm. He could easily deal with monsters like him. He pulled out a weapon towards him and pointing the tip at it, said with a wide smile on his face that, besides, if they killed him here, no one would even know about it. Looking at his comrades, Lin Han thought that he had long wanted to try this spell. He cast the forbidden spell Fallen Intervention and the guys behind the mercenary lost control of themselves and walked towards their comrade, intending to kill him. He turned around and asked in surprise, what were they doing? Dodging the knife strike, he exclaimed, Are they crazy? If they don't like their share, they could just tell him, they can discuss everything. But their minds were clouded and they didn't listen to him, continuing to insist that they would kill him. He backed away in fear and said that he would give them half of their share. Why are they so greedy? They both pounced on him and he, pointing the knife at them, told them to stop provoking him. He hesitated and was unable to defend himself or hit them in any way, and they began to bite into his leg and arm with their teeth. Lin Han asked, did he still not understand what was going on here? The mercenary looked at him and, ignoring the fact that his body was being gnawed, asked, was this all because of him? Did he pay them? MC called him an idiot and said that he still didn't understand. They were completely under his control now. The mercenary broke out in cold sweat and said nervously that this was impossible. He was only a level 10 support class. How was this even possible? Lin Han used magic and surrounded himself with sparks of lightning, smiling and asking, who told him that all people with a support class were weaklings? Although it didn't matter to him anymore, let him just enjoy it. He used the Chaos Area spell and, continuously striking the enemy with lightning, walked towards the exit of the cave, and he exclaimed, who the hell is he? He walked out of the cave into the forest, and as soon as he walked away, he heard a rumble behind him and turned around to see that the entrance was collapsing. He got nervous and thought, is it because of his forbidden spell? Is it really possible that dungeons are destroyed so easily by his magic? Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic Control noticed the fluctuations in magic, and the guy exclaimed that it was happening again. The minister entered the room and asked, what was going on again? He pointed his finger at the screens, and said that a powerful energy wave had arisen inside the dungeon. He was afraid that it was some kind of forbidden spell, the dungeon could collapse at any moment. Sun Hu got very angry and slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, is the higher-ups definitely not involved in this? First the tsunami, now the dungeon. What are they even doing there? The guy asked, what should they do now? The minister gritted his teeth and asked, is he asking him? Let him call the city mayor urgently. Having reached the mayor, he anxiously said that they had an emergency here, the city dungeon could collapse at any moment. For the safety of the people there, they must act immediately. He replied that he understood everything. Let them assemble a rescue team right away. Every second counts. Sun Hu agreed and said that it would not be an easy task, since the students had just awakened. Most likely, there were a huge number of people inside the dungeon right now. The mayor replied that he would ask the higher-ups for help. He was counting on them, just like when he saved the city from the tsunami. After ending the call, the minister told them to quickly assemble a rescue team and quickly go to the dungeon. The ministry workers immediately ran to carry out his order, and in the meantime, people were running inside the dungeon, avoiding the debris, and shouting for others to run too. The dungeon was collapsing. Seeing this, Lin Han cursed in his mind and thought that if someone died because of him, he would not be able to forgive himself for the rest of his days. He used the guardian angel skill and a small copy of himself with wings appeared behind him. This is a forbidden skill. By singing the song of the goddess of life, he can save some of the allies who fell in battle. His magic spread throughout the dungeon and those who were hit by debris woke up and one of them wondered if he was still alive. Meanwhile, a rescue team led by the minister arrived at the scene, telling them to be faster, every second is someone's life. People from the squad began to provide first aid and one of the wounded said that he seemed to have seen an angel there, it was so beautiful. No one attached any importance to his words and Sun Hu, nervously looking around, cursed and began to curse the top, saying that as soon as he finds out what they were planning, he will publicly speak out against them. Hearing this, MC hurried to leave quickly. Passing by the minister, he became nervous and thought that he did not see him, he was just invisible. If things take this turn, he will simply quit his job and move to another place. After that, he went to the upgrade hall and, noticing a worker, took her hand and smilingly called her mistress, said that he finally found her, they need to quickly begin. She was embarrassed and asked in confusion, right here and now? But she was not ready yet. He showed her the heart of the abyss, and said that he just came to upgrade his class, no need for ambiguous phrases. She said in surprise that she could not believe that he refused her incredible beauty. She finally tore her gaze away from his beautiful face and noticed the heart, asking, did he complete the quest to kill the messenger of death? The other awakened ones who passed by and heard this stopped, and one of them said that this could not be. The messenger of the abyss just appeared recently, how could he defeat him so quickly? Another guy said that he must be some kind of master who was raised by a very rich family. There is no other way to explain it. The protagonist didn't want to attract everyone's attention and mentally asked them to stop exaggerating, and then awkwardly said that he was just lucky. Other masters came to his aid, and he was just supporting them. One of the awakened called him lucky, and the other grabbed his head and exclaimed, "When will he get such kind masters? This is not fair." Lin Han was glad that they believed him and asked the hall worker to hurry up. He can't wait for the promotion. Crossing her arms over her chest, she agreed and said that now he can ascend to the second realm. MC was happy and said that he was sure that the difference between the first and second realms is like heaven and earth. He asked the system to increase everything by 10,000 times, and a system window with new skills appeared in front of him. Perlite, a forbidden light spell that creates a field where the caster's allies take 50% less damage, and the caster himself takes 80. Covering Night, a spell that creates a field of darkness where the caster's allies become invisible. It is able to hide the very presence of allies and the owner. He looked at the raging aura around him and thought that this was just the perfect spell to protect against retreat. He thinks that next time he will try to take on an even more serious task. When he went outside, he noticed everyone running somewhere and stopped some guy, asking him what kind of commotion is here? "What's going on?" he asked. Does he not know yet? Minister's son, who believes that some incredibly powerful creature has appeared near the city, which has become the cause of the disasters of recent days. The protagonist became nervous and thought that he had just ascended to the second realm, and the minister had already begun to look for some higher being. Who would have thought that this creature was actually just a second realm mage? A minister appeared on one of the screens on the building, announcing that the dungeon would be closed from today onwards due to recent events. For their own safety, leaving the city was currently prohibited. Upon hearing the news, Lin Han grabbed his head and exclaimed in displeasure, were they prohibited from leaving the city? How was he supposed to get new materials now? He entered the trading guild building, thinking that if he couldn't leave the city, he wouldn't be able to get any materials or equipment. Perhaps manager Lu could help him somehow. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a girl and the manager, who said that he didn't expect to see him so soon. Let him go inside. The girl poured a cup of coffee and handed it to Lin Han, then handed him a book, and the manager said that this was a list of their products. He could choose whatever he wanted. They would give him a 10% discount on everything. He smiled and replied that he wanted to buy all the magic scrolls, all 20 of them on the list. His face became serious, and he said that he wanted to ask him something. Lu replied that he didn't have to worry, the information they had was reliable. Lin Han said that to tell the truth, he wanted to know about the sources of natural disasters. He smiled nervously and hesitated, so Lin Han asked, "Is this some kind of secret information?" The manager replied that there was just very little information about the sources, and it was expensive. He replied with a smile that he understood. How about one epic grade item? Lu was very happy and said that he was so generous. There would be an auction in their city soon, and one of the lots would be information about the sources of natural disasters. The protagonist thought that it looked like he would have to wait a little while, then it would be time to start improving his equipment. He said that he had of course been kind to him all this time, but this information was not worth an epic equipment. After all, everyone would soon know about it. Lu smiled and told him not to worry. How could he let their dear customer go with nothing? He waved his hand at the girl and asked her to bring it, after which she put a tray with an item covered with a cloth on the table. As soon as she lifted the cloth, a blinding light struck Lin Han's eyes, and recognizing the item, he wanted to say what it was, but the manager got ahead of him and said that it was the entrance to a silver replica of the legendary portal of the Holy Land. As long as he had this extremely rare item, he would be able to take one person with him and raise his level without any problem. Lin Han took it in his hands with admiration, thinking that the manager was truly an amazing person. Silver replicas are incredibly rare things, you can't buy one even for a lot of money everywhere. Lu asked with a smile, is he satisfied? He replied that he was very pleased, now that he realized how great his generosity was. After that, they walked him out of the room and said goodbye. As they watched their client leave, the girls said that these silver replicas were too rare to exchange for epic-grade items. Wouldn't he end up in the red because of this deal? He asked what she was talking about. Hadn't she noticed that his aura had changed noticeably since their last meeting? Besides, he was looking for information on the sources of natural disasters. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before they saw the first person with the second realm altar class with their own eyes. Meanwhile, MC stopped in the hall and began to think about who he should take with him. Suddenly, his phone rang, and seeing that it was his friend calling, he thought that he had found a candidate. He answered the call and a frustrated voice came from Wang Chang, asking if he missed him. He replied that it was so unexpected that such a busy person had time to call him. Wang Chang replied that he wanted to help him level up, but then the city was suddenly closed. So he was eating away his sorrows with delicious meat and booze. Lin Han replied that everything was still in effect. He had an entrance to the silver replica of the Holy Land portal here. Had he heard of such a thing? Wang Chang spilled his drink on himself in surprise and exclaimed, was he taken under the wing of some rich family? Where did he get such a treasure? His friend told him to stop talking nonsense and let him just say whether he agreed or not. He excitedly replied that of course he agreed. When were they going? He replied that he would be waiting for him at the entrance to the silver replica of the portal tomorrow at 9 a.m. If he didn't come, he wouldn't wait for him. His friend exclaimed, so early? This is unfair. The next day, they both showed up at the entrance, where a line had already formed. Lin Han walked up to his friend and said that he had come so early. He got excited when he heard about the silver replica of the portal. Hearing his voice, Wang Chang turned around and pointed at him with a smile, saying that he just wanted to look at the rich woman who took him in. But for some reason, he didn't see anyone next to him. He just got up early in the morning in vain. Lin Han looked at him with displeasure and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He walked closer and grabbed him by the neck, asking, did he want to die? Just let him say it, he will arrange everything. The footsteps of several men were heard behind them, and one of them, noticing the familiar faces, asked, who is this? He spread his arms out to the sides with a smile and asked, isn't this the same number one of their school? One of his friends laughed loudly and said that he was a laughing stock. Why did he, a poor man, think that he could afford a silver replica of the portal? Wang Chang got angry and rolled up his sleeves and walked towards them and asked what he said. Lin Han stopped him and the guy told his friend to let him give him some advice. Let him take a bottle of alcohol with him so that if they found his dead body, they could at least drink to his repose. Wang Chang started to break free from his friend's grip and asked him to let him go. He wanted to fight these idiots. But he continued to hold him and told him to stop wasting his time on losers. They would understand everything themselves when they passed through the portal. The guy took out a sword and pointed the tip at him, telling him to watch his language. They are warriors of the second realm. The protagonist asked in response, do they need to watch their words just because they have become a little stronger? Is he laughing at them or something? Gao Chong got angry at these words and hissed through his teeth, what did he just say? Noticing something to the side, MC lost interest in him and looked towards the bushes, asking, did he finally decide to show himself? How long was he going to keep watching from the shadows? Gao Chong came out into the clearing and stood next to his buddies, and Wang Chang said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And why was he hiding there? He replied with a smirk that he just wanted to watch their ridiculous provocations. If he had come out, he wouldn't have been able to hold back his laughter any longer. A guy with a support class who would never be able to level up was trying to snap back. Isn't that funny? He turned to Wang Chang and said that he strongly advised him to find another team. He wouldn't last long on the other side with this trash. Wang Chang got angry again, and when his friend stopped him with his hand again, he told him to let him go. He was going to beat all his pomposity out of this idiot. Lin Han turned to him and thanked him for standing up for him, but he would somehow deal with this himself. One of Gao Chang's friends got angry and rushed towards him, exclaiming, does he not care about them at all? Let him just die then. But as soon as he approached, the protagonist suddenly swung his hand up and knocked the sword out of the enemy's hands, which surprised him greatly. Then he grabbed him by the clothes and throwing him with all his strength towards his friends said that he would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The guys who were standing a little to the side looked at their injured comrade and one of them worriedly asked, what just happened? It wasn't a spell or some kind of skill. Isn't his body too strong for a support class? His friend said that he would never believe that a support class body was so strong. Meanwhile, Lin Han rushed towards Gao Chong and asked, where is he looking? Now it's his turn. His enemy became very worried and told him not to approach him. In the end, the 2 friends tied him to a rock and he said that he admitted that he had made a mistake, so let them forgive him. Wang Chang said with a smile that he thought he was lying. Let him hang there for a while and think about his behavior. He called out to his friend and invited him to enter the dungeon. When they left, several awakened ones crowded around the rock and one of them said that he was just a loser. He lost to a support mage while being a warrior. His friend said that he did not envy his parents, he was just a disgrace. Hearing this, Gao Chong thought that this was so humiliating. One day, he would definitely get revenge on them for this. Meanwhile, Lin Han and his friend were on the other side. Seeing many skeletons rising from the ground in the middle of the desert, Wang Chang asked, "Is this the ancient battlefield? It doesn't look that impressive." His friend said that the monsters here were very different from the ones he saw in the beginner dungeon, so he shouldn't relax. Wang Chang lazily agreed with him, and when he felt someone grab his leg, he excitedly said that it seemed like they had already been found. He stood up for his friend and told him not to worry. His class was a cards master, those monsters wouldn't be able to even get close to him, so he should stand behind him. Surrounding himself with cards, he began to throw them around and explode the skeletons, smiling and asking his friend, "Did you see that? This is the power of his class." Lin Han, who had already dealt with a huge group of skeletons, grabbed one of them and dragged it to the resulting pile of bones, saying that it looked impressive, but he was faster. Wang Chang exclaimed in surprise. This was completely abnormal. How could he deal with them with his bare fists? He just tricked everyone, and in fact, he has a warrior class, right? After throwing the skeleton to his dead comrades, he grabbed the next one and dragged him to the pile, saying that he was simply born with some divine ability. In his mind, he added that if he weren't afraid of being spotted by the authorities, he would quickly clear everything out with a forbidden spell. His friend sighed sadly and said that he suddenly felt superfluous and useless. Indeed, given his strength, he could grind everything into dust if he got his hands on a hammer. Lin Han hugged him and asked why he was so sad. After all, they were just getting started. He would take those from behind, and he would take those from the front. Wang Chang smiled and said that there was no problem with that, he could rely on him. He began to recite a chant, calling on the god of thunder and lightning, asking him to cleanse this world of evil spirits. Cards swirled around him, after which he began to hit all the skeletons around with lightning. After finishing, he said that for now, leveling up is easy. He noticed that his face suddenly became somehow anxious and he asked, "Is something wrong?" Leaving him without an answer, Lin Han grabbed him by the clothes and dragged him aside, and he exclaimed that he is not some kind of thing to him, he can get there himself. But before he could finish speaking, a huge monster axe struck the place where he had just been, and they saw that a huge minotaur had appeared in front of them. Wang Chang said in surprise that this was incredible, he had found the hidden boss. MC took out his staff and worriedly told him to be careful, he was a dangerous opponent. He told him in response not to worry, they could handle him. He would wear him out with his long-range spells. The minotaur exhaled hot air from its nostrils and at the same time, Lin Han rushed to attack, and his friend excitedly waved his hands and exclaimed, "Where is he rushing?" The monster attacked and the protagonist, having blocked its attack, turned to his friend and exclaimed, "What is he waiting for? Let him attack him." Wang Chang took action and hit the monster with lightning, which made him noticeably exhausted. Seeing that his friend was standing still, he told him to dodge. This monster is already on its last legs, most likely. Because of this, he will definitely do something. Blood spurted out of the minotaur's mouth, and he began to swing his axe around randomly. Lin Han, who was right above him at this time, swung his staff and shouted at him not to underestimate the support class. He swung his staff at the monster's head with all his might, causing blood to spurt out of the monster's mouth again, and it fell to the ground with a crash. After finishing with him, the protagonist walked out of the dust cloud with a cool look, and his friend thought that the guy with the support class fought the hidden boss one-on-one and defeated it without magic. He must be crazy. Although what is surprising, it's his friend. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared outside the dungeon that 2 participants in the ancient battlefield completely cleared the dungeon in 16 minutes and defeated the hidden boss, the Minotaur Lord. Seeing this, the other awakened were very surprised, and Gao Chong thought, how is this even possible? No one has ever cleared the dungeon so quickly, and they also killed the hidden boss. Time passed, and the day of the entrance exam came. Seeing a huge crowd in front of the entrance, Lin Han said in surprise that so many people came to the entrance exam. Wang Chang confirmed his words and said that almost all the great masters studied in this academy. Gao Chong, who was also among the applicants, noticed them and asked, did they come here too? He smirked and told Lin Han that he couldn't use his tricks this time, so everyone would see how insignificant he was. Wang Chang asked with a smirk, did he enjoy hanging on the pole? Their enemy pointed at him in anger and exclaimed that he was just careless last time, but this time it was different. He had already reached the second realm of the thief class. Let them remember his words, they will still beg for his mercy. MC laughed at his words, and Wang Chang looked at him with a confident smile and thought that although he couldn't handle a warrior of the second realm, he couldn't say the same about Lin Han. he would simply crush him. The academy student named Gao Jin, who was in charge of the exam, rang a huge bell and everyone immediately turned towards the sound. She walked into the arena and said into the microphone that today they would have to show the academy their full potential. They could use everything except illegal drugs that would temporarily increase their strength. They should do everything they could to defeat their opponent. The exam was about to begin. Lin Han was overjoyed and patted his friend on the shoulder, telling him to give it his all. Even if he lost, he should do it with dignity. He laughed in response and told him not to worry, he wouldn't let him down. Gao Jin said that the first match would be between Gao Chong and Lin Han, so they should step into the arena. They both walked onto the platform and stood opposite each other, after which Gao Chong angrily pointed at his opponent and told the referee that Lin Han had violated the ban on using drugs that enhance strength. She glared at him and told him to stop talking nonsense. He thought she wouldn't notice that? She could smell it a mile away. If he doesn't want to fight, then let him get off the platform. He asked her to wait, and then told the protagonist to just admit that he cheated. The support class would never be able to break the ancient battlefield dungeon record. He looked at him with displeasure and told him to speak plainly. What is he trying to achieve? He replied that it was simple, they could make a bet. If he lost, he would admit that he used the drugs and refused to enter the academy for another 5 years. The same applies to him. Lin Han sighed tiredly and said that he had picked on him so many times already. His patience was not infinite either. He agreed to the bet, and his opponent began to quickly move from side to side, smirking as he said that he had no idea how much stronger he had become after reaching the second realm. Trying to keep track of him, the other examinees were surprised, and one of them said that it was incredible. So this is the strength of a second realm thief? He can't even keep track of him properly. How could he even fight someone like that? The guy next to him exclaimed that this was unfair. Gao Chong, who was still moving around the arena at random, told his opponent that he knew he was strong. But what good was his strength if he couldn't catch him? The protagonist smiled wryly and asked, "Is that all?" He would activate the skill that allows him to see invisible creatures, but he can already see all of his movements. His opponent rushed towards him, saying that he would make him pay for deceiving everyone, and he just sighed tiredly. As soon as Gao Chong approached him and lunged forward, intending to stab him with a dagger, his opponent dodged and he thought, was he lucky again? He did this move a few more times, but as soon as he got closer, Lin Han immediately dodged. A guy from the crowd exclaimed that he was so fast, he only had time to make out his silhouette. Another guy said that this Lin Han is not inferior in speed at all. Are they both second realm masters? The old man who was sitting on the steps and carefully watching the fight said in surprise that he has a strong body and incredible reflexes, but it's a pity that he is an altar class, it spoils everything. Meanwhile, Gao Chong was completely exhausted, sighing heavily. He asked how this was possible. Why couldn't he hit him? The MC shrugged and said that although he thought he was very fast, but in his eyes, he was still a slow turtle. Wang Chang, who was standing in the crowd of spectators, pointed his finger at Gao Chong with a wide smile on his face and asked, "Where is his arrogant mockery?" It's somehow unusual to see him so depressed. Gao Chong turned to the referee and said that he wanted her to check everything. He was sure that he took enhancing drugs. She pointed her finger at him dissatisfiedly and told him to stop already. She already said that she would never allow the rules to be broken. If he's finished, then let him leave the platform. After replying that that's not all, he suddenly jumped up and said that he wouldn't lose to such a loser. Extending his hand with the dagger forward, he used a spiral strike and told his opponent that he was finished. Meanwhile, he frowned and clenched his hand into a fist, gathering strength. But suddenly Gao Zhen stood in front of them and sharply waved her hand towards Lin Han, ordering him to stop. He obeyed and looked at her silently, and then Gao Chong landed on the arena and said that he would have won if he had finished his move. Why did she stop him? She replied that if she hadn't stopped the fight, he would have been dead by now. If he didn't like something, she could resume everything. Hearing this, he fell to his knees, and the referee loudly announced that Lin Han was the winner. But Gao Chong didn't give up so easily. He rushed towards his opponent and shouted that he would never admit it. But as soon as he got closer, MC hit him in the head with his elbow and slammed him to the floor, after which he shouted that he was saved from death, and he was asking for it again. Life teaches him nothing. The judge said with a smile that he was so strong. Does he really have a support class? He winked at her and confirmed her words, and then stepped on his opponent's head and told him to stop pretending and get up. He didn't hit him so hard that he could lose consciousness. After that, the medics carried him away on a stretcher, and he shouted at the end that he would definitely get revenge on him for this. When Lin Han left the arena, his friend patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile that he performed well and did not disgrace him. The protagonist threw his hand over his shoulder and asked displeasedly, "What did he say there?" His friend immediately apologized, and then the judge announced the next candidates and called Wang Chang, Zhang Xiwen, Su Jiamei and Lu Yunyun into the arena. If anyone does not come out, they will automatically be considered losers. Lin Han let go of his friend and said that he thought all the fights would be one-on-one. Let him not let them squeeze him in close combat. Wang Chang gave him a thumbs up with a smile and told him not to worry, let him just watch how he scatters everyone there. After entering the arena, he summoned cards around himself and told his opponents that they need to give it their all. Zhang Xiwen said that he didn't know that there would be a level 10 cards master here. Why don't they get rid of the strongest among them first, and then they will decide everything among themselves? Lu Yunyun said that she is a healer with a support class. So as long as she can show her skills, she doesn't care which side she takes. He asked, "Is that so?" He suddenly rushed towards her and said that then he should get rid of such a variable first. She gasped in pain, having received a blow to the stomach, after which he showed the bloody claw to the second girl and said that now she would no longer be able to side with Wang Chang. What about her? Will she join forces with him? Xiu Jiamei agreed after seeing his smile, after which he smirked and said that this was great, then they needed to completely get rid of the healer. When he was about to deliver the decisive blow to the girl, a card suddenly flew in front of his face and he asked Wang Chang, why was he stopping him? This was a battle of everyone against everyone. He replied that he was simply not so mean as to give up on a person just because he did not want to side with him. The guy rushed towards him with a loud laugh and said that then he would start with him. He smirked in response and asked, so he thinks he can defeat him? Su Jiamei meanwhile started casting a spell and said that she had a hypnotist class and would now put him to sleep. Wang Chang's eyes were dark circles, his eyelids began to grow heavy and he exclaimed, why did he suddenly feel so tired? At that moment, his opponent was very close and said that close combat is a master's weakness. And for him, an assassin, these are ideal conditions. After these words, he waved his hand to strike, but Wang Chang managed to put a card under his claw in time, thus avoiding the blow. The assassin froze in surprise, not understanding what happened, and Wang Chang, pressing his hand to the wound, said that he knew little about his class. These cards are capable of not only attacking, but also defending. The old man meanwhile smiled and said that this youth is so talented. He managed to cover his hand with a card, and then, without hesitation, counterattacked. His colleague agreed with him, and said that if he started practicing in the academy, he would definitely grow into a strong master. This year, many talented youths came to them. Meanwhile, Wang Chang began to gather cards with the elements of earth, fire, water, wind and light around himself, saying that now he would show them the true power of the master class cards. Meanwhile, Su Jiamei began to use hypnosis spells again and made it so that he could not concentrate and did not hit the target. The fire projectiles hit past them and Zhang Xiwen chuckled, asking, so thanks to her, he could not hit them now. This made Wang Chang purse his lips and became nervous, and his opponent laughed and said that his technique was useless if he could not hit the targets. Wang Chang decided to change his strategy and said that since his own eyes deceived him, he would simply stop using them and start firing all over the platform. So he finally managed to hit the girl and Gao Zhen announced that Su Jiamei had lost. Wang Chang opened his eyes and smirked and told his opponent that he was all alone. Was he still hoping to win? The assassin rushed towards him and said that he had probably used up all his mana. He even wondered how much longer he could last like this. He attacked but hit the shield of cards and exclaimed that it was impossible. Where did he get so much strength from? Meanwhile, the healer entered the battle and said that he seemed to have completely forgotten about her. She began to chant and turned to the goddess of spring, asking her to give her her strength, and then summoned a silk thread that enveloped Wang Chang and gave him strength. He immediately surrounded his opponent with cards, saying that he had already lost. There was no way he could withstand the 5 cards formation. The killer cursed loudly, after which a fire projectile hit him and he, with a loud cry of pain, fell to the floor and did not move anymore. The judge raised Wang Chang's hand and announced that he was the winner. As soon as he left the arena, his friend hugged him and praised him with a smile. He wanted to say something else, but Lu Yunyun came up to them and thanked Wang Chang for helping her. But she wanted to say that after a while, he might feel a little pain. He replied that everything was fine, but suddenly cried out from the sharply approaching pain, and cuts appeared on his body. He fell to the ground and she crouched down next to him, saying that her silk thread absorbs all damage, but after a while it comes back in double form, but she will heal him now. Seeing how she looked after him, Lin Han grinned and said that he thought they came here because of the exams. But it turns out that he came here in search of love. His friend asked him to stop bullying him and said that he was already in pain. MC walked away from them and told the healer to take care of his friend. He entrusts him to her gentle hands. Wang Chang displeasedly told him to stop talking nonsense, and then he asked where he went. An hour had passed since the end of this duel, and the second round began. Gao Zhen called the protagonist, Zhong Sanqian, Du Li and Hu Xing to the platform. One of them told Lin Han that they understood that he was very strong, so he should not be offended that they decided to team up against him like this. He asked with a smile, "What grudges? Let them all attack at once." They surrounded him and said that they were starting, after which the archer cast a spell, asking the goddess of arrows to lend her power and grant her arrow the power to pierce everything. The protagonist was surprised and said that she had a very rare class. He doesn't want to upset her, but he can dodge all of her attacks. She asked back, "Is that true?" Now she'll see how he can dodge it. She fired dozens of arrows at him at once, and he thought that although there were many arrows, they were still too slow for him. He could easily dodge the attack. But as soon as he started to move, he realized that he couldn't move and turned around, seeing that the guy had tied up his entire body. He said that to his regret, he was a master of shackles, so he couldn't escape her attack. He attacked, causing a loud explosion and dust to rise in the arena. The three of them froze in anticipation, peering into the clouds of dust, and thought that although their opponent was strong, even he wouldn't be able to get out of it whole after such a direct hit. Lin Han's silhouette appeared through the dust, walking out to them and shaking off his shackles, saying that they did a good job. The master of the shackles was surprised and exclaimed, he had freed himself from his shackles by brute force alone? He replied that although the thing looked impressive, it was not as strong as he thought. He pulled a little and it came off. But the arrows were quite powerful, it even hurt him a little. The archer asked in surprise, "So the arrows actually hit him?" The others were surprised and the guy exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this?" MC rushed towards them and said that since they were done, it was his turn now. But suddenly a huge wall appeared in his path, which he hit. A square barrier appeared around him, which locked him inside, and his opponent exclaimed that it was not that simple. His inscriber class allows him to create formations on the ground that lock opponents inside the barrier. However, his allies will be able to attack him. He turned to them and asked, "What are they waiting for? Let them attack with everything they have." The master of shackles took out his weapon and said that now he can use the snake whip, and the archer pulled the arrow on the bowstring and said that she will concentrate the power on it. The protagonist punched the barrier and his opponent told him to give up, he can't get out. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed that it was impossible. Lin Han managed to make a crack in the barrier and said with a grin that he didn't succeed the first time, so he would have to hit it again. After that, he began to hit the barrier repeatedly, and eventually got out, after which he said with a smile that it was finally his turn. The archer replied that this was not so, and then fired a deadly arrow at him. At this time, her comrade swung his whip, but Lin Han was not afraid. He stretched out both hands forward and easily stopped their strikes. One of the examinees said in surprise that he defeated 3 opponents with just physical strength. "Is this even possible?" A girl held up a piece of paper with a number and called out to Lin Han, telling him to call her. MC ignored them and smiled and told his opponents that they were pretty good. They were incredibly lucky that such rare classes as the inscriber, archer, and master of shackles gathered together. For a moment, he even thought that he might lose. The girl said with displeasure that her arrows did not even scratch his skin. The master of shackles sighed tiredly and said that they did not even see his skills, it was a complete failure. The inscriber added that he was just some kind of monster. Lin Han replied that they should not insult a person because they could not win. Besides, the fight was not over yet. All 3 of them immediately raised their hands and turned to the judge, saying that they surrendered, they did not want to fight this monster. They jumped off the arena and the protagonist looked after them in surprise, asking, "Did they run away?" But it does not matter, he would rather go watch Wang Chang's fight. Meanwhile, the healer continued to treat him and he, gritting his teeth from the pain, asked her to be more gentle. She got nervous and apologized to him, and at that moment Lin Han came up to them, asking, "Is she finished yet?" He had already managed to win. Seeing that his friend's body already had new wounds, he asked how the fight went. He stood up and replied that it couldn't even be called a fight. He was put against some kind of monster. He didn't even have time to notice how this shadow had gotten close to him, and a moment later he was already lying on the ground. Fortunately, Yunyun came to his aid. Lin Han put his hand on his shoulder with a smile and said that their relationship was developing so quickly, he was already calling her by her first name. His friend got angry and threw his hand off his shoulder, telling him not to change the subject. Actually, everything is very serious. This Yuan Si is a very scary guy. The other examinees weren't even close to him. MC told him not to worry, he remembered his name. Let him just rest and wait for him to avenge him. Time passed, all the examinees in the arena were scattered and the judge announced that Lin Han had won the third partner as well. He had won the fourth duel and had now advanced to the finals. When he met the shadow in the arena, he asked if he was the same Yuan Si who had defeated Wang Chang. He replied that there really were no worthy masters left in Huizhou since some altar boy had advanced to the finals of the exam. The protagonist frowned and said that he didn't like his tone. It seemed that he wasn't from Huizhou. His opponent spread the fog to the sides and said that he would take a look, but that he was capable. Now they would find out who was the strongest among the newcomers here. A huge cloud of smoke rose above the protagonist, and his opponent turned to the god of murder, asking him to grant him strength and eclipse the dawn of this world. Lin Han raised one eyebrow in displeasure and asked, is he trying to encircle him with this black fog to gain an advantage? But his perception is very sensitive, it has nothing to do with visibility. Yuan Si suddenly jumped out of the fog and stabbed with a dagger, but Lin Han managed to jump back in time and thought that it was fast, he sensed the danger at the very last moment. His opponent quickly circled around him and said that his reaction was good, but his attacks would only accelerate. He wondered how much longer he could last. Looking around, MC grinned and said that he seemed to understand. He suddenly turned around and punched the fog, after which a sigh was heard from his opponent. He immediately jumped back to the edge of the arena and asked in surprise, how did he know where he was? He spread his arms out to the sides and replied with a smile that it was very simple. During his first attack, he only showed one hand. So he guessed that he was simply running around inside that black fog and waiting for an opportunity to attack from behind, and in the end, he was right. Yuan Si asked, could he analyze his skill after only encountering it once? His talent in the field of battle is indeed impressive, but it is not enough to defeat him. Lin Han asked, is that true? Can he withstand another blow from him? His opponent split into two and said that no matter how strong his body was, he was just a victim. Perhaps his talent would help him defeat him. However, can he handle both at once? He and his copy pounced on his opponent from above, and he jumped back and asked, is this just an afterimage? Is he really that fast? It's not, he can feel that they are both breathing. Yuan Si laughed loudly and said that he will see how durable his body is. It seems that his blade is unstoppable. He managed to wound Lin Han in the shoulder, and he asked why he thought he could defeat him with a copy. He grabbed Yuan Si and his copy by the hands and he exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? How was he able to follow his movements? He replied that although his ability to separate is quite interesting, the difference between them is too great, he cannot defeat him. He began to swing his opponent around the arena and he asked him to stop and called out to the referee. But at that moment Lin Han let go of him and he and his copy fell to the floor with a crash. Looking at him, MC displeasedly told him to watch his language next time, otherwise he will not get off so easily. Gao Jin raised his hand with a smile and announced that Lin Han had won another victory and became the undisputed champion. A man approached him with a box in his hands and congratulated him on becoming the strongest rookie in their city. Here is his small reward. Opening the box, he found an envelope inside and exclaimed in delight, is this a villa? He confirmed his words and said that they were giving him a villa. Next time, it would be skill books or other bonuses. From now on, he only needs to work hard to become a strong master, and the government will do everything possible to support him along the way. The other examinees were very surprised and the guy exclaimed, did they give him a new villa? He would never earn that much in his entire life. His friend agreed and said that they would have to try hard to get bonuses too. The girl standing next to him said that this guy was handsome. If she could get close to him, she would live in the villa. After that, the man turned to the others and said that the Huizhou city exam was officially declared closed. Now, teachers from different academies will talk to them. He hoped that each of them would be lucky and enter the academies they desired. After that, the teachers of the academy showed up. The first one to step onto the platform was Yun Si from Qingyun Academy, followed by Li Changde from Shimeng, and then Wang Lichang from Liyun Academy. The last ones to introduce themselves were Old Man San Qian from Ziyun and Chu Fengtui from Kaoki Academy. After chatting with the teachers, Wang Chan walked up to his friend and threw his arm over his shoulder, asking, had he already chosen an academy? He was invited to Ziyun. MC removed his hand in displeasure and said that he was among the top 8, so he was lucky that the academy invited him. As for him, no one invited him. His friend exclaimed in surprise, how come? He was the best among the examinees. Things can't be done that way, he will talk to them. He was about to go to the teachers, but Lin Han grabbed him by the clothes and said that they mainly talked about how he went the wrong way. Supposedly he needed to improve his skills, not train his body. They said he needed to train hard and try to pass the exam next year. Wang Chang turned to him and said that they were right in some way. He didn't look like someone with a support class at all. His skills were somehow not right. His friend hit him on the head and told him not to talk about things he didn't know. Let him just forget about it, he didn't need any academy. Besides, he had already received his reward, so they needed to go home. The next day, somewhere in the forest, the minister and his subordinates met an old man named Si Lingtian, rejoicing at his return. The old man said that he had inspected the scene. There were indeed traces of a very powerful spell. There were masters capable of doing such a thing in the imperial capital, but each of their movements were carefully monitored. Then where did this mysterious power come from? Meanwhile, the protagonist was already sitting at home and the news was shown on TV that yesterday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the head of the patrol of the imperial capital, Si Lingtian, arrived in Huizhou City. He didn't pay attention to it and continued eating, but suddenly choked when he saw that manager Lu was calling him and thought, why did this old man need him? His mother told him to eat more slowly. When he showed up yesterday saying that he had won a new villa, she thought that he had grown up. But now she sees a small restless child again. MC answered the call and asked how he could help him. The manager replied that they had information about natural disasters. Lin Han was very happy and said that this was great. Did he find out where it would be? He told him not to worry, he knew his job. This natural disaster would be in the form of an earthquake. It would occur in a place called Yanyan. The protagonist repeated the name of the place in surprise and told him to send the exact address. He would go there now. The manager said that natural disasters are no joke. He would need some equipment to survive there. Of course, they have all of it. He shouldn't worry, all their prices are fair. Lin Han replied that he didn't need it, his equipment suited him perfectly. As soon as he returned, he would sell him all the materials he got from inside the natural disaster. Lu replied that he would personally make sure that he was satisfied. His items were always of the highest quality. Last time their department made a fortune from the treasures he brought back. Lin Han replied that he was glad to hear it. He was a master of his craft, so he didn't even worry about it. After ending the call, he looked out the window and thought with a smile that the source of the natural disaster should be his. Meanwhile, the manager was smiling and drinking alcohol and laughing and said that Mr. Lin was so unpredictable. Boss Tian called him and he answered the phone and asked what he was calling for. Had their testing ground really gone bust? He angrily told him to go to hell and said that unlike his auction, it hadn't gone bankrupt yet. He was calling on business. Was he the one who gave Lin Han the pass to the silver replica? Lu got a little nervous and confirmed his words, asked what was wrong with him investing a little in a promising talent. He replied that it was bullshit. Maybe this guy had some potential, but it was clearly not enough to give him an expensive pass. The manager tiredly said that he had nothing to say to him, but he hoped that he would not bother his client. He had been in this business for many years and he sensed that his potential was beyond their imagination. His boss calmed down and asked, "Does this mean his intuition?" He ended the call and said that Lu's intuition has brought them profits more than once. What kind of person is this? After a while, MC arrived at the diamond forest. Looking at the map of his location, he looked around and said that the diamond forest lives up to its name. On sunny days everything here shines like a diamond. Suddenly from somewhere a loud female voice was heard screaming, "What's wrong with this creature? Why didn't her attacks even scratch him?" A girl named Du-Wan ran out from behind the trees and apologized to the monster running after her, saying that she didn't want to bother him. She noticed Lin Han and exclaimed, "Why is he standing there? They need to run, it's a silver rank boss." MC asked, "What kind of bad luck do you need to have to meet a silver rank boss in the diamond forest?" The girl was very worried and told him to run quickly, but when she noticed that he was standing still, she exclaimed that he was frozen in place in horror. She decided to distract the monster onto herself and ran in the opposite direction from Lin Han, and he thought that this girl was so kind. The diamond forest monster was chasing her, and she was still worried about others. Because she ran too far, the monster stopped and, opening its mouth wide, shot its tongue at her. Noticing this, she closed her eyes in fear, but when she opened them, she was very surprised. Lin Han, who appeared in front of her at the last moment, grabbed the monster by the tongue and said that she was a little mistaken. This is a gold-rank boss. How will she repay him for saving her? At that moment, a red glow suddenly appeared around the monster, and Du-Wan told him to be careful. The protagonist grabbed the monster's tongue tightly, and then slammed his other hand forward, sending a shockwave at it that first lifted it into the air, and then sent it flying back. Du-Wan exclaimed in surprise that it was incredible. He killed a gold-ranked flame lizard with one blow. They definitely needed to form a team. MC scratched his head in confusion and said that he didn't even know her name, and added in his mind that besides he was heading towards a natural disaster, so he didn't need any extra trouble. Du-Wan gave her name, and said that her class was Thousand Change Mage. Lin Han thought that she had told him everything about herself. After all, she was trying to save his life. He thought that nothing would happen if he just walked her to the exit of the forest. He pretended to admire her and said that her class was quite rare. It was incredible. She became a little embarrassed and said that it was nothing special. What's his name? He hesitated and thought that he couldn't tell her his real name, because a natural disaster was about to happen here. After a short pause, he nervously introduced himself with his friend's name, and said that he was from Yaoguang City. Du-Wan was happy and said that he was incredibly strong. He was able to kill a gold-rank boss with one blow. What kind of hellish training did he go through? Maybe they could go for a walk sometime when they returned to the city? He pursed his lips and cursed in his mind, thinking that she was so talkative. She had already managed to ask so many questions. He cleared his throat and said that he was strong, but he was older than he looked. She replied that he was still too strong for his age. How lucky she was to meet him. He decided to change the topic and asked why she even went to the Diamond Forest. She replied that the equipment for magicians was too expensive these days, so she decided to try her luck in the Diamond Forest. She wanted to earn some money. But now everything is fine. She has a protector she can rely on. She laughed happily, and he thought that she was too trusting. He would have to look after her since he was going to save her. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that he didn't think she should rely on her luck. Immediately after he said this, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the side, and he said that this is what he was talking about. A bloodthirsty gold-ranked gorilla appeared in front of them, and began to beat its chest with its fists. The protagonist pointed at the monster, and told her to look. This is what she would encounter if she relied on her luck. She became nervous and asked him to stop mocking her. And anyway, why did such a dangerous monster appear on the outskirts of the forest? Lin Han stood in front of her, and told her to stand behind him. She shouldn't get into a fight. She said with a smile that she could rely on him. After that, the monster attacked, but MC stopped his punch and asked with a smirk, "Is this a gold rank? Somehow, it's a bit weak." Suddenly, Du-Wan screamed very loudly and told them not to come closer, and her new acquaintance turned around and asked, "What happened?" He became very worried when he saw a wolf nearby, howling loudly and calling his pack. Several wolves appeared in the forest clearing, and Lin Han nervously exclaimed, "Is this a pack of demonic wolves with red eyes?" Du-Wan grabbed him with her arms out of fear and said that they would die like this. They were pinned down from both sides. He told her to stop screaming. He was able to handle them. He grabbed the monster by the hand, which he didn't expect, after which he pulled him towards himself and jumped high together with him. Finding himself at the right height, the protagonist turned around and waved his hand, throwing the gorilla straight into the pack of wolves. Then he landed next to Du-Wan and smilingly pointed at the pile of monsters, asking if she saw it. They were already finished. She was happy again and said with admiration that he was amazing. From now on he had one more admirer. He smiled and looked around, asking if she thought that something abnormal was happening in the Diamond Forest today. She agreed with him and said that she had never seen so many strong monsters on the outskirts before. The protagonist thought that it seemed that the monsters also felt the approach of a natural disaster, so they began to come out of the Diamond Forest. This means that the monsters will continue to come out until an earthquake occurs. Maybe he can speed up the appearance of an earthquake with a forbidden level spell to prevent the influx of monsters. He looked uncertainly at his new acquaintance, thinking that he cannot use the spell in front of her. He needs to think of something. Du-Wan put her hand on his shoulder and said that now no monsters are scary, he can handle them all. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that she would be going back alone, so she shouldn't rely on him anymore. She asked in surprise what did that mean. He replied that he felt that there was a very powerful vile person hiding in the diamond forest right now. Most likely it was because of him that the monsters began to come out at the edge of the forest, so he wanted to fight him. Du-Wan pointed at herself in confusion and began to get nervous and asked, what should she do? He told her not to worry, she would have no problem getting out of the forest. She looked at the monster's corpse in fear and asked, what if she ran into another boss? Lin Han told her not to worry, the monster wouldn't catch up with him. He put his hands on her shoulders with a smile, and then threw her high into the air and told her to fly, causing her to scream in fear. Crossing the forest quickly, she landed hard on a rock and split it with her body. But she didn't see a single scratch on herself and wondered if he had used some kind of skill. When Lin Han finally got rid of her, he sighed in relief and said that now was the time to start putting his plan into action. He looked at the small lake in the middle of the clearing and took out his staff, raised it to the sky and used the forbidden spell Chaos Domain. Clouds thickened above the forest, from which meteorites began to fall like rain. Seeing this, Du-Wan was horrified and asked, what was going on there? Was this the forbidden spell? A huge pillar of flame struck the ground and scorched the area, after which cracks appeared on the ground and water flowed into the cave under the lake. Seeing what he had done, Lin Han wondered if he had overdone it. But it didn't matter, first he needed to find the source of the natural disaster. Meanwhile, in the Yenyun City Intelligence Department, a subordinate of the department head ran into his office and said that they had discovered a huge release of magical energy in the Diamond Forest. Also, a girl had recently told them that 2 masters were currently fighting in the Diamond Forest, and one of them had used a forbidden level spell. The head, who had been peacefully dozing on a chair, suddenly stood up and took off his sleep mask from his eyes, excitedly telling him to quickly report this to Elder Lingtian. An old man entered the office and said that he was already here. The head called out to him and told him what had happened, after which he replied that he came here thinking that it was all because of the earthquake. But he never expected that things would turn out this way. Recently, there had been too many powerful nameless masters here. The head asked, were they going to prepare to capture? He replied that first they needed to find out their location and display a broadcast of the battle on the screen. No matter what, they simply had to meet them. And they will think about arresting them later, let him carry out the order. The leader saluted the elder and he, watching him run out of the office, thought that it did not look like this forbidden spell in the Diamond Forest was used by a master of the Divine Realm. However, it did not look like the power of a master of the Holy Realm. He already regretted getting involved in this matter. Meanwhile in the forest, the protagonist climbed into the cave and, grabbing the glowing sphere, laughed loudly and said that he finally found the source of the natural disaster. Feeling several very strong auras nearby, he sharply raised his head up and decided to check who it was. A screen with a live broadcast of what was happening in the forest appeared in front of him, and he saw several scouts led by an elder, who told them to use all available search and defense devices to search for these people. MC cursed and took out a portable teleporter, thinking that if they managed to set up defensive formations, he would no longer be able to escape from here. A magic circle appeared under his feet, and he hoped that he would have time to teleport before the formations were created. Meanwhile, the scouts were looking for unknown magicians using locators, but so far everything was quiet. One of them suddenly discovered an unknown person and reported that there was someone in the northwest. After his words, a bright flash immediately flashed in the sky and the head of the scouts exclaimed, "Who the hell is this?" They let him go again. Lin Tian said that this is a portable teleportation formation, ordinary people do not own this. After a while, Lin Han was already at home and brushing his teeth, standing in front of the mirror. Manager Lu called him and he, answering the call, wished him good morning. He asked, did he wake him up? Did something serious happen yesterday? MC got nervous, but did not show it, and asked what was wrong. He replied that there was an earthquake yesterday, then a mysterious master showed up there. He was worried about him, so he called. Lin Han smiled and asked, has the earthquake happened yet? He hasn't even had time to go there yet. What about the source of the natural disaster? He told him not to worry, it was his job. He would contact him as soon as he received new information about the source. Lin Han apologized for disturbing him, and when the call ended, he frowned at the phone and said that the old fox was checking it. But it doesn't matter, he already has the source. Now he can reach the third realm. Meanwhile, Lu was smiling as he sorted through the documents. He already knew that the mysterious Master Wang Qian had appeared in the forest and used a portable teleporter to escape. He was sure that it was Lin Han, but he underestimated him too much. He understood that he was trying to act secretly, but he couldn't leave such obvious traces. After a while, the protagonist went to the promotion hall and was met there by a girl he had known for a long time. She was very happy to see him, and he said that he had come again for a promotion. She was surprised and said that he had only upgraded his class 2 months ago. Could it be that he had a natural disaster source on his hands? He slapped his chest with a smile and confirmed her words, saying that he had already prepared everything. Passers-by asked, "Is he a monster?" "He cuts down monsters quickly and gets materials easily. How can they even compete with him?" The girl asked with admiration, would she really see the birth of the altar of the third realm with her own eyes? The hall worker told Lin Han with a smile that he was simply incredible. He could put his hand on the crystal and she would give him a quest. He did everything as she said, after which he was given an S-rank group quest. He needed to go to the Iron Forest, defeat the Forest Guardian and bring back its heart. Seeing the difficulty of the quest, he frowned and thought that altars really had a hard time. And what kind of Iron Forest was this? He didn't think they had one like that in their city. He decided not to dwell on it, and with the thought that he just needed to complete this task, he told the worker that he accepted it. She replied that she would assign this task to him right away. The deadline for completion was tomorrow. She wished him luck, after which he went to the merchant guild. The manager poured him coffee and said that he was sincerely glad to see him. Lin Han handed him a list and said that he came to him on business. This list contained all the equipment and materials he needed. He had a quest to upgrade his class, so he needed to go to Yanyan City. Lu looked at the list and asked with a smile, "So this is a quest to upgrade to the third realm?" He congratulated him in advance on this. He will be the first altar of this level. He looked up at him and thought that for the third realm, altars need 3 sources of elemental killing. It was no coincidence that Lin Han found himself a third one right after the earthquake yesterday. Noticing his gaze, MC thought that he was clearly suspicious. He needed to come up with something to divert suspicion from himself a little. He took a sip of coffee and said that his master had taken such a risk to get him the third source of natural disaster. He simply couldn't let him down. After all, he was only a support class, so he even felt a little sorry for the master to have to do all the work. Hearing this, the manager was surprised and wondered if he was talking about that mysterious master that they had never been able to find. Then that explains how he was able to quickly gather 3 disaster sources. However, how strong is this master? He must do everything to improve relations with these 2. After that, he said that he had one artifact here. Would he take a look at it? The protagonist became interested, and then Lu brought him a plate with a gold-level transformation mask on it. This thing allows the face to change at the owner's will, but it is not recommended to wear it for too long, otherwise the face may retain the changed appearance forever. Lin Han really liked this thing and asked how much it cost. Lu replied that he was their regular customer, so he would give it to him for only 4 million. Lin Han began to bargain and said that he would take it for 2 million. The manager named the price of 3,800,000 and said that he could not sell it for less. Lin Han said that he would buy it for 2,400,000 and Lu lowered the price to 3 million, saying that this was the lowest threshold. MC agreed and shook his hand, then took the purchased item and thanked Lu, saying that this item was so good. The manager was also satisfied and wished him well, thinking that this price was worth good relations with people who have unlimited potential. As soon as the protagonist left his office, he ordered the system to strengthen the mask by 10,000 times, and it changed its name to the legendary level God of Freedom mask. Now he can not only change his appearance, but also gain the abilities of the person he transforms into. He said with a smile that with this mask, he can pretend to be his master as much as he wants. No one will guess that it could be him. Deciding to try out the mask, he transformed into Gao Chong and, looking in the mirror, thought that he looked very much like him. Wang Chang seemed to have said that Gao Chong was planning to go to Yanyan City tomorrow to train. If he pretended to be him, no one would know he was there. After that, he went out into the streets of the city and started following Gao Chong. When he saw him going somewhere, he put on a mask and thought that it would become his alibi. He transformed into one of his comrades named Lian and, upon seeing him in the middle of the crowd, called out to him and said that he immediately knew it was him as soon as he heard his voice. Gao Chong was surprised and asked what he was doing here. Lin Han did not answer his question and grabbed his hands, smiling and congratulating him on entering a prestigious academy. He was sure that he would achieve greatness there. Now he simply had to buy him a drink. Gao Chong was at a loss and agreed to it, saying that they should somehow arrange it. MC put his arm around his shoulder and offered him a drink right away. He needed to congratulate him somehow. After that, they went to a bar and Lin Han got him drunk. Taking off his mask, he thought that he was sleeping quite soundly. He thought that he would stay here at least until tomorrow morning, and in the meantime, he would quickly complete the task in the Iron Forest. Putting the mask back on and turning into his friend, he picked up Gao Chong and pushed him towards the bar worker. He showed her the VIP card and asked her to take his friend to the best room they had. Just don't let her wake him up, he doesn't like it. After leaving the bar, he went to an alley to change his appearance again, and taking the form of Gao Chong, he said with a smile that now no one would know that Lin Han would be visiting the Iron Forest. Early in the morning, he was already in the forest, but suddenly he felt the weight of someone's hand on his shoulder. A man named Wang Qian asked, "Does he want to join them?" They often come to this forest, so they have already earned a reputation for themselves. Lin Han turned around and confusedly called him uncle, asking who he was. Wang Qian was very upset and asked, did he really look that old? He was actually only 27 years old. Apparently, a beard does make people look older, so he will have to shave it off. Lin Han thought that he did not even imagine that such a big guy would be vulnerable. He told him his name and class and decided to ask who he was and how many people were in his party. Wang Qian smiled, threw his arm over his shoulder again, and introduced himself, saying that he was a level 30 guard knight. Besides him, there were 2 more in the party. The protagonist replied that then he would call him Brother Qian and thought, why did his mood change so much? The knight liked it and laughed happily, and then Gao Zhen came up to them, asking, is everyone already gathered? Hearing her voice, Lin Han turned around and was very surprised to see the girl who was the judge of the exam. Gao Zhen noticed him and said that he had recovered quickly. She introduced herself and said that she would be his teammate today. 3 more people appeared in the clearing and Duwan, who was in the middle of them, apologized for being late. Wang Qian asked, who are these 2? She introduced herself and said that the 2 were investigating, so for now they were following her everywhere. One of them said that they came to protect this girl and find out more about the mysterious master, and his comrade confirmed his words and added that she was the only one who managed to see his spell with her own eyes. Lin Han became nervous and wondered why he was so unlucky. He joined a team that would have employees investigating the case about him. Wang Qian said that since they were all gathered, they should get down to business. After that, a magic circle appeared under their feet and they teleported to the Iron Forest, and Wang Qian, smiling, spreading his arms to the side, said that it was so beautiful here. Gao Zhen called out to him displeasedly and asked why he was shouting. Didn't he notice that it was too quiet here? This had never happened before. He asked what was wrong with that. They were both level 30, if it wasn't the Lord of the Iron Forest, then they could handle all the creatures. She asked him to stop fooling around and suddenly a tiger appeared on the path in front of them, running towards their voices. Wang Qian said that it was just a steel tiger. Was she really scared of this little one? She called him an idiot and asked if he still didn't understand what was going on. It turned out that other tigers had also come running. 2 of them pounced on the group of people, but Wang Qian greeted them with a smile. He took out his sword and placed his shield on the ground, saying that he would protect the left flank and leave the right flank to them. Gao Zhen said that she would leave their defense to him, and she would go on the attack. Although there were many of them, to her, they were still just small prey. After that, she suddenly disappeared from the scene and, moving around the area in a zigzag pattern, injured all the tigers around. Duwan said that this was incredible, and Lin Han agreed with her and said that the strength of the 2 main combat classes was truly impressive. The steel tigers didn't stand a chance against 2 level 30 warriors. Suddenly, a tiger larger than the rest arrived and immediately rushed to attack, causing Wang Qian to become nervous and exclaimed, "Is this a joke? Where did the king of the steel tigers come from?" He was a gold-ranked boss. He had never met them in the outskirts of the Iron Forest before. MC meanwhile looked at Duwan and thought, why is it that every time he sees this girl, they are attacked by a gold-level boss? There is definitely something wrong with her luck. Noticing his gaze, she became worried and asked why he was looking at her like that. He left her question unanswered, and the knight meanwhile held back the tiger's attack with his shield and said that this monster is too strong, he will not be able to hold it back for long. They need to split up and run from here, otherwise they will all die. Duwan resolutely told the others to run, after which they all scattered throughout the forest. Finding themselves in a clearing, Lin Han began to look around, and seeing that there was no one else, he took out a mask and thought that he would personally create that very mysterious master. This would finally divert suspicion from him. He took the form of an old man in a robe and said that now the mysterious old man will save them all. Who should he start with? Meanwhile, Wang Qian asked, "What kind of bad luck is this?" They had just entered the forest and immediately came across a whole crowd of monsters with a boss at the head. Gao Zhen noticed something to the side and told him to be careful, after which the tree trunk behind him was cut by someone's sharp claws. A new huge monster resembling a wolf appeared very close to them. The knight was very surprised and exclaimed, "Is this a shadow wolf, a gold rank boss?" Wang Qian laughed and said that their luck has not completely abandoned them yet. This shadow wolf is alone. He threw his shield and it flew, leaving spirals of wind. The wolf was frightened and jumped up, dodging the attack. Gao Gang was already behind the wolf and said that she apologized, then this was her prey. She swung and powerfully hit the wolf on the head with a dagger. The monster opened its mouth in pain and blood gushed out. Falling, it hit the ground, making a hole. She put her foot on the wolf, and Wang Qian said stealing someone else's prey is bad. She proudly said that it was his own fault. He shouldn't have been so slow. What if the wolf had escaped? They looked at each other angrily and intently, and asked at the same time, did they really need to fight? While they were quarreling next to the body of the shadow wolf, Lin Han was watching them. He frowned and thought, this was to be expected from level 30 masters. They easily dealt with a gold rank monster. And this shadow wolf's fur is good, he wants to take it for himself. He went down and asked the guys if he could take the shadow wolf's fur for himself. They stopped arguing and turned around, looking at him in shock. Both of them thought, where did this old man come from? He got so close, and they didn't even sense his presence. Wang Qian stabbed his sword into the ground with dissatisfaction and asked why they should give him their prey. They were surprised when Lin Han said that the shadow wolf's fur would be very useful to him. It was a pity that they refused. They started running towards him. He shouted that they should attack, and she replied that he didn't have to say that. Lin Han quickly dodged and grabbed their heads and slammed them into the ground. He asked maliciously, "Are they ready to talk now?" The two warriors stood up shyly and said that the elder could take the wolf for himself. It was a gift. Gao Gang told him to take care of himself. Lin Han smirked and thought, strength always solves all problems. He walked through the dark forest filled with a bloody aura. Suddenly he felt that he was surrounded by monkeys from all sides and were attacking. As soon as they jumped on him and grabbed his body, screaming loudly, he began to glow brightly. When he raised his hands up, he created an explosion that threw all the monkeys in different directions at once. Lin Han happily thought that this did not even look like a battle. With his current strength, they could not even scratch him. But suddenly a giant gorilla appeared in front of him. It jumped down and created an earthquake, lifting stones up. The monster screamed loudly, attacking with sound waves. This is the Lord of the Forest, the three-eyed demonic monkey. Lin Han tensed up and thought, now it's clear why those monkeys dared to attack him. They knew that this giant was with them. He could of course deal with him quickly, but first he wants to see his hand-to-hand combat skills. He quickly ran towards the monster, gathering magic in his fist. The gorilla tensed up, and when he powerfully hit, creating an explosion, the monster jumped high up and dodged. Lin Han said that these are good reflexes. He will see how long the gorilla will be able to dodge. Suddenly the monster put his hand forward, asking to stop. He was very surprised by this. What, the monster is asking for mercy? He watched in confusion as the gorilla shook its head and looked for something. He asked, what does this even mean? Then the gorilla broke the tree in half with one blow, and then grabbed a part of the trunk and began to twist it in his hand and create a stream of wind. Lin Han said, is that so? Decided to try with a weapon? It's even more interesting. The gorilla screamed loudly and swung the tree trunk, and when the monster lowered the weapon down, Lin Han stopped it with one fist and broke the trunk. The gorilla was surprised and angry, and then Lin Han applied even more force and exploded the tree. The monster flew far back, surrounded by a shock wave. The gorilla slid along the ground, creating a rut. The protagonist confidently said that an ordinary gold rank monster was too weak for him. Then he tensed up when he heard that the team was checking the area and looking for him and the other monsters. Suddenly, they saw a beaten gorilla and were very surprised. They screamed in shock. A three-eyed demonic gorilla? Lin Han thought dissatisfiedly that he would not like to contact this girl. He was too unlucky around her. The search party inspected the monster's body. One guy said, judging by the marks on the body, the monster was killed with one blow. The second guy said, apparently the master that he did it fought only with his hands. He found marks of a fist on the pieces of wood. Du Wantin thought about it. She remembered that this style was similar to the fighting style of Wang Chang from the Diamond Forest. The wounded Wang Qian and Gao Gang came out to them. He leaned on his sword and asked, "Junior Ting?" They finally found her. By the way, did she see Gao Chong? She replied that she did not see him. Asked, was he really caught by monsters? At this time, Lin Han was hiding behind a tree and was worried. He was grateful for her concern, but he was fine. It would be stupid to appear now. It would be better for him to go further into the forest and complete his task. He had been walking through the forest for some time and said with relief that he finally got rid of them. He shook his head in different directions and asked, "Well, where should I look for the forest guard?" At that very moment, a giant wooden monster, a gold-ranked boss, the guardian of the Iron Forest, appeared on the hill in front of him. The monster immediately pointed its stalks at Lin Han, who jumped up as the thorns slammed into the ground. He thought that this monster had both good attacks and defense. In order to finish it off, he would have to break through the tentacles and hit its body. While he was up there, many branches were already trying to grab his legs. His limbs were wrapped in stalks. Lin Han confidently told the monster that he couldn't handle it with just tentacles. He strained his body and simultaneously tore apart all the stalks. The monster was surprised and screamed loudly, starting to release even more tentacles. After that, the entire forest was covered in a strange aura and distorted. Lin Han was shocked when an army of monsters summoned by the boss appeared in front of him. He spread his arms and legs wide, saying, "So as the boss of the Iron Forest, he can summon other local creatures, not bad." The elder heard and felt it. He anxiously told the investigators that something was happening in the forest, and they needed to hurry, and then he himself ran there. Lin Han looked at the high ground of the ravine filled with monsters. He also felt that someone with a powerful aura was approaching him. Perhaps Elder Shi Lin Tian had already been summoned to him. It would be very troublesome if he found him. He needed to finish this quickly. He frowned and said that he was hoping to play with them for a while, but he didn't have much time. He raised his staff up and loudly chanted a forbidden level spell, Chaos Area. A huge magic circle appeared above his head. Pieces of magic began to fall from the circle to the entire forest. The team was scared. Wang Qian asked what was going on. "This power, is this really a forbidden spell?" Du Wan thought she had seen it before. Maybe it was the same master that Wang Chang was fighting. They were surprised when the magic did not reach them and the particles hit the barrier. They looked around. Indeed, only they were protected. And then they noticed Shi Lin Tian casting a spell, and Wang Qian said happily that they were saved. He walked up to the staff and said that he arrived as soon as they reported the appearance of a mysterious master. "Is that true?" One of them grabbed his head and said in shock that just a few moments ago, the entire Iron Forest shook. And then a whole crowd of monsters headed deep into the forest. The second guy thought about it and said that it was true. Now an incredibly powerful spell appeared above us. He is sure that those masters are fighting there now. Du Wan said that there was another guy with them, Gao Chong. They still couldn't find him. Shi Lin Tian said he would take a look at what was going on, and the team was surprised by his running speed. Du Wan asked, "So strong, what level is he?" At this time, Lin Han was standing on a completely empty and scorched land. He held the artifact in his hands and happily thought that he had the guardian's heart. The task was completed. It seemed to him that the old man was already close. How could he divert suspicion from himself? But then he came up with a great idea and took out a spare phone. He called the merchant guild and asked if they were interested in the guardian's heart. Manager Lu said happily that he could not worry. They traded everything that could be sold profitably. How was he going to make the exchange? Would he come himself or should they pick up the item? Lin Han said that tomorrow morning he would leave the guardian's heart in one of the tree trunks on the outer left side of the forest outside the city. He asked them to leave the money there. He would only accept cash, and did not advise them to look for his traces. There would be problems. Manager Lu said with a big smile that he doesn't have to worry. They understand everything and will do everything perfectly. Lin Han exhaled and thought that he would just buy the guard's heart from Manager Lu later. At least that should divert suspicion a little, he smirked, thinking about the mustachioed Shi Lin Tian. When he approached that place, he saw only frozen monsters that were frozen right in the attack pose. In addition, there was a huge crater left from the battle. Looking around, he saw a frozen Gao Chong who was trying to escape. Shi Lin Tian used a spell and the ice on Gao Chong broke. He began to tremble and say that he was incredibly cold. Shi Lin Tian asked, "Is he that Gao Chong?" Lin Han asked, imitating excitement, "How did he know his name?" The elder replied that his friends were looking for him. By the way, Did he not see what happened there? He was shivering and nervous, saying he was sorry, but he was just trying to get out of the forest. But somehow he got even further away, and then he was blinded by a strong light, and he couldn't see anything anymore. Shilin Tian said that his comrades were waiting, so he would take him to them. He didn't think the guy was lying, but how did the second realm assassin survive the forbidden spell? Was it just luck? The whole team said in surprise that he was incredibly lucky. The forbidden spell did not kill him. He laughed awkwardly and said that he was really lucky. He thanks them for worrying and hopes that everything will be fine from now on. Wang Qian said that he needs to complete a quest, so he will go. Gao Gang said that she also has things to do. The workers were talking to the elder when she asked if they were going. The guys said yes, they will go soon. Shilin Tian said that something was alarming about Gao Chong. They should send someone to follow him. He will go to the scene and thoroughly inspect everything. While Lin Han was walking in the forest, he was followed by an employee who indifferently thought that he was an ordinary guy. The protagonist smirked. Will they have enough strength to follow him? He used a skill and began to move incredibly fast. Then the employee was surprised and jumped down, and then grabbed his head and screamed in panic. What? Where did he disappear to? The next morning, the sun was already high when Lin Han woke up and stretched. He looked out the window and used the all-seeing eye skill, which enveloped the entire city. He analyzed each person, checked and rocked. Lin Han concentrated in the lotus position. He counted 1, 2, 5 in total, and they were all from the Ministry of Security. It seemed that they had started to monitor Gao Chong and were trying to track Wang Chang, but they were still suspicious of him. But if he was careful, they would never be able to figure out that it was him. After that, he was washing his face and brushing his teeth as usual, when he received calls. He answered and said hello. Manager Lu said that he had great news. Yesterday, they acquired the Guardian's heart, which he needed for the promotion of the realm. When is he coming to take a look? He asked. Really? He will come right away. Lin Han thought that yesterday's deal went perfectly. Now everything will depend on his acting skills. He needs to act like this is good news for him. He happily ran out of the gate of the mansion. One of the surveillance staff noticed. He told the boss, he can't believe that Lin Han is pretending. Should he really be monitored? He said that the guy became the champion in this year's exam, so his current behavior is too suspicious. He should continue to monitor. Manager Lu greeted him hospitably and said that he was glad to see Mr. Lin. He asked him, does the guild really have the heart of an Iron Forest Guardian? Manager Lu replied that he wouldn't lie to him. He asked him to come in. They have everything prepared. The investigators stood on the roof of the building and watched them. The boss asked how Lin Han, an ordinary high school student, could establish such a good relationship with Mr. Lu. The employee asked the boss, what will they do next? After all, they don't have the authority to search the branches of the Huiwen Merchant Guild. The boss replied that he would stay and monitor for now until he contacts the top. In the VIP room, Lin Han examined the heart and said that it really was the heart of a guardian. Mr. Lu never ceases to amaze him. And he replied that it was a trifle. They always have something for him. He said that his master was also pleased with their cooperation, so he asked to give them 2 of his items. Maybe he could evaluate them. The manager happily looked at the sword and armor. Bloody Butcher's sword, long sword type, legendary level. Under the influence of the berserk state, increases strength by 30%. Under the influence of the bloodthirstiness state, increases strength by 50%. Earth armor, armor type, legendary level, increases the owner's defense by 30%. If the owner is wounded, the bonus will be increased to 50%. Manager Lu said with delight that this equipment is legendary level. Who is his master? Where did he get such equipment? The protagonist took the heart and said that these 2 items are worth nothing to his master. In addition, he does not want much to be said about him, so he does everything through him. He said that he understood everything. They will not tell the owner of this set. Lin Han asked slyly and with a grin, doesn't he think those people outside are too annoying? Manager Lu also smirked and said that he understood Mr. Lin. At this time, the guards did not let the employees pass and said that this is a VIP area. Outsiders are not allowed in. The head of the investigation asked displeasedly, are they joking? Lin Han is an ordinary guy. How did he get into the VIP area? They are not going to tolerate this, so they will go there. At this moment, they left the room and Manager Lu said that they cannot decide who enters the VIP area. He told the guards to take the violators out, let the management deal with them. MC waved his hand at them and said that he was sorry, but these are the rules. After that, he said goodbye to Mr. Lu, who also told Lin Han to take care of himself. He looked where Lin Han was going and thought, it seems like there is a promotion hall in that direction. Has he already managed to reach level 20? In the promotion hall, a surprised girl met him. She said hello and asked, has he finished already? The protagonist replied that he was just lucky. There was something on the market that would help him upgrade. Should they start? She excitedly started typing something on the computer and said yes, she will write it down now. Lin Han was surrounded by yellow and blue magical energy. When both streams crashed into him, he almost fell and said in surprise that it hurt. He lay on the floor, trying to catch his breath, and thought, now I understand why there were never any third-grade altars. The sources of natural disasters literally force the body to evolve. Without a resilient body, it cannot be survived. But then he stood up and thought contentedly that he was eager to see how much stronger he had become. Now he is level 20 of the third realm, energy is 30 million, agility is 10 million, magic is 15 million, endurance is 30 million, strength is 30 million. He has additional skills, Thunder God Fortress. This is a forbidden level thunder spell. In the area of the spell, the damage from lightning spells to the owner is reduced by 80%. The damage from all lightning to enemies is increased by 50%. There is also a skill, Wind God Fortress, a forbidden level wind spell. In the area of the spell, the damage from wind spells to the owner is reduced by 80%. The damage to enemies is increased by 50%. He happily said that this is incredible. He absorbed the power of the sources of natural disasters. If any master of lightning or wind spells attacked him, then he will not have a chance against Lin Han. Everyone looked at the long, huge screen with strange numbers in surprise. They asked what it was. Maybe the screen was broken? But then a notification appeared that Lin Han had advanced to the third realm of the altar class. Everyone was shocked. They asked, is this serious? How could an altar even advance to the third realm? A guy in the crowd said that he was still a newbie and didn't understand why everyone was surprised. Was a third realm altar really that rare? Another guy hit him on the head and asked, what did they even teach him in school? He pointed to the screen and said that the altar class required disaster sources to advance to new realms. Therefore, in the entire history of mankind, there has never been a single third realm altar. A girl also pointed to the screen and said, it says that he is this year's exam champion. Another girl was delighted and said that Mr. Lin is amazing. She believed that he could do what no one else could. She is his true fan. Can she marry him? At that moment, he walked out of the portal and looked at the crowd that had gathered around him in surprise. He excitedly asked the guys, why are they looking at him like that? After that, the whole crowd joyfully ran towards him. They shouted that this was the same Lin Han. They needed to catch him and take a photo. He got scared and asked them to stop, but no one listened. After a while, his mansion was under the protection of security. Guys and girls stood at the gate with posters and shouted to let them in. They wanted to see Lin Han, get his autograph. They loved Mr. Lin and want to be near him. He walked around the house gloomily in a hoodie, and his mother asked, did he rob a bank? The main character asked, why would he rob a bank at all? It's just the other side of popularity. He was tired and sad, saying that if anyone came looking for him, he was not home. He jumped from the window and told his parents that he was leaving, but when he landed, he was noticed by a girl who wanted to climb into the house using the stairs. He ran away from the crowd of fans again, while his parents watched from the balcony. The father said that celebrities have a hard time. The mother cried and said that their son had become an adult. The main character was able to hide and stood around the corner of the building. He would never have thought that fighting off fans is much more difficult than fighting off monsters. The auction is about to start. He needs to hurry. There was an auction hall in a tall skyscraper. Near the entrance, he met Gao Chong and his friends. They asked, Lin Han? He said that it was an incredible coincidence. What are they doing there? Gao Chong was dissatisfied and asked, does Lin Han think he can come to the elite auction just because he has become a little famous? He shouldn't make him laugh like that. This place is not for country bumpkins like him. A girl came out of the building and finished, saying that Manager Lu was already waiting for Mr. Lin inside, and Gao Chong was shocked by this. Lin Han smirked proudly and said that he would not make Mr. Lu wait and would go. He walked past, pushing Gao Chong. The guy was incredibly angry, and his friend asked, did the elder say that his family was below average in wealth? He hit him and asked irritably, why remind him of this? He thought, is Lin Han really supported by such a powerful person? At this time, Manager Lu met Lin Han on a beautiful balcony and said that he assured him that he would not leave without a good thing today. He thanked the gentleman and asked if he could ask for a cloak. He didn't want anyone to recognize him. The manager said that he understood everything and would bring it. he came closer and with a sly smile. The gentleman handed him a VIP card and said, "By the way, this is 100 million for the equipment he sold them. He hopes that they will continue to cooperate." A beautiful girl came out on stage and welcomed everyone to the Hui West City auction. The goods they will present today will definitely please them. She pointed to the table and said that she was presenting them with the first lot. This is a steel hand forged from the fur of a steel tiger, a gold-level lot that can increase their endurance by 10%. If someone uses shields, they will also automatically rise to the gold level. She said that the starting price is 1,200,000, the minimum bid increase is 100,000. After she loudly hit the hammer, she said that the bidding is starting. The hall immediately became very noisy. Someone offered 1,300,000, someone offered 1,400,000, number 61 offered 1.5 million. The protagonist watched the noise from the balcony and thought that he was surprised by the popularity of the steel hand. The employee hit the hammer and said that the item was sold for 2,300,000. They congratulated him on acquiring the steel hand. Manager Lu laughed and said that this was to be expected. Mr. Lin is not interested in such an insignificant thing. However, if he likes something, he will have to fight for it with those who are located in the other VIP rooms. He looked at the other balconies with the guys and asked if there were any important people there. The manager said that in their empire there are 5 great families: the Ma family, the Li family, the Chen family, the Wang family, the Gongsun family. They have business all over the world, they own all the wealth of the empire. As he himself understands, they have special privileges. However, he cannot worry. At the auction only the rules of the auction itself apply. Whoever pays more will get it. MC smiled and said that he was not going to worry, he will definitely buy what he likes. The stage darkened and the light was only above the girl. She said that they were getting down to the main thing. The next lot is one of the most important items of today's auction. A bright card appeared in her hands. This is a pass to ruins number 3. Ruins number 3 are one of the largest ruins in the world. These ruins open once every 30 years and require special fragments to enter. Now there are only 100 such fragments left in the world. All masters up to and including the diamond level can enter ruins number 3. Masters entering the ruins must not be more than 30 years old. The starting price is 10 million. The minimum bid increase is 500,000. They must have time to buy a unique pass to ruins number 3. The hall became incredibly noisy. Someone stood up and shouted that he should get the pass to ruins number 3, 12 million. Number 49 said that 12 million is not enough, he offered 20. Someone else offered 30 million. The last one in a panic offered 50 million. The protagonist smirked and said that this lot can really be called the main commodity of this auction. Manager Lu said, "It seems that this lot has interested Mr. Lin a little." He resolutely said, "That's right, he must get this pass," so he offered 80 million. The 4th son of the Ma family, Ma Ting excitedly said, "Someone offered 80 million, are he and his sister still playing?" She said yes, he must offer more. He offered 100 million, and also told Lin Han that this pass will be very useful to the Ma family. Therefore, he hopes that he will give up the bidding and give it to them, and they in turn will compensate him with 50 million. The manager said that these gentlemen are the 4th son of the Ma family, and the 2nd young madam of the Ma family. He wants to point out that they do not often fight so fiercely for something. He thinks Lin Han can have good connections with the Ma family if he agrees to their offer. But the protagonist said after thinking, yes, the 5 great families are very influential. However, they are currently at an auction, and the one who bids the most money wins. The protagonist thought, he is sure that they will continue to bargain. He will have to sell all the silver and gold level equipment that he managed to accumulate. Then he said his price of 150 million. The son of the Ma family was shocked, but still asked, is he sure he wants such an enemy? After that, he offered 180 million. Then Lin Han said that he is sorry, but he is not afraid of the 5 great families and offered 200 million. Tianqing pointed at him and said that he remembered him well. Lin Han just smirked. The happy girl on the stage said that this is unbelievable. The gentleman offered 200 million. She began to count 200 million times 2, 3, then she hit the table with a hammer and said that the item was sold. Manager Lu was nervous and wiping his forehead from sweat. He said that Mr. Lin does not know how to restrain himself at all. He is afraid that today's disrespect to the Ma family will be known to the entire empire tomorrow. He replied with a smirk that anyone who goes to the auction should be prepared for the fact that someone will offer more money for the lot he likes. Besides, they have already agreed that no one will know about his identity, right? The manager said that this is true, although the Ma family will not let it go so easily. but he can be sure that their auction does not disclose the personal information of its guests to anyone. Even if someone starts looking for him, the most they will be able to find out is that he is their secret guest. Lin Han smiled and said that Mr. Liu can be relied on as always. The manager blushed and waved his hand. He said that Mr. Lin is always a pleasure to deal with. He would like him to bring 5 items of the same level as before to the auction next time. The protagonist asked, does he consider him a legendary equipment wholesaler? 5 is too much. The manager laughed and said that he wants 2 then, and then Lin Han immediately shook his hand and said that they had a deal. The manager thought that being too impudent was also not allowed, otherwise he would anger the powerful master Lin Han. They looked at the stage, and then the manager said that they were about to put the butcher's blood sword and earth armor he brought up for sale, so it would be a little noisy. Why don't they move to the VIP room? The protagonist said that they would do so. An hour later, they were quietly drinking tea when an employee came in. She said that his 2 equipments were sold for 6,350,000,000 silver. Lin Han was shocked by this. He thought, my god, these families are incredibly rich. Even if the auction takes 20% for the service, he will be able to live the rest of his life without wanting for anything. The manager told the gentleman to calm down. He could continue to cooperate with them. He could get much more. They would transfer the money to his card soon. He said yes, he was just a little worried about offending the Ma family, and now he had so much money. The manager told him not to worry so much. A very powerful merchant guild master would be looking after him for 3 days. He promised that his safety would not be in danger. The protagonist was walking back to the alley. Then Tianqing and his sister, also 2 guys, met him. He turned around and frowned and asked how they found him. Tianqing laughed and said that his family's people had surrounded the auction building for a long time. No one would have passed unnoticed. They remembered everyone who entered there, and only one unknown person in a green cloak came out. He said tensely, of course, they tried hard and did well, but he was not going to give them a pass to Ruins number 3. They didn't want to take it away, they asked to sell the pass, and they would also give 100 million more. The protagonist thought that the fact that they were willing to pay another 100 million meant that this relic was truly priceless. His sister told him that their family had no evil intentions. They were not trying to take away what they had earned through honest labor, they only wanted to offer him money to let them use the pass. Lin Han told Tianqing to look at his sister and learn from her how to talk to people. Tianqing clenched his fist angrily and asked, so did he agree or not? His sister told him to calm down again. At this time Lin Han began to laugh confidently, and said that he would not share what he bought with his own money. If they wanted it, then they should come and take it themselves. Tianqing was angry and said that he wanted it himself. Then he told his guys to beat him up and explain everything. The guys started shouting and running towards him. They wanted to attack, but at that moment, the wind and the papers that flew up blocked their way. They, along with newspapers, glasses and other trash, flew through the air. When they fell and were in a cloud of dust, they looked forward in surprise. The girl asked if anyone wanted to continue. Lin Han turned around in surprise and confusion, looking at her. Tianqing was shocked and scared. He said, this is the goddess of murderers, the elder Fei Hua. She frowned and said that there was no need to call her eldest. She was not that old, by the way. The guys had not forgotten the rules of the 3-day auction, right? Everyone immediately became scared and tense. The girl of the Ma family said that she was sorry. It seems her brother had completely forgotten about it. They were already leaving. Everyone immediately ran away as quickly as possible. Lin Han thought that his sister was able to assess the situation and act decisively. Whether it was a show of force or a retreat, this girl was not as simple as she seemed. He turned around and smiled when he said that it was time for them to go then. He called her a beautiful sister. She was surprised to hear this and asked where he was going. The protagonist asked. She was ordered to protect him for 3 days, right? Then it turns out that she will go to the same place he did. He felt like someone else was watching him. Will she help him get rid of them? She began to peer ahead and felt that there really was someone nearby. 2 guys were hiding around the corner. She asked why should she do that? Should she protect him, not get rid of his enemies, or did he want to hire her? He said it sounded fair. Then how much would it cost to hire her? She thought about it and awkwardly said, well, it would be at least 2 million. She blushed as she said that, and then a bright magic appeared in his hand. He said that she could take it. Now would she help him? A large stack of bills appeared in the girl's hand. She was surprised, but then confidently told him to leave it to her. She walked over. A second later, trash flew towards Lin Han and a large cloud of dust appeared. Voices were heard from there, asking Mrs. Fei Hua to stop. They did not mean any harm. They were asking her to spare them. The main character covered himself with his hands from the garbage and happily said that this is incredible power, she deserves her title of the goddess of killers. After a while, she stood next to a whole mountain of beaten men, dusted her hands and said that everything was ready. She had already checked the surrounding area within a radius of 10 li, she had not seen anyone suspicious anymore. She smiled and said that she could expand the search circle if he paid another 1,600,000, that was a 20% discount, he should not refuse. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked, "Does Fei Hua really have no money at all?" She sadly walked away to the wall and sadly said that the materials needed to upgrade the class are very expensive, and also fashionable dresses, bags and shoes. Everything around is expensive, but there is not enough money. He was surprised because he did not understand this, and said that there is no need to worry so much. He can hire her as a bodyguard for a month for which he will give 500 million. She was incredibly gloomy, and a second later she came closer, sparkling with happiness. Fei Hua said, "Stop talking about money already, it does not matter, she just feels that she must protect him, there is definitely some kind of connection between them." He moved away scared of her. Fei Hua blushed and said that from today on she was completely his. At night in the mansion, Lin Han was sleeping, and at this time he was being watched by the intelligence service on the roof of another building. The worker asked, "Lin Han has not done anything suspicious in these few days, how long should they watch him?" The boss said that they just continue to watch, this is an order from above, so if they find something, they can count on a promotion. Then they all looked at the boss in shock, as if they were scared of something. He raised his head and said that they need to watch Lin Han, why are they looking at him like that? But behind him was a huge laughing shadow, the frightened worker said, behind the captain. He turned and noticed this huge black shadow, it began to envelop him and squeeze, he tried to get out, but he could not, he lost consciousness. The shadow grew taller, she said, this was the last warning, if another spy is spotted, serious action will begin, they will not buy off one loss of consciousness. The workers looked forward in fear and put their hands forward to defend themselves, they said, yes. After that, the laughing shadow watched them run away, as soon as they left, it took its usual form. Fei Hua said that they would not bother the boss anymore. In the morning, Lin Han calmly stood up, yawned, but then he blushed, realizing that Fei Hua was bending over in front of him, he said good morning, and then asked, wait, what is she doing in his room? She stood up and yawned, Fei Hua said she wondered who he could anger so much, there were all sorts of people walking around his villa. She had to deal with them all night. Lin Han anxiously said that they were government people, he hoped that she did not kill anyone. He thought, are they really okay? Fei Hua asked him not to worry, she only scared them, but they will not bother him anymore. She told Boss Lin that she was doing quite well in her duties. Maybe they would consider extending their cooperation? He became worried and asked how long she wanted to extend it. Fei Hua began to count everything, she saw only money in front of her, she said there are 12 months in a year, multiply everything by 5, a discount every 10 years and about 100 years. The protagonist began to stop her and tell her not to rush so much, that's why she is the goddess of killers. But Fei Hua replied that she won't earn money on modesty. They came to the main training ground, Fei Hua asked, did he want to train so much? He answered, no, he was there to meet a friend, then they would enter the golden portal. Lin Han smiled and said that he came, Wang Chang and Yin Yin ran to him. He laughed, because he thought that Lin Han had already forgotten his friend. He said that Wang Chang does not waste time, and they both became embarrassed. Wang Chang said no, they just got a little closer after the exam. Yin Yin also said yes, they are friends. The male lead frowned and asked them to stop denying it, he is not blind, and then he turned around and asked the eldest, is he right? Wang Chang said yes, he himself is with a girl, who is she? He smiled and said that it is his eldest relative, she began to play along and cry. Fei Hua said, at first he called her cute, and now she is an eldest relative. Is he going to dump her, is it because she is too old for him? Wang Chang made an approving gesture and awkwardly said that the MC is good. He began to wave his hands and shake his head in a panic, saying that this did not happen, she should stop mocking him and introduce herself normally. She said her name is Jian Reixin, she is the killer of the third realm, nice to meet her. He asked in surprise, when did she change her name? But at the same moment, they turned around, the workers said that the golden portal would open soon, so they should get ready. The players began to walk around the hall more cheerfully. He asked with excitement, will she be okay? There, they will need to go through authentication by name and face. She folded her arms across her chest and proudly told him not to worry. Her sister's name is Fei Hua, they look very similar, she will take her identity. Her face appeared on the screen during authentication. Lin Han thought, will this really work? Then the guy looked at the list and said that there was only one left. Everyone get ready for the portal to open. A guy from the crowd asked, were Wang Chang and Lin Han coming too? They turned around and happily said that they hadn't seen Yuan for a long time. But then Lin Han looked sadly at how dissatisfied Yuan approached the organizer. He said that he did not want to be in a squad with these pests and asked to change the team. The irritated organizer shouted that he did not care what he wanted. The party has already been formed, so he should stop complaining and quickly go to the portal. After a while, they found themselves in a deserted place among various artifacts and rocks. The group stood at the foot of a huge cliff. Wang Chang asked Lin Han, doesn't this seem strange? Is it just him, or have they already been there when they passed the copy of the silver portal? The protagonist replied that he also thought so, they should be careful, he sensed danger. But Wang Chang asked what he was talking about. They had already fought the hidden boss, it was easy. But then he asked, what? An army of shadow monsters appeared in front of him, which gradually materialized and approached. The protagonist smirked and asked who made him say that. Now they would have to fight a whole squad of these hidden bosses. They stood back to back, surrounded by giant minotaur monsters on all sides. He asked how it was that the hidden boss suddenly became an ordinary monster. Was this place really that dangerous? Yuan began to swing his weapon and inflict wounds on the monster. He said that these minotaurs were at least level 15, and he himself was only level 18. Let them stay themselves, and he would leave. Yuan ran away, and Wang Chang asked, is he an idiot? If there are so many of them at the beginning, then in the depths of the ruins there will be even more. It would be safest to stay close to Lin Han's brother. At this time, he used the magic of the staff and his lightning surrounded the minotaur, which was burning, and there was an explosion around it. The monster fell, and Lin Han said that he certainly did not like it, but he did not want it to die. He should quickly go after Yuan. Wang Chang was scared and asked what about them? Yunyun also asked, that's right. Fei Hua was standing behind him with a dagger and a displeased expression. She was nothing to them. He was scared and awkwardly said, of course not. He was sure that the elder was incredibly strong. However, there were too many minotaurs, even she would have a hard time. Immediately after these words, a huge monster fell to the ground behind her and raised a lot of dust. Fei Hua wiped the dagger and said with a smile, yes, she had relaxed too much lately, she still needed to train her skills more often. He jumped away from her and said in fear that he did not understand what she was talking about. He thought that Lin Han was a monster, but it turned out that there were monsters scarier than him. The protagonist asked him to take care of them and quickly ran away. She shouted with a smile that there was a separate fee for this, and he irritably said, okay, the main thing is that she protects them. Yuan continued to fight the monsters that attacked in the crowd. He inflicted severe wounds on them with his claws, but it was difficult for him. He screamed, this is terrible, why are there so many monsters? He can't defeat them, but he can't escape either. Will he really meet his death in such a place? He grabbed his injured shoulder and clenched his teeth, and then heard Lin Han say, Yuan doesn't need help? He was standing on a small hill. If he asks nicely, Lin Han will help. Yuan frowned and told him not to dream about it, he will die, but he won't ask him. At the same time, the minotaur swung his axe and almost killed Yuan, but he dodged at the last moment. Lin Han sat on the cliff and smiled, telling Yuan to take his time and think it over well. There is no need to worry about him, he has a great view from there. The minotaur screamed furiously and again hit Yuan with his axe, who covered himself with his claws, but still flew back from the blow. He slid along the ground and stopped, then frowned and said, it seems they started the conversation on the wrong note. He was already wounded and tired. The protagonist just grinned and spread his arms. He had already said his condition, only Yuan decides. A giant monster raised its axe above him to kill, then the frightened Yuan screamed. He begs Lin Han to save him. He immediately began to run towards him, and said that he should have said so right away, he wouldn't have to take hits. He stood in front of the minotaur, and blocked the blow of the huge axe with his staff and magic. Yuan opened his eyes and said that he was saved, but when he turned around, he began to panic and screamed that they were surrounded. A whole crowd of minotaurs was indeed running towards them. They were angry and wanted to kill them. Lin Han asked, did he forget what class he was? Yuan asked, the altar class, but how would that help in their situation? The protagonist said that he had a good memory. Sometimes he had to sacrifice, this time he would be the victim. He grabbed Yuan by the leg, and he looked at him with fear, then Lin Han threw him up. Yuan shouted that Lin Han was a scoundrel, he would definitely kill him. After a while, they stood in front of a field filled with the bodies of minotaurs, which were surrounded by dust. The protagonist asked, "He has an assassin class, why is he so weak?" He couldn't even stand such a speed. At this time Yuan was nauseous. He grabbed Lin Han by the jacket and angrily shouted, "What kind of nonsense is he talking about? No one would be okay after flying at such a speed." Lin Han awkwardly said, "Why is he so angry? But he raised a lot of levels, right?" He said that it was true, he gained a lot of experience, a little more, and he will be able to raise his class. In the distance, they saw a huge flash of rays of light and began to worry. The protagonist said, "It seems that the others are not as good as them, will he go with him?" Yuan said yes, he is not the type to simply forget about help. The Minotaur grinned viciously when his weapon was cut in half by Wang Chang's card. He laughed and said, "It turns out that the monsters of the gold dungeon are not that strong." He was scared when Yun touched him and said that without Jian, they would have already been dead. She covered them with her body and told them to stop messing around, it would soon become really dangerous. Yun asked in fear, "What happened?" She frowned and asked, "Did they not notice themselves?" The Minotaurs stopped, although a moment ago they were approaching them like a tank. A huge crack appeared in the ground in front of them, from which a bright white flash shone. They began to walk back while the ground shook and new rocks appeared. From the high rocks and cracks, the tallest one appeared, on which was another Minotaur. The monster stood up and roared loudly, "This is the gold rank boss, the Lord of the Minotaurs." They asked in fear, "What? Why did the Minotaur Lord appear in the gold rank dungeon?" Fei Hua looked at him sullenly and thought, the Minotaur Lord is not a threat, but the fact that she has to protect those two during the battle will make things very difficult. Then Lin Han and Yuan appeared behind her. He happily said that they came just in time. Every movement and roar of the monster made the ground shake. Yuan was frightened and asked, "What, the Minotaur Lord? It is a gold-ranked monster, can he refuse?" The protagonist said that it is too late to go back. The monster ran towards them and swung its sword. It hit the ground and everything began to collapse, shake and jump up. Fei Hua and Yuan jumped up, and Lin Han jumped in the opposite direction, then many cracks and falling rocks appeared. A cloud of dust appeared on the cliff. Wang Chang asked, "Where did that bull go?" Fei Hua turned to him and screamed in panic to be careful. The ground beneath his feet began to crumble and glow. Wang Chang started bleeding from the mouth. He and Yun were hit hard by a Minotaur, who suddenly appeared from a hole in the ground and struck them with rocks and himself. They fell far back and hit the ground hard, falling. They were separated by a convex part of the ground. Wang Chang told her to run, he would try to hold off the monster. But she extended her hand to him and said, "No, they should run together." While they were lying there injured, a Minotaur towered over them, shouting and waving his sword. Just as his weapon was about to fall, MC managed to cover them with himself and created a protective barrier with his staff. He asked in annoyance, what was wrong with them? If they were injured, they should step aside, not make a drama. Yuan took them on his shoulders and began to carry them away, and Wang Chang asked when he became so wide, even decided to help. He replied that he was doing this because they were in his way, they should be taken away. Upset, Wang Chang said that he thought so too. The Minotaur tried to break through the barrier, but each blow caused large flashes, after which the earth began to collapse and shake again, and the monster disappeared. The protagonist said that this bull can hide underground, this is a problem. Fei Hua asked, he is very strong, how did it happen that he could not hurt the Lord of the Minotaurs? He turned around and asked in surprise, was it he who hired her? Why does he have a feeling that they have switched places? Fei Hua armed herself with a dagger and confidently told him not to worry, if she was paid, she works well. He sat down and stuck his staff nearby, saying, good, it will be useful to watch the battle of such an experienced master. A Minotaur jumped out from the ground next to Fei Hua, like an explosion that destroyed everything around it. She calmly waited for its attack, and at the last moment, her aura glowed and she jumped up as the monster's sword struck the ground. It was as if she surrounded the monster with her clones and flipped with a dagger in her hand. While she was flying around, she dealt many blows with her blade all over the Minotaur's body, and also cut its sword and landed. She used the skill Floating Petal Execution, Bloody Fall. Immediately, all her attacks became stronger and more powerful. They cut the monster into many pieces while it screamed, and then the Minotaur fell behind her, raising a cloud of dust. She proudly asked, did he like it? Did he not waste his money? The protagonist said yes, he definitely liked it. He thought she dealt more than 100 slashes to this monster in just a second. Well, She is worthy of the title of the goddess of killers. Yunyan was treating Wang Chang, and he asked what was going on. Yuan said it was strange. It seemed like there had been no movement for a long time. Were they killed by that bull? Suddenly they were surprised when a large magic circle appeared under them. She asked what? The dungeon was cleared. Did that mean Lin Han and that girl were able to defeat the boss after all? But it was too fast. There were screens in the dungeon hall. A notification appeared on them that all the hidden tasks had been completed. The list of team members: Lin Han, Fei Hua, Wang Chang, Yuan, Yunyan. They appeared in the hall through the magic circle. There were already many people there, and Lin Han was stretching his shoulders. The worker smiled and said that he was really good. If he was free in the evening, he could be treated to a dinner of the new heroes of their dungeon. Lin Han replied that the first gift from Boss Tian was already enough. He asked in surprise, a gift? What is he talking about? Did Boss Tian offend him somehow? The protagonist handed him a piece of paper with displeasure and said, in the gold-rank dungeon that their training ground owns, they met a strange monster. It was the Lord of the Minotaurs, the gold-rank boss. They invited them there themselves. If they did not have enough luck, they would not have been able to get out alive. Boss Tian looked at him in shock, then excitedly took the paper and said, no, he didn't send out an invitation. He doesn't know how this happened, but he's really sorry. Lin Han said again that they almost lost their lives, and he's trying to buy it off with a simple apology? Boss Tian was scared and asked, then what does he want? The protagonist smiled and turned to Wang Chang, saying that he received the most serious injuries, so he should decide. He asked in surprise him? He looked at the embarrassed Yunyan, and then confidently said, they're not villains to blackmail the owner of a gold dungeon. He can give them 2 gold-level equipment, and they'll forget everything. The protagonist looked at him with displeasure, and then thought, is he a complete idiot? He could have asked for something much more valuable. Boss Tian happily said, no problem, they'll have everything delivered to them tomorrow. In addition, they will include 3 free passes to the dungeons that all masters below the Saint stage can enter. Each pass can be used 3 times. Wang Chang scratched his head and said with a smile that he thanked the master. Then he can deliver everything to Lin Han's house. Boss Tian again apologized for this incident, and said that they would deliver everything tomorrow. Lin Han put his hand forward to stop him. He would forget about this time and hoped that it would not happen again. Then he thought, judging from the behavior of the owner of Tian, he had nothing to do with this. He and Fei Hua were walking through the city. Lin Han wondered if it was the Ma family trying to get rid of him. But that would be too open for them. Fei Hua slapped his cheeks, and he asked what she was doing? She smiled and said that she just wanted to dispel his sadness, and that's all. He frowned and asked her if she thought the Ma family did all this. Fei Hua, like a detective, began to explain everything. Hidden changes to the properties of the portal or the dungeon itself are not such a simple task. As he said, the Ma family must be involved. The protagonist thinks that they will not stop there. Fei Hua can deal with the Ma family. She began to wave her hands and said, he is overestimating her. Although she is strong, she is not comparable to the head of the Ma family. This old Uncle Zhang is a level 76 master. They say that he will soon be able to reach the divine stage. He asked disappointedly, was it not she who boasted about her strength? She shouted in annoyance, this is completely different. In the entire Dragon Empire, there are only 3 divine stage masters. Of course she does not want to fight a damn monster. He said that he understood everything. He understood. Fei Hua said that on the other hand, the head of the family is too old to get involved in this kind of conflict. She does not think that he will personally intervene, but the family is among the 20 strongest families in their empire. Among them, there are many Supreme Saint Stage Masters. She and the Supreme Early Stage are not comparable to them. He asked, are there many Divine Stage Masters in other empires? She replied, according to the words of the high-ranking people of their empire, other countries have about 10 Divine Stage Masters. They are very secretive and dangerous. It is said that they have united into one squad to stop the advance of monsters. He said that she is quite knowledgeable. It was not for nothing that he hired her. Fei Hua replied proudly, it is just that he is too young and has not been to many places. When he realizes the vastness of their world, he himself will understand that there are many powerful masters there. Now Lin Han realized that she is not that strong compared to others. Fei Hua was upset and said dissatisfiedly, yes, if he thinks that she is useless, then she quits. He grabbed her hand and asked her to stop, not to leave. If she leaves, then he spent all the money for nothing. She also snorted dissatisfiedly and said, by the way, because he constantly distracted her with conversations, she forgot to ask about something important. He stopped the attack of a gold-rank boss so casually, so what is the level of his true strength? Lin Han awkwardly looked away. He can't say, it's a secret. She came closer and used a cute face, asking, he won't even tell his cute sister? The protagonist blushed and jumped back, telling her not to come so close. Okay, his strength can probably be compared to a diamond stage master. She said admiringly that he is very strong for his age. Lin Han thought, in fact, he can be compared to an early stage supreme stage master, but it's not that important, now she will forget it for a while. But Fei Hua immediately asked, by the way, he is the only altar of the third realm in the world, can he heal the wounds of a supreme stage master? He smiled and said that he hadn't tried it, but he probably could. He himself thought that of course he could, he had a forbidden level restoration spell. As long as she hadn't died, he could heal any of her wounds. Fei Hua came over and happily patted him on the shoulder, saying that it was wonderful. Now, if she was hurt, she could always turn to him. The protagonist said awkwardly, in fact, he hired her, but he felt like he had become her altar. She told him not to worry about something insignificant. By the way, where are they going to sleep tonight? He was going to go home. If she wanted, she could spend the night at his place. She looked at him in surprise, and the phrase, she could spend the night at his place, repeated itself many times in her head. He wanted her to go with him. What did that mean? After that, she began to laugh, and Lin Han thought dissatisfiedly, what was she dreaming about? Fei Hua blushed and said embarrassedly that this was not right, she was selling her strength, not her body. He said angrily that he was only talking about a place to stay, she should not make up unnecessary things. Fei Hua looked away in fear and said that she understood. At nightfall, they arrived at the villa. He greeted his parents and asked if dinner was ready. Fei Hua also greeted them and called them aunt and uncle. She peeked out from behind him and apologized for disturbing him. His mother cried and said that their son had become an adult. His father laughed. He hoped that the young people would show restraint, at least while they were at home. Lin Han said displeasedly that this was not what they thought, she should explain to them. But when he turned around, he asked where she had disappeared to. Fei Hua had already approached the table and happily said that they had already eaten dinner, so they would go to their room to rest. They quickly entered his room, and his father coughed and said that it was just youth. Early in the morning, the light was on in his room, but Lin Han was still asleep. When he suddenly woke up, he was shocked because his hand was on Fei Hua. He stood up in fear and asked what was going on. She said good morning to him, and then continued to sleep. At this time, Lin Han asked dissatisfiedly why she was sleeping in his bed, what happened last night. Fei Hua rubbed her eyes and asked in confusion, nothing happened, what did he think up? He sat up and said nothing, then why did she come? Fei Hua calmly put on her cloak and said that last night, Boss Tian's people brought what they promised. She thought that it was not worth waking her uncle and aunt for this, so she simply jumped out of the window and took the things. Then she carried the things to his room and was very sleepy. He asked, isn't she the goddess of assassins and shouldn't be more careful in such cases? Fei Hua yawned and told him not to worry, if something happened, she would definitely notice. She handed him 3 cards and told him to take them. He looked at the cards and then gave one to her. She looked at the gift in surprise and asked, is this for her? He asked, she just managed to get to the supreme stage, right? This pass will help her level up. She anxiously asked, isn't this too generous? He smiled and told him not to worry about it, he just wants her to become even stronger. Then she will be able to protect him even more effectively. She sat on the bed and embarrassedly wanted to tell him something. While their faces were too close, his mother came into the room and said, it's time for breakfast. He scaredly said, Mom, wait, this is not what she thought. She embarrassedly said she will go make more chicken soup, and then quickly slammed the door. He said he was sure she had misunderstood. Fei Hua laughed and asked if she should explain. But he said she shouldn't, because her explanation would only make things worse. She stood up and said, by the way, 3 days have already passed, she needs to report to the auction hall that nothing has happened to him during this time. Is he well acquainted with Manager Liu? Lin Han would not say well, but he is familiar. She frowned and asked him not to let down his guard with him, he is not as simple a person as he seems. She heard that the head of the entire merchant guild also has the surname Liu. The protagonist thought, is Manager Liu really a relative of the head of the merchant guild Huiwe, or is he a secret boss? She also said that the 5 major academies will soon begin accepting disciples. Would he like to enroll somewhere? She thinks that the altar of the Third Kingdom will be accepted everywhere. He knew that a huge amount of resources is required to raise his class. But he will not be able to use his master often. Perhaps he should consider enrolling in the academy. He came to the student reception hall and felt uncomfortable when he saw a lot of people. He said that there were too many. The staff came up to him and said that there was a general admission of students. Mr. Lin could go inside with them and undergo a double selection. He asked, "What, a double selection?" "That's right. It means that not only does the academy representative choose the student, but the student can also choose the academy he wants." The protagonist thought it sounded tempting, and together they went to Block B, the Sage building. Inside, there were 5 people sitting in front of him. He was sad because the atmosphere was not very good. The head of the academy, Chang Chi, said that the disciple Lin Han, the first sacrificial warrior in the world to reach the 3rd realm, should enter their academy. There, they will make him the strongest sacrificial warrior in the world through training. The second head laughed and said, "He is already the strongest sacrificial warrior in the world. He does not need training." He offers him to enter their Joyun Academy. He promises that they will provide him with as many disaster sources as he needs to upgrade his class. The young head of the Shiming Academy asked what they would teach him at the Joyun Academy. They, the Shiming Academy, specialize in training students with a support class. Lin Han can enroll. He promises that they will unleash his enormous potential at their academy. The head of the Qing Yun Academy happily said that they can also assure him of providing disaster sources and other resources. They will be glad to see him at the Qing Yun Academy. The girl said that she was sorry, but their academy is for women. However, if he doesn't mind having several hundred senior sisters, then they are waiting for him. He was embarrassed and scratched his head, saying that this was too much. While they were arguing, he wondered what was going on. Lin Han thought that they were treating him badly. The head of the Changchi Academy stood up and slammed the table loudly, telling everyone to shut up. He said that at their academy, students don't get resources for nothing. First, he will have to prove himself worthy of it. For example, if he won the tournament of their academy, he would receive the corresponding resources. As long as he holds first place, all the resources of their academy will belong to him. However, everything will depend only on him. Is he ready for this? The other heads of the academies tensed up. Director Julian said discontentedly, "What nonsense is he talking? Yes, no one except the little witch Fei Hua has held the first place in their academy for a long time. He says beautiful words about how all the resources will belong to him, but in fact, he will not get anything." The protagonist was surprised and thought, so Fei Hua is a graduate of the Changchi Academy. Judging by the reaction of this old director, she is quite famous in their environment. Why did she not talk about it? The head of the Shiming Academy said, "In fact, for Lin Han, the most important resources are the sources of natural disasters. Only with their help can he rise to the altar of the 4th realm. It is quite difficult to obtain, but for their academy it is not a problem. Has he ever heard of artificial sources of natural disasters?" MC was shocked and asked, "Can sources be created artificially?" In fact, not only did he hear about them, he also created them himself. The director said, yes, if the scale of the disasters is controlled, they will not cause much harm to the surrounding world. Their academy has studied this issue for a long time, so they can be called masters of artificial disasters. Director Su stood up and laughed. Their knowledge is empty words. What is the use of this research if the strongest masters are still being trained by them, the Changchi Academy? The director got angry and shouted, "What did he say?" Everyone fell silent. When Lin Han began to speak, he asked them not to swear. He is very grateful to all of them for the praise and excellent conditions. He resolutely and confidently said that he has already made his choice. He will enter the Changchi Academy. Director Su laughed happily and said that it was a great choice. He shouldn't worry, they wouldn't disappoint him. He handed him the documents and said that the training would start in 3 months. They would meet very soon. He walked back with Fei Hua and said that she had dealt with the report very quickly. She said yes, it was because she wanted to know how it went quickly. So which academy did he choose? He said proudly and contentedly that during the interview, he learned that there was a young genius studying in one of the academies. In the end, that person became a young master of the supreme stage. He also heard that during her entire training at the academy, she set many records. He wanted to compete. She looked at him questioningly and thought that the description sounded familiar. Fei Hua said that she understood, so he chose the Changchi Academy? She laughed and said that she couldn't believe it. That academy still remembered her. The protagonist said that this was an incredible coincidence, and Fei Hua said with sparkling eyes, so now she will become his elder sister. He should call her that. He thought dissatisfiedly that he would never call her elder sister. Then he realized something and said, he had a feeling that someone was watching him. Could she tell who it was? She looked ahead carefully. She felt the energy of different people with the dark aura. He was right, there were 3 groups of people in the northeast, southwest and north. Judging from the conversations, they were the people of the Ma family. Lin Han realized that the Ma family had not retreated yet. He said that he would leave them to Fei Hua. She armed herself and adjusted her hair, telling him not to worry, she would deal with them in 30 seconds. At this time, Tianxing was sitting on the steps, and his worker came over to report. He asked dissatisfiedly, "How is it going?" He said in a frightened and anxious voice, all 3 groups had been eliminated, they no longer had people who could handle this guy. He didn't think they could do anything to him. Should they retreat? Tianxing stood up and shouted in frustration, "They can't retreat now, his sister has already been locked up, if he retreated, no one would save her. They can't let go of the pass to the number 3 ruins." The guy said that the young master's opponent was stronger than they thought. It seems that this Lin Han hired Mrs. Fei Hua as his bodyguard. He frowned and said that he had no choice. Tianxing looked towards the house. He and his worker sat down near the gate of the house. He asked Uncle Zhang for forgiveness. His sister was locked in the residence. His father couldn't help her, since many elders were in favor of this measure of punishment. The pass number 3 was too important. He bowed his head and said that he had no choice but to ask him. The door opened slightly. He said that this boy was impudent, they should meet. Tianxing created a magic circle, magic particles spread out, and Lin Han suddenly opened his eyes at night when he felt it. He got up, and Fei Hua was already on his bed. She frowned and asked, did he feel it too? The protagonist sweated and said, he didn't know that they would go this far. Fei Hua was scared. She felt the aura of a very powerful master on the outskirts of the city. He must be at least at the peak of the supreme stage. MC confidently said, if he continues to hide from them, sooner or later they will get to his family. Well, then I'll have to take the initiative on him. She asked excitedly, is he crazy? She said that there is a peak supreme stage master there. He smiled and said that she is also a supreme stage master. Besides, they have already prepared the battlefield. They will be offended if they don't come. On the dam of the abandoned area of the city, Tianxing was meditating. He felt that they had arrived. The energy was approaching him at lightning speed, which he could clearly feel. When Fei Hua's shadow attacked from above, he chuckled. Fei Hua did not have time to approach. When her attack was blocked by someone else's weapon, she bared her teeth in dissatisfaction. Uncle Zhang said, at such a young age, she was already able to master the technique of shadow killing. He waved his weapon and said that this was truly admirable. Fei Hua took her usual form and asked, who is he? At this time, Tianxing met Lin Han. He said that he was difficult to find. He had been hiding from him all the time. The protagonist folded his arms and smirked. The Ma family has many useful things. He found it thanks to this compass, right? Tianxing said that it was time for them to stop talking casually. He was giving him one last chance. If Lin Han gave him the number 3 pass, there would be no conflict. He asked why he would do that. He bought it honestly at the auction. Tianxing screamed. He wanted to settle this quietly. But now they would both die. After that he called Uncle Jin. But Fei Hua asked. He wanted to attack from behind, but he would have to deal with her first. Her eyes were shining as she attacked with her sword, but Uncle Zhang easily blocked her strike. She was shocked when she saw that her sword was crumbling under his magic. She said her sword. After that, the master hit her hard and she flew far back, but Lin Han caught her. He asked when she became so weak. She was knocked down in 1 second. She shouted angrily at him not to talk nonsense. She only fell because her sword was too fragile. Fei Hua held her hand on the wound from which streams of magic were emanating. She only knew one person who would use such a strange weapon. It was Zhang Shifeng, who was called the Master of the 3 Blades, and he was a master at the peak of the supreme stage. A man stood in front of them, holding out a sword with 3 blades. His aura was creepy and threatening. He looked at them with disdain and said, that's right, he is the same Zhang Shifeng, the Master of the 3 Blades. If they want to live, they should just give up the pass and leave. They looked at him in fear. He said if this does not happen, he will kill them both. Fei Hua stood up in a cloud of dust, smiled and said that he underestimated her. She was too careless. But it will not happen again. She took a fighting stance, and said that she would not give up so easily. Her shadow began to change, then began to materialize and become larger, approaching Shifeng. Her shadow streams grabbed him, which surprised him. Fei Hua said that she would show her abilities and she swung her dagger. She screamed as she jumped and stuck her blade into the shadow cocoon, and Tianqing told his uncle to be careful. But Shifeng easily broke the shackles and her shadow streams flew in different directions. Fei Hua proudly emitted streams of fire magic, while the master dispelled her shadow. He said first she distracted him with an illusion, then in a split second she enclosed him in a shadow cocoon and tried to deal fatal damage with a legendary dagger. This is not bad, the strength of the younger generation is sometimes even frightening. The protagonist said that he would help her, but Tianqing blocked his way and said that he would be his opponent, and he would not interfere with the elder's fun. Lin Han flexed his fists and said if he wanted to die so much, then he would fulfill his wish. He had long wanted to take revenge on him. He shouted that these were his words, he would die because of his stubbornness. A bright glow of 2 colors appeared around Tianqing. This powerful energy created a flow of wind. Armor appeared on him, and then a sword. He was in full armor that glowed. Tianqing is a level 40 knight at the peak of the gold stage. He will defeat anyone who has not yet reached the diamond stage. If the ruins number 3 could be entered by diamond stage masters, he would have long ago upgraded his class. If not for Lin Han, he could take all the treasures of the ruins and become several times stronger. He is simply a non-entity. He pushed off and quickly approached, shouting that he would pay for this sin with his life. When he swung his sword, a bright flash appeared. Tianqing asked in surprise, "What?" The protagonist smiled and held the sword with one finger. He said that Tianqing was just a frog at the bottom of a well that the world had never seen. He said that he would defeat anyone below the diamond stage. Then he should let Lin Han dispel his dreams. He waved his hand and the sword began to spin, flying upward. Tianqing's weapon crashed into the concrete, and the angry Lin Han began to run towards him. Tianqing began to tremble when Lin Han dealt him an incredible number of blows. He did not stop and smiled. Very soon, Tianqing flew upward, and his armor began to fly apart into pieces. The protagonist watched contentedly as Tianqing fell to the floor, raising a lot of dust. He lay completely without armor and a huge dent. The blow was very strong and he was unconscious for a few moments. When he got up, he was surprised and scared, said not to approach him. Lin Han said displeasedly that he would spare him if he gave him the compass, otherwise he would not take into account the Ma family's situation and kill him. Tianqing shouted that he did not dare to do that. He thinks that if he could break his armor, he would win. That's not true, he will kill him himself. The protagonist said that he chose death himself and struck, but was surprised when his fist stopped because of the barrier. Tianqing laughed and said that Lin Han does not need to try. This is a legendary level artifact. Even a supreme stage master will not be able to break through it. He lost. Lin Han looked at him angrily and thought that the Ma family is really rich to give such a treasure to a diamond stage guy. He said that if there was no shield when he broke all his armor, then the artifact only appears when he is in mortal danger. Tianqing sat up and asked, what if that's the case? Even if his bodyguard had a legendary level dagger, she wouldn't last long. He would die once Uncle John was done with her. Lin Han thought about it. He had a point. This shield was too strong, even he couldn't break it with just a few hits. Fei Hua would have a hard time without it. Well, he had no other choice. Suddenly, an explosion and a large thick cloud of smoke appeared. Tianqing's barrier disappeared. He screamed in fear. What's going on? In front of him stood an old man with a bright sphere in his hand, lightning radiating from it. He said, so it was he who made his disciple ask him for help? The youth of their time are strange, making an old man tense up. Tianqing said in fear, this power, the power of a supreme stage master, is it somehow related to Lin Han? The evil man said that it was true. If the Ma family seriously intended to kill his disciple, then he, as his master, would not stand by. He would have to help solve this little problem. The sky darkened, a spiral of black clouds appeared above them, and lightning stretched towards the middle. Tianqing excitedly said, wait, this is just a misunderstanding. He asks him to say his name and his family will make up for everything. The master asked, say his name? He thinks that such a blatant lie can be believed? He just wanted to pass his name to the saint stage master of his family, so that he would get rid of him forever. He raised his hand up and used the skill Chaos Domain, Terrible Judgment. From the mass of dark clouds and a cloud of magic, lightning began to strike the ground. There were an incredible number of them. He put his hand forward and delivered the most powerful punch. A stream of magic powerfully struck downwards and made a large hole. In the Ministry of Magic Control of Bureau City, an employee saw these terrible lightnings on the screen. He screamed and called out to the head, they have a problem. A huge surge of magical energy has been detected. The boss slammed his hands on the table and asked, is it another forbidden level spell? Why hasn't this mysterious master left their city yet? He asked. What should they do? Lin Tian thought, this time the spell is much stronger than the last one. Are they really the same master? He said, perhaps two mysterious masters who can use forbidden level spells have appeared in the city at once. We must immediately declare a top-level alert and begin evacuating the population. He will personally go there. He looked at the sky, completely covered with clouds and huge lightning. The spell's radius is too large. He hopes that Lin Tian can handle it. Fei Hua was seriously injured. Blood was flowing from her mouth. She said that the next blow would be the last. She used the skill Floating Petal Execution. Her body began to split into many copies that quickly attacked. Even Uncle Wives was having a hard time. She dealt many blows, cut him and inflicted wounds. After that, although he was injured, he smiled. She said, if it weren't for his old injury, she wouldn't have had a chance, but this time she won. He smiled and asked if she was celebrating too early? If it weren't for the injury, he would have already entered the Saint stage. She thinks he's weaker than a primary stage Supreme Master? Fei Hua asked in surprise, are there really any more techniques? Uncle Jing put his sword in front of him and said, her Floating Petal Execution is indeed a powerful skill. But it's still not as strong as a forbidden level spell, but he has one. He hasn't used a forbidden level skill for a long time, the Three Blades Domain. As soon as he cast the spell, a fiery explosion appeared behind him, and the ground beneath his feet began to crumble. She thought in fear, such a terrifying energy, if she were attacked by this, she would definitely die. 3 phantom blades appeared above the master's head, but then he sensed that Tianqing was in danger and stopped. He saw a powerful stream of magical lightning and asked, is this powerful aura a forbidden level spell? He began to leave and said that Fei Hua was lucky, and she said with relief that she was saved. But then she thought, will Boss Lin really be okay? Lightning struck in a powerful stream and a white aura of a barrier appeared above Tianqing's head. He noticed the cracks on the shield and frowned and said that it was impossible. His artifact could withstand the strongest attack of a Supreme Stage Master, so how could he break it? His hands and feet were shackled by chains. A master appeared from the smoke and said that for him, a Gold Stage Knight, it should be an honor to die from a forbidden spell of the forbidden level. He asked, what kind of joke is this? Lin Han replied, this is part of the capabilities of his forbidden spell. Although it chooses targets randomly, if it latches on, it will not let go until it kills the victim. Tianqing saw a glowing weapon made of lightning above him. He asked, will it kill the victim? No. As the spear flew towards him, a shield of 3 blades appeared in front of him and protected Tianqing from the attack, but the shockwave destroyed the concrete surface, raising dust and stones. Uncle Zhang blocked him and said that his spell was so strong that even he, the master of 3 blades, was curious about who cast it. Tianqing was happy that his uncle saved him, and Lin Han wondered why he came. Did something happen to Fei Hua? Angered, Tianqing said that Uncle Zhang could not hold back. He was trying to kill him. The master extended his sword and told him not to worry. As long as he was near, he would be fine. They stood in a large cloud of dust. Lin Han asked, Master of 3 blades, what does this mean? As long as Tianqing is in the area of his forbidden spell, the effect will not stop. I wonder how many of his spells he can withstand? A cloud of magic and lightning appeared in the sky again, which stretched down and surrounded the blade that Uncle Zhang raised. He said that now they will all know. He sighed and said how many years have passed since the last time he fought with all his might. He was grateful that his master allowed him to feel it once more. He thrust his sword into the ground, and then a powerful stream of lightning struck behind him. He cast the spell of the 3 blades domain. 3 phantom and bright swords appeared in the sky. They began to spin rapidly, and Shifeng stood proudly. He said, this is the perfect version of his 3 blades domain. Everything within the range of his sword energy will be destroyed. At this time, Fei Hua appeared behind him and asked, Boss Lin, where is Lin Han? He said that he moved his disciple to a safe place. She asked in surprise, disciple? Okay, they need to escape urgently. He frowned and told her not to worry. He is not afraid of his sword energy. He knew that due to the low level and stage, he cannot often use forbidden level spells. After the second he will simply have no strength left. But he will have to take the risk. He jumped high into the air and cast, will be destroyed? Then let his 3 blades domain try to destroy it. A real meteorite with a burning tail began to fly into the spinning blades. When the collision occurred, an incredibly strong explosion thundered. A lot of smoke in the city began to collapse from the shock wave. 2 swords shattered into small pieces and MC said that Uncle Jing lost, and he calmly stood there and laughed. he said. Yes, 2 blades out of 3 were destroyed, but the last blade absorbed the power of the other 2, so it became even more deadly and sharper. He stretched out his hand in order to kill Lin Han, then the blade quickly flew towards him. Worried Fei Hua told him to run. He told her not to joke, it's just a sword, it will never hurt him. In fact, he thought it was bad, he wanted to escape, but his body was so weak that he could not even take a step, he would have to hope for it. The sword stopped right in front of his face, and then also shattered into small pieces. Lin Han sighed with relief, he was lucky, his forbidden level spell was stronger. Uncle Zhang looked down with displeasure, he screamed, when did the master do this? His limbs were wrapped in chains, and Lin Han began to approach and he warned him that these chains were not the most terrible. The main dish was right above them. He raised his head and asked in fear, what is this? Among the bloody clouds, he saw a terrible guillotine. The protagonist said angrily, the guillotine of the god of murder, the final part of his spell, the terrible judgment. He said that the master of the 3 blades will now come to an end, then the guillotine fell to the ground with a loud bang. But Uncle Zhang immediately struck many blows with his sword, cutting the guillotine and huge pieces of iron began to fall down. The protagonist said that he was worthy of his title, the master of the 3 blades. He thought, worthy of the title? He was going to kill him now, and his mana was almost gone. Do I really have to use that move? They turned around in surprise when the elder asked, are they still fighting? Do they really not respect him at all? Shifeng asked, elder? He didn't know that this old mage was still alive. Lin Tian laughed and said that he was glad to meet an old acquaintance. The protagonist became worried, is this bad? Are they also old acquaintances? He is not sure that he can defeat them even if he uses that move. Angered, Lin Tian said, if the gentlemen are going to continue fighting, then he will have to escort them both to the imperial prison. Tianqing told his uncle that it's time to stop this fight. Lin Han said, first he threatened his disciple's life, and now he's asking him to stop fighting? It seems that he doesn't take him seriously. Although the Ma family compass is destroyed, it does not guarantee that he will not be found. If he shows weakness, they will definitely come for him, he cannot retreat. He said they won't stop fighting until he gives this old master an explanation, this is his last word. A ball of magic appeared in his hand, spreading rays, the sky darkened, 3 spirals of powerful magic and many lightning bolts appeared. He flew among this horror, and the elder tensed up. Lin Han had exhausted almost all the wind elemental power in this area. Now he can only use 20% of what he has. How can he, a master with the wind lightning attribute heavenly mage class, fight in such a situation? Lin Han with eerie glowing eyes said that Lin Tian can also join in, there is no point in hiding anymore. He himself cried in his mind, he can only maintain this spell for 3 minutes, hoping that in this time he will be able to deal with them and the group that is watching. Surrounding himself with bright magic, he said that his strength is enough for everyone. Suddenly a mage appeared and began to laugh, true, but they are all masters of a respectable age, why are they so angry with each other? Maybe there is some way to reconcile? A group of mages came forward and everyone folded their hands greeting them. The girl's name is Gongsun Pioneer, the head mage is Chen Feng, another one is Wang Su and the last one is Li Changqi. They said their names and at the same time said that they greeted their elders. Lin Han became very worried, why was he so unlucky today? Now he will have to fight against 6 masters of the supreme stage at once. He won't even be able to escape from them. If he is caught, they will definitely lock him up in prison and reveal his identity. He said that the Ma family tried to kill his disciple first, he will not reconcile until he repays them. Feng said that he heard about this situation. According to the rules of the auction, the one who offers the highest price during the bidding takes the goods. He, the elder, was able to beat the Ma family to the pass to the number 3 ruins, so yes, by all rights the pass is his. One said, rumors that the great Ma family had stooped to such a lowly act might reach the public. Then it would greatly damage their reputation, and therefore their influence. Why would 2 powerful masters fight to the death over a pass to the ruins? Changqi smiled and said if the Ma family started this, then they will apologize to the elder. Of course, they should not bother him anymore. An angry Tianqing hid behind his uncle and said alright, the Ma family agrees to such conditions. He knelt down and said that the Ma family deeply apologizes to the elder, asking him to forgive Tianqing for his reckless behavior. Gongsun said if they settled the conflict with the Ma family, maybe he will reveal his identity to the master? He said not to be considered stupid. One apology did not make him stupid. He had no more questions for the Ma family, but he did not promise them more. Lin Han was glad that he had been at a distance all this time. Uncle Zhang grabbed his nephew and quickly ran away from there. Feng smiled and said, "It's good that everything ended like this," the elder, him. The protagonist interrupted him and said that he did not like empty talk, so he was also leaving. The elder asked him to stop. He turned around and asked displeasantly, "What?" They still wanted to stop him. He thought fearfully, "No, please, now he has no strong techniques." Lin Tian said that it was not the case. Recently there were many forbidden level spells recorded in the city. The origin of this magic is unknown. Does he know anything about it? The protagonist knew that his first 2 spells made too much noise. If he said that he did not know anything, it would only aggravate his suspicions. Why didn't he send the elder on a false trail? He said that he had recently followed his disciple. They saw a battle between 2 powerful masters. One was a supreme stage mage, and the other was a supreme stage wine. However, this was none of his business, so he didn't follow them or the battle. That was it. He was leaving. A bright magic circle appeared under him and a stream of wind magic. It disappeared and Lin Tian thought, wind spells, lightning spells, shadow spells, and now spatial spells. How many more secrets does he still have? He was afraid that this person would soon bring trouble to the empire. A portal appeared in Lin Han's villa. He fell straight onto the bed. His clothes began to disappear. He was exhausted and was almost fainting. He would never take such risks again. In the morning, he reached for a glass of water and groaned. His whole body ached. If he hadn't been able to scare them, he would never have gotten out of that fight. His door swung open loudly and Fei Hua greeted him loudly. He was surprised and asked why she barged in without knocking. She asked displeasedly why he was wrapped in a blanket. Was he afraid that she would pounce on him? She sat on his bed and said that this would never happen. She didn't really want to see what was under the blanket. He shouted displeasedly. If she didn't want that, she should leave the room. She called out to him sadly, and he asked what happened. Fei Hua said that she came to say goodbye. She suddenly received a quest from the merchant guild, so she would not be able to continue to protect him. But she would not be able to return the money because it had already run out. Lin Han happily waved his hand at her and said that he didn't need it. He just hoped that she would continue to protect him when she completed the quest. He patted her head and said that it was hard for her too. He was sure she had not fully recovered yet, so she should not overdo it. She blushed and said that she was grateful to Boss Lin. She said, "By the way, he will be entering Changchi Academy in a month, right? Her younger sister Jian is studying there. He should take care of her." But Lin Han had better say that it was Fei Hua's request. He asked, "Is that story with her sister true? Why shouldn't she talk about it? She could talk to her herself." Fei Hua was embarrassed and said, "How can I explain this? She thinks her sister hates her." The male lead frowned. But then Fei Hua's phone rang. She smiled and said that it was better not to talk about sad things. She was leaving. He should take care of himself. Fei Hua was about to jump out the window, and he asked, why didn't she use the ordinary door? A month later, Hangyan City, Lin Han and the other guys were standing in a crowd. They asked in shock, "This?" They stood in front of a huge gate with the inscription Changchi Academy. Everyone remained silent. He thought that this gate was simply terrible. Maybe it was not too late to choose another academy? The girl walked up to them from behind and asked, "What?" They felt ashamed when they looked at their gate. They may not be worried. She felt the same way when she first saw it. However, after the words of their director, she realized that even such an art has a deep meaning. Lin Han asked, "What did the director say?" She replied, "He said that after training in their academy, they will become powerful masters. They will not be ashamed to declare themselves and stretch their hands to the sky, and this gate will be the symbol of their goal. After completing their training, this gate will be the place from which they will set off on their great path." Lin Han folded his arms and said, "Well, it doesn't look so bad." She said her name is Feng Yun, she is a senior. He also introduced himself and they shook hands. "The reception hall of Changchi Academy, there?" she asked. "So he was the same Lin Han who won first place in the exam? They say he is the only support player in the world who can kill a monster with one hit." He scratched his head awkwardly and said that rumors are always exaggerated. She happily said that she was lucky enough to meet this year's top star on the first day. She took his hand and said that she would take him to the reception room. A guy appeared in front of them with a sparkling bouquet. He said that he felt that he and Feng Yun were supposed to meet there. After all, their souls are connected by an unbreakable bond. She asked displeasedly, "What kind of bond is he talking about?" It's time for him to stop pursuing her. He asked her not to be so cold. Then he noticed Lin Han and asked, "Is this one of the applicants?" Did she decide to personally escort him? She said that this was Lin Han, the strongest disciple of Huiwa City, so she decided to help him with the admission procedure. He asked in surprise, Lin Han? But then the guy called him an adult. Lin Han can handle it himself, and he needs to talk to Fengyun. The protagonist stretched out his hand and said, it seems she doesn't really want to talk to him. The guy and the other students began to laugh. He said that Lin Han was funny. He won first place in the exam in his city. But does he really think that now he is allowed to behave so insolently with the elders in the academy alone? He threw a bouquet of flowers to one of the students and smirked. He said, his family supports the academy. There is not a single person in the city who does not respect his family. And now he dared to stop him? Everyone began to laugh and say that Lin Han did not have time to enter the academy, and he already insulted the Zhang family. Where do such bold people come from? The second guy asked where the masters of the academy were looking. How did such a fool get into them? He was pleased with such words and asked, did Lin Han hear this? It is not worth bothering the members of the Zhang family while he is in their city. But he is a big-hearted guy, so he will give him another chance. If Lin Han joins their group, he will forget about today's incident. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for him to study in their academy. The protagonist glared at him and said that he was tired of this. It would be better for them to get out of his way. At that moment, Jianan flew into the wall and hit it hard, making a hole in it. His friends were scared and started calling for him. Fengyun said that it was not bad. They ran up to the guy and grabbed him in their arms. They called for him until he did not hear them and blood flowed from his mouth. One of the guys screamed, is he completely crazy? How dare he hit his senior like that? As they took him away, Fengyun looked at it contentedly, and another girl came up from behind them. Her confident gait and beautiful appearance made everyone get out of the way. He asked in a trembling and frightened voice, Senior Fei Hua? When did she come back? She angrily told him not to mention this person in front of her. She showed him the letter and asked, is this the admission of new students? Here is her letter, she wants to finish this as soon as possible. The guy asked, is this a new student, but does she look so much like the same one? The worker in front of her also asked fearfully, Fei Hua? He will do it now. Lin Han thought, is this Fei Hua's younger sister? He walked to the table and handed over the letter, saying that he is also a new student. Can they register him? He seemed to sparkle and said, apparently they will study together. He also introduced himself. She snorted and displeasedly told him not to talk to her. It will not work. He thought that she was more arrogant than even her older sister. Well, this is a waste of time. It is better to just forget about her. He smiled and asked, since he has already completed the registration, can he go to the dorm room? The worker said, of course, he should follow the map they gave him. Changchi Academy's male dormitory. The protagonist stood at the door with his luggage and knocked, asking if there was anyone there. The door was opened and the guy said he was on his way. He greeted him and introduced himself, and then asked if he was his roommate. Suddenly, the door slammed shut in front of him, and he wondered in surprise, what was that? A second later, the door was opened again, and the guy looked at him with a strange expression. Then he blushed and abruptly held out a notebook, loudly saying that his name was Ting Xinqi, a level 6 Silver Thunder Mage and his roommate. He asked if Mr. Lin could give him his autograph. He looked at him in shock and wondered if he was one of those fans. He took the notebook and laughed awkwardly, saying that they were roommates. He shouldn't address him so respectfully. What about the other roommates? Xinqi asked with delight. How could it be otherwise? Lin Han is the only golden stage altar in the world. He knew that Xinqi was right, but why act like he saw some rare beast? A muscular guy came up from behind them and laughed. He said, it's amazing that his roommate would be such a famous Lin Han. He also introduced himself. His name is Gunsung Lianqi. He is a level 9 Silver Stage Spearman. Shocked, Xinqi asked, is he Lianqi, the 6th young master of the Gunsung family? The protagonist thought, is he a descendant of one of the 5 great families? It seems that he is destined to constantly encounter members of these families. He laughed and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying, yeah, well, he hopes that they will be friends. After all, they will have to live together for the next 4 years. Yuanxi came and asked in surprise, Lin Han, the 6th young master of Lianqi, who even assigned students to rooms? Lin Han hugged him and asked, is there something wrong? Doesn't he feel happy about the idea of them living in the same room? He doesn't have to worry. Lin Han almost forgot how arrogant and haughty he was. The protagonist happily said that it was his brother Yuan, asking them to treat him well. Lianqi said that it was incredible. 2 golden stage masters would be staying in their room. Would they like to have a dinner together to celebrate their first meeting if he treated them? Everyone said that it was a great idea. Shinchi burst into tears of happiness, and said that it would be a great honor for him to have dinner with them. Linhan hoped that Lianxi would not regret his words when he saw the bill. There were various cafes and clubs in the tall building. They came to one of these places. Yuan was confused and asked, "Isn't this too luxurious for them? This restaurant is bigger than the largest hotel, and this is only the first floor." Lianxi said that the restaurant on the first floor is the only place where you can buy something with money. On the other floors only points are accepted. On the second floor and above, not only are rarer dishes sold, but also some materials that can make a person stronger. In addition, you can enjoy a massage, a relaxing bath and other services there. Lin Han asked in surprise, what points are he talking about? He replied that in the academy, points are valued more than money. There, with the help of points, you can solve almost any problem. Shinchi said admiringly, Lianxi is worthy of the title of a descendant of one of the 5 great families. He knows a lot. A worker came to them and said that the room was ready. She asked them to follow her. They entered a private room and cheerfully said, "Hooray, it's time to celebrate the acquaintance." They clinked glasses, and then Lianxi said that the holders of all classes had gathered in their room. He thinks that they will be able to get good seats at the freshman meeting. The protagonist asked, "Is the freshman meeting some kind of welcoming party?" Lianxi replied, "No, it is not exactly a welcoming party. It is more like a battle for the distribution of resources of Changchi Academy. The more students he defeats in that battle, the more resources he will get from the academy. It is said that last year, the academy promised 10% of all resources to whoever defeats 20 opponents in a row." Yuan asked displeasedly, 20 opponents in a row, is this even possible? Lianxi replied, "Of course it is possible. After all, a few years ago, one of the students set a record for the academy and appropriated 60% of the resources. He heard that she recently entered the supreme stage." Lin Han tensed up and thought, it seemed like Fei Hua had bragged to him about something like that before. Is there really still legends about her in Changchi Academy? Suddenly, there was a knock on their door. Someone told them to leave. He had been waiting for them for 30 minutes. If they did not come out, he would have to force them. The protagonist opened the door and saw Jianan with a crowd of guys. He said angrily, "It was Lin Han. He was only a freshman. Are you sure he can spend money like this?" He smirked and asked what happened. Did he enjoy getting hit? If he wanted, they could do it again, but these words made Jianan even more angry. He pointed his finger at him and shouted. He didn't take him seriously that time, but it wouldn't happen again. He would show him what happens to those who don't respect their elders, so he had to get out. Feng Yun and her friend came out of the other room. She asked irritably, "Did he decide to start a fight in a restaurant? Jianan, does he want all his points taken away?" He turned around and asked Feng Yun. He immediately blushed and said with a smile that it was already quite late, he could give her a ride. She said dissatisfiedly that she didn't need it, she would walk. The freshmen weren't even at their first meeting, he should stop causing them trouble. He scratched his head and awkwardly said that he didn't mean to do that. It wasn't worth ruining her mood. He started to leave and angrily said that the fool Lin Han was just lucky. They were leaving. Shan Shan walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. He was not a coward. "Why were you so angry at Jianan? Did you really fall in love with Feng Yun?" She walked up and told her friend to stop talking nonsense, and Lin Han could just call her if Jianan started to misbehave again. He was embarrassed and thanked his older sister, and the girl asked, "Have they exchanged numbers yet?" "They are definitely a couple." Feng Yun was embarrassed and screamed that she was going to rip her mouth apart. Shan Shan ran away and laughed. She said she was sorry. Well, they will meet again. Lin Han looked at them in confusion and thought that the students of Changchi Academy were too energetic. Yuan hugged him and blushed and asked, "Is he flirting with a senior girl right after entering?" He underestimated him. The protagonist clenched his fists and asked, "Yuan underestimated him. How can he best dispel doubts?" Yuan fell to his knees and said that he was to blame. Said too much? Lin Han thought it was strange. Jianan left, but he felt someone's hostility. He said that Yuan was already very drunk. It was better to take him to his room so that he did not have time to disgrace himself in front of the entire academy. Everyone supported his idea and decided to go back. But they were really being followed. At night the door to their room opened. Yuan was sleeping and he was feeling bad. At this time, an assassin was watching him. He began to approach his bed with a dagger, and when he was about to stick the blade in, Lin Han stopped him. He smiled and said that he had noticed him a long time ago. Who was he? The guy snatched the weapon and jumped out the window. but Lin Han followed him and they began to run further and further. After a while, they ran to the cemetery of the Changchi Academy. Lin Han tried to hit the assassin, but missed. The guy waved his dagger and said, he knows Lin Han is strong, but there is no point if he can't hit, so he's better off dead. He frowned and looked to the side, catching the guy's elbow. He grabbed it tightly and he was surprised. The protagonist thrust a dagger into the opponent's chest with his own hand. The blow made the killer bleed from his mouth. He asked how? Lin Han let him go with his own hand in his chest and said that he had already fought against a guy with the same skills. They both become material at the moment of their attacks, otherwise they simply could not hurt the enemy. A black aura appeared around the guy. He said if they do not get rid of him, he will soon become a problem. He began to change. He was surrounded by terrible streams of dark and bloody magic. But then the monster fell to his knees. The head of the academy came up from behind and clapped. He said, so Lin Han can determine the weaknesses of the enemy in the first seconds. The protagonist turned out to be even more capable than he thought. He told Director Su that there was something wrong with the academy's security system. They were almost killed by a strange cultist. The director sighed and said that it seemed that the intruder used a special technique that allowed him to remain undetected by the detection system. He would increase patrols so that this would not happen again. Of course, he would give him points as compensation. He said dissatisfiedly that at least this was something. Director Su asked if he could tell who it was and why he wanted to kill him. He shrugged his hands and said that he himself did not know. He had felt aura of hostility even in the restaurant. It was not directed specifically at him, or anyone else. He felt like it was directed at all the freshmen. Headmaster, she said that it seemed that someone was targeting their academy. Troubled times were approaching. He asked, by the way, how was Fei Hua? Had she recovered yet? He nervously said yes. And he thought to himself, no, how could he blurt out such a thing? What if he guesses the true identity of the mysterious master? The director said that he knew it. He doesn't have to worry. They don't want to spoil the relationship with his master. On the contrary, it would be good to establish communication. But it's late. It's time for him to go back to his room. In a couple of days there will be a freshman's meeting. He hopes that Lin Han will not disappoint him. The director began to leave, and Lin Han frowned. If Director Su guessed, then the other great families could also guess. Fortunately, he managed to show the strength of his master. They won't put pressure on him, knowing that the master's wrath will fall on them. Changchi Academy Arena. A girl came out on stage and said that they were happy to see new students at the Changchi Academy freshmen's meeting. Everyone shouted happily, and Shinchi asked, don't they think it's too much? From the outside, one would think that some popular band was having a concert there. Lianxi laughed and said that this is one of the top 5 academies. Everything is as it should be. The girl said that the vice principal would now say a few words to them. He said that the freshmen's meeting at their academy could be called a kind of tournament, during which the students would face each other and the seniors. Depending on how they performed in the battle, the judge would award the winner with corresponding points. If any of them could pass this test and defeat 5 seniors, they would receive 10% of all the resources of the academy this year. Confetti appeared on the stage and he said that their academy had not only basic cultivation methods, but also special techniques. These techniques would allow them to reveal their talents, strengthen their fighting spirit, and become stronger. They have to prove to him that those who excel in the high school graduation exam are worthy of being called real monsters. The students laughed and said that the vice principal is good. He can definitely be called a monster. One guy was serious and said that he will prove that he is worthy of the title of monster. The protagonist looked at this noise indifferently and thought, this is to be expected from the vice principal. With just a few words he inspired the crowd. Changchi Academy shouts that everything depends only on them. He thinks they are right. In a fierce competition, progress is fast. They are trying to cultivate real geniuses, and Fei Hua has managed to become a legend of this academy. She is incredible. The vice principal said that then they will drop the talk and start the tournament. All the students were surprised and looked up. They asked what happened to the roof. Does it retract? The roof opened completely, and they found themselves in a large stadium, and a huge stage appeared in the center. The vice principal said that the students should show everything they are capable of in the arena. Suddenly everyone started making noise. Someone jumped incredibly high, and the guy said, he will definitely show his strength. He came for victory. The same guy who flew over them appeared on the stage. He said that today he will be their senior. They can approach him and not be shy. Do not worry, he will not hit back, but he does not promise that they will not suffer from their own blow. The protagonist said that this senior student is acting strangely, And Lianqi replied, given his nature, then this is not strange. Does he know him? Lianqi thought about it, and said that he heard about him. It seems that he is a warrior with a very rare Vajra body class. He becomes stronger every time someone defeats him, so he can become stronger not only by destroying monsters. At this time, a student tried to fight him on the stage, but he was having a hard time, and the senior was glowing with an aura, and when he straightened up, the student flew very far away. He laughed and said that the guy was brave, but it was still not enough to defeat him. He began to tell the freshmen to come closer and not let the seniors look down on them. Lianqi approached him from above with a cloud of dark magic and said that he was about to see it. He hit him, but the student did not move. He was protected by a barrier, and a bright flash and lightning appeared from the blow. He said he was sorry. Lianqi was close, but he could only leave a small crack. He still admitted that for his age, Lianqi was strong. With time he might have enough strength to win. Lin Han appeared from behind and asked, would the senior let him try? He smirked and asked, try? Of course, that was why he came out to them. Lin Han could spare no effort and hit. Lin Han concentrated and a bright cloud of magic appeared in his hand. He approached and also hit him, but hit the barrier. The flash was even brighter and the lightning was bigger. Even the half of the stage began to collapse. The senior student was holding the barrier with great difficulty. The protagonist continued to press and finally the barrier shattered into pieces, and the senior fell to the stage screaming. All the students were shocked. Is this a joke? Is he really a freshman? They hope that he will not fight them, otherwise it will be fatal. The vice principal raised his hand and said that student Lin Han earned 10 points for being able to pierce the body of the Vajra. So, is there anyone willing to challenge him? Jian appeared on the stage and said, of course. Yuan asked in surprise, Senior Fei Hua, when did she have time to quarrel with Lin Han? No, something is wrong, the style is different, and she looks younger. He also thought that her face was too stern. Are they related? She seemed to sense it, and said displeasedly, apparently this stupid sister used her name again to get into trouble. She said Lin Han, then she starts. Her hands began to be shrouded in shadow, and then her whole body emitted many dark streams of magic. She used the skill triple shadow kill. The protagonist blocked the blow of a large shadow and was surprised. He thought that these were illusions, but it turned out that the attacks were material. He dodged again, but this was to be expected from Fei Hua's younger sister. He countered her shadow, and then closed his eyes. Well, it seems he will have to show his real skills. He used the Eye of Truth and Jian tensed up. As if a huge eye was looking at her, she asked what was going on. It was as if she was being seen through. He proudly said that the Eye of Truth was able to catch even the smallest details. Her shadow movement was useless against him. He sees everything. He stood with his eyes closed, but the shadows could not attack him. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and said that he found her. He smiled and punched straight into the thick shadow. There was Jian, and he stopped his fist near her face. She took her form and sighed, saying that she would admit his victory. She walked out of the arena dissatisfied and said that they would have a rematch someday. The vice principal said that student Lin Han had defeated freshman Jian and earned 15 points. Who else would challenge him? The students asked each other, who would dare to fight him after he had defeated the strongest students? Yes, he did not want to fight this monster. The girl looked at them and said, what is this? How can they not be ashamed to act like this in front of the freshmen? It seems that she herself will have to play with the junior for a while. She jumped on the stage towards him and hit him with her whip, greeting him. But Jianan appeared in front of her and told her to wait. He angrily said that Lin Han had first attacked him secretly. Then he escaped thanks to Fengyun. But today he will not leave so easily. He will make him pay for disrespecting his seniors and the Zhang family. She asked, why is Jianan interrupting them? Lin Han will fight her. But he said that this guy is acting wrong. He is proposing to beat him together. He is finished. The protagonist folded his arms and asked, Zhang Jianan, why is he throwing around such big words while having mediocre skills? Do you want to lie on the ground again? Jianan replied dissatisfiedly, Lin Han, him. Last time, he was just lucky. He attacked him when he was not prepared for it. This time, it will be different. He turned around and ordered Hong Yun to use her magic on him. He will fight from the front. Hong Yun frowned and replied, okay, just let him not run headlong. Yuan Shi walked up to the judge and pointed his finger forward and asked, Judge, is it okay for the two of them to team up against Lin Han alone? The judge frowned and replied, there are no rules in the tournament, so it is only logical that they decided to overwhelm him with numbers. The battle begins. Yuan, she shouted in displeasure, what, there are no rules. Is this even normal? Hongyun waved her weapon and ordered to flare up and blaze. Jianan was covered in energy, and clenched his fists and laughed. He cried out, what a pleasant feeling. He frowned and said he admits that one is strong, Lin Han. However, even he will not be pleased to hit this flame armor with his bare hands, he will crush him, break all his limbs and make him beg for forgiveness. Jianan rushed forward and ordered to receive Flame Fist. Lin Han folded his arms across his chest and grinned and replied, Supreme Fire Magic, of course, is another affliction, but it is not something he should be afraid of. He put his hand forward and blocked the guy's strike. The protagonist smiled and offered to demonstrate the difference in their strength. Jianan looked forward in confusion, when suddenly Lin Han began to swing his body. He swung and spun Jianan's body. The judge squinted in confusion and said he enveloped his hands in healing light and almost nullified the effectiveness of the flame armor, and then spun it so that all of Jianan's flames simply dissipated. The protagonist swung and threw him forward, forming a large tornado. He clenched his fist and sent it towards Hongyun. Lin Han stopped right in front of her face, and she screamed in fear. He smirked and asked, Elder sister, she is a mage, right? Then just give up. At this moment, Jianan fell to the ground behind him and split the ground. He opened his mouth and spread his arms out in different directions. Yuanmi smirked and shouted loudly, Elder, his flame armor was completely useless. Jianan stood up and shook himself off, saying discontentedly, Lin Han, his Zhang family will never forgive him for this. The protagonist wondered why all the children of great families were so similar. He should have at least chosen different words. Hongyun raised her hands and said she gives up. Junior Lin Han, he is too strong. Even if they united, they could not cope with him. By the way, they should have more frequent sparring sessions, it will be useful for both of them. And also, she is excited by the mere thought that they are with her. At this moment, a guy from the crowd of spectators screamed, this is a real monster. Can he really break Senior Feihua's record? The spectator looked at him and asked, dude, does he think he understands demons like them? He suggested that they just watch from the sidelines. Lin Han turned around and shouted, Deputy Director, he wants to continue the tournament. But fighting each opponent one by one is too boring, he wants to go straight to the last stage of the tournament. The judge spread his arms out and laughed. He didn't think that this year there would be a freshman who would reach the last stage. He didn't disappoint him, Lin Han. If he could defeat 5 Diamond Stage seniors at once, he would receive 10% of the entire Kaoki Academy for the whole year. Lin Han looked ahead at the squad and thought that physical strength alone would not be enough to deal with 5 early stage Supreme Stage Masters. But he didn't want to reveal too many trump cards either, otherwise he would get into trouble. The protagonist raised his hand and cried out, Deputy Director, he wished he had a team too. The judge replied that he could pick 4 more, he would give him 10 minutes to prepare. But he warned that a hastily assembled team would not be able to compete with people who had been through dozens of battles together. Lin Han looked down and waved his hand, telling the brothers to get up. Gong Sunlianshi stood up and said he didn't think he would be able to participate in the final battle of the tournament. The protagonist placed his fist on his palm and looked forward. Gong Sunlianshi looked at him and said, but Lin Han, they are still missing one. Does he have anyone in mind? Lin Han turned around and replied that he would rather do without the uncontrollable variable. After all, not everyone there is eager to see their victory. At this moment, Duwan waved her hand and asked if she would come. The protagonist chuckled and thought, Duwan, did she also enter this academy? If he remembered correctly, she is a mage, this girl will perfectly compensate for the shortcomings of their team. Lin Han waved his hand and said, okay, let her get up. Gong Sunlianshi, and he smiled and looked away. But Yuan Shi and Ting Xinchi looked ominous and wary. Duwan stood up and looked around fearfully, pressing her hands to her chest. In front of them were members of the other team, knights and mages. The referee waved his hand and shouted, both teams are ready. He gave the order to begin the fight. The girl in armor rushed forward, clutching the hilt of a sword. She swung and tried to strike at the protagonist, but he quickly blocked the attack. The girl screamed, Zhang Jianan was right, he was amazingly strong. However, he was also right that he should show more respect to his elders. Lin Han smiled and thanked them for the praise. But don't they think their armor looks too bulky? He burst into laughter just looking at it. The girl jumped back and asked in displeasure, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Armor is supposed to be like this. She will never accept this newfangled elegant armor that only covers vital parts. Her armor is 1,000 times cooler. Suddenly, green vines tied the arms and legs of the protagonist's team. The mage extended her staff and screamed, "He thinks they have time to talk in the middle of a fight?" The plants turned into big monsters with toothy mouths. The girl screamed, "Life magic!" The vines lifted Duwan's body and pulled her to the big toothy mouth. The mage laughed and said, "Under the onslaught of her little ones, no one will be able to roam to their fullest. How did such a small and fragile girl get into the cruel tournament arena? Let her return her to her pink room." Gong suddenly, and she began to cut the vines and laughed and asked, "Half?" The guy swung his sickles and said, "Young Master Gong's son, first you will have to deal with him." Yuan Shi rushed forward at the knight, and Ting Xinchi put up an energy block in front of the other team's mage's energy. Duwan ordered not to worry about her, she would handle it herself. She screamed, "Thunder magic, heavenly thunder." Lightning began to strike the eyes of the plant monsters, and the girl laughed and said that it was not bad, however. "Little one, doesn't she know that plants do not conduct electricity?" The monsters began to burn with bright flames, and the girl coughed discontentedly from the smoke and said, "What a naughty little one she got." So thunder magic was just a distraction. Then she almost immediately released low-rank fire magic. So she is a dual attribute mage? After a while, Duwan turned away and began to vomit. She wiped her mouth and said, "It feels better now." "No, she is not that class." The girl waved her staff and sent the vines forward. She screamed. No matter how many attributes she had, she still couldn't escape her wood blades. Duwan put her hands forward and said, "They'll see about that." She created a large bell-shaped dome in front of her, and the vines slammed into it. The girl looked at it in fear and asked, "What? How did she do that?" Director Chu looked at it and thought, "Isn't that Wei Zhiqiani's body? So she's 1,000 changes class holder? An excellent class. Thanks to this, she can now fight equally with students who have already reached the supreme stage." The protagonist blocked the strike with his staff and said, "It seems he doesn't need to worry about his comrades, they're doing just fine on their own." The knight looked at him and laughed and said not to worry, they've only just begun. Soon, even he'll have a hard time. The mage raised his staff and shouted, "He's finished, it's time to show them what the senior students of their academy can do." Phantom Flame. At this moment, Ting Xinchi moved to Duwan and cast magic. He shouted, "Not so fast, Black Lightning." The energy flow shot forward and hit the vines and ghost flames. There was an explosion, and the boys' bodies were thrown back. The girl laughed and said, "His black lightning was quite good." However, their combination attack was many times stronger. The girl laughed again and said that with their silver stages, there was no way they could withstand this. Gong suddenly, and she swung his spear and said, "Their stage is much higher than theirs. In addition to this, they have been fighting together for a long time, so they have already worked out certain combinations. Sooner or later they will simply crush them." He thinks the most effective thing is to just attack head-on and show everything they can do. Yuan Shi shouted, "He supports." The boys ran forward and shouted, "Let's go." Gong suddenly, and she used the shadow of 1,000 spears, and Yuan Shi used a deadly slash. A large stream of energy was directed towards the knights, and the guys were thrown back. They hit their backs on the walls and looked forward, where the members of the enemy team were standing. The spectator looked at the knight in surprise and asked, "What, was that a girl?" The girl looked at him with displeasure and asked, "What are you staring at? If he looks at her again, she will poke out his eyes." The protagonist ducked and said, and he was wondering which of them was the support in the team. It turns out that she just hid behind a huge shield. He admits that even in close combat she is not as weak as other support class owners, so he mistook her for a warrior. The knight laughed and replied, "Yes, this is their special tactic designed for fighting people. Lin Han, he is alone, it is better for him to surrender right away." Lin Han adjusted his hair and asked, "Surrender?" He doesn't think it's a good idea, they've just started. Yes, he was left alone, but he learned everything he needed to know about them. In addition, his comrades weren't unharmed either. The protagonist rushed forward and the knight looked at him puzzled. The mage put his hand forward and activated the seal and said, "Wall of Flame." Lin Han swung his fist and passed through the seal, hitting the mage. At that moment, vines appeared from under the stones again and grabbed the protagonist's body. The girl laughed and said, "He won't pass, go ahead, her little ones." Lin Han jerked his hands and looked ahead with displeasure. He threw the vines over the warrior's hands, and she asked what he was doing. Suddenly, the vine covered the mage's girl's body, and she looked at it in fear. A loud scream was heard and the audience opened their mouths in surprise. The protagonist tied the girls' bodies and smiled, and they screamed loudly and were embarrassed. Lin Han turned around and looked at the guys and said, "Now there are only the two of them left." The judge frowned in surprise and said he guessed the moment well when the support was unprotected, and then, when his attack was blocked, he quickly switched to another target. Strength, speed and reflexes are simply impeccable. He thinks that in time he will turn into the same monster as Fei Hua. No, he will even surpass her. The knight pointed at Lin Han and said, "He is no slouch." Instantly took advantage of the gap and knocked out 3 of their mages and supports at once. He did not expect this from the younger one. The protagonist spread his arms in different directions and said, he is flattered. He is also very good, the elder. However, he would become even cooler if he got rid of this strange armor. The guy grabbed the knight by the arms and he shouted, "What did he say? How dare he call his armor strange?" The guy asked the captain to calm down, but he demanded to let him go, he would tear him to shreds. The main character looked at him from under his brows and thought that he did not think that he would find his weak spots so easily. He laughed and thought that he lost his temper because of one word. Lin Han said, "Seniors, since they are not going to attack, then he will do it." He swung and hit the ground with his staff, causing it to crack. The knight jumped to the side and swung his sword. The guy snuck up on the protagonist from the other side and swung his sickle. Lin Han grabbed the weapon with his hands, which began to drip blood from the cuts. The knight looked at him puzzled and asked, "Lin Han, has he completely lost his mind? This is just a tournament, and he is already ready to lose both his arms." The protagonist clenched his fists, smashing the weapon and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior, but he is quite a strong altar." The guys fell back and Lin Han used divine light. The bright glow healed the wounds on his hands and he smiled and said, "Forgive me, seniors, but it seems that he has already won." The audience began to chant enthusiastically, "Lin Han, Lin Han." People raised their hands and shouted joyfully. The judge smiled and announced that Lin Han had defeated 5 senior diamond stage students using only his physical strength and altar class spells. Excellent! He declared Lin Han the winner of this year's tournament. As a reward, the protagonist will receive 10% of all resources in Koki Academy for the entire year. The guy pointed at him and said, "My God, this guy was born under a lucky star. It's hard to believe that they are almost the same age." The spectator said, and he told him that this guy is strong. He saw him back during the exams. Suddenly, Lin Han felt someone staring at him and turned around with displeasure, wondering who it was. Was there really someone even watching him? After a while, on the 2nd floor of the Koki Academy restaurant, in a private room, the guys clinked their mugs of foamy drink and a loud cry was heard. They were happy to welcome the elder Tianyi and sister Du Du Wan to their small company. Gong Lianxi was embarrassed and hiccuped and said, but he thought that he was the richest among them. But brother Lin Han earned himself a whole bunch of points in one day. Now they will drink only at the expense of brother Han. Ting Xinqi put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and raised the mug up and said, "They will drink to brother Han." The protagonist smiled and told them to take pity on him. After a while, when it was already light, Lin Han was drinking from the mug, and all the other guys were sleeping at the table. He grinned and said, "These guys don't know how to drink at all. They will sleep again until tomorrow morning." Suddenly, he felt someone fly past behind him and opened his eyes wide. The protagonist turned around and thought, the same feeling as in the arena. Now he wondered who it was. After a while, he went outside and walked forward between the trees. Suddenly, Fei Hua peeked out from behind a rock and cast a nature spell, Stone Vice. She grabbed the hilt of her sword and struck the rocks. Lin Han activated the energy flow and ordered to get acquainted with the explosive fist of the altar. Fei Hua covered her body with her hands and the protagonist stopped right in front of her. She thoughtfully said, "And the strength is at least a diamond stage master. Just a little more, and she would be in great pain. Boss Lin, is he hiding something? Well, did he miss her?" Lin Han smiled and asked Fei Hua. She threw herself into his arms and pinched his cheek and said, "Boss Lin, he is still as charming as the last time they met." The protagonist told her to stop, "It hurts." He put his hand to his cheek and asked what she was doing there. Did she want to see her little sister? Fei Hua folded her arms across her chest and sighed with displeasure and replied, "No, if she found out she was there, she would immediately attack him with her fists." Lin Han wondered what had happened between them. He said that even though he was an altar, his blow was not easy, but she didn't care. Had she increased her stage again? The protagonist looked at her and thought, she was a real genius. Everyone knows that after reaching the supreme stage, cultivation slows down significantly. And she had increased her stage in just a couple of months. Feihua smiled and replied, yes, she had been clearing monsters in one dungeon for a whole month, and had risen all the way to the third stage of the supreme stage. Lin Han asked in surprise, a whole month? Don't the monsters in the dungeon disappear after the first kill? Feihua smiled and said, Boss Lin, he speaks like some rich guy who likes to squander money. Now Feihua's sister will explain everything to him. She presented a board with markings drawn in chalk and said, yes, there is a limited number of monsters in the dungeon, but each dungeon has a refresh time for these monsters. She simply did not leave the dungeon and dealt with each wave of monsters that appeared after the refresh. It is very effective, although inconvenient. The protagonist smiled and said, wow, he did not know about this. Feihua cried and screamed. If the dungeon owners had not kicked her out, she could have leveled there until old age, but they said that she almost drove them into debt, the mean ones. Lin Han replied, well, you can understand them too, they make money on this. Suddenly, Feihua turned around and asked, he had been in the academy for quite some time, so he should have known her name, right? The protagonist replied, yeah, well, he was a bit busy. Feihua took out her blade and asked, busy? This information was publicly available on the academy's network. Doesn't he care about it at all? Couldn't he at least pretend to be considerate of other people? Lin Han put his hand forward and asked for forgiveness, his mistake. Ruixin smiled and said, Ruixin, her name is Jiang Ruixin. Feihua, that's her nickname. The protagonist gave a thumbs up and laughed, and said, Ruixin, what a great name. She frowned and said, okay, jokes aside, she came there to tell him something. Does he remember that gold-rank dungeon where the Minotaur Lord suddenly showed up? Lin Han asked in surprise, did she know something? Ruixin imagined the images of people and replied, yep, this is the work of the Blood Moon sect, the largest dark sect in the world. They are said to have a special technique that allows them to absorb people's blood and turn it into their own power. And the members of this sect are also able to turn into black smoke. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought, the guy who attacked them last night could also turn into black smoke. So he was from the Blood Moon sect? He asked, but why did they target him so much? Yes, he is good, but he is not that special, right? Ruixin placed her hands on her hips and slightly turned her head and asked, who knows? This sect's actions have always been chaotic and unpredictable. They appear when no one expects it. At least their empire does not know the motives of those. But recently, they had been making more frequent forays, so he had managed to find out something. It seemed like they were targeting geniuses. He wasn't the only one who had been targeted, so he shouldn't flatter himself. Lin Han wondered, did they somehow find out about his system? Or did he just happen to stumble upon them when they were trying to kill some other genius? Ruixin shook her head and said, well, Boss Lin should take care of himself. She said, and yes? She suddenly fell silent, and the protagonist looked at her, puzzled. He asked why she suddenly looked so gloomy. Ruixin adjusted her hair and replied, she would soon have to join the army, so they would have to say goodbye today. Lin Han asked again, to the army? Is that necessary? Ruixin pressed herself against him and replied, yes, after all, this is her job. What's wrong? Is it so hard to say goodbye to her? Or did Mom and Dad miss her already? The protagonist was embarrassed and replied, he was just asking. Ruixin put her hand to her chin and replied, okay. She hoped that he, Boss Lin, would not let anyone hurt him. She would be very sad if she returned and only found his lifeless body. Lin Han smiled and closed his eyes and said not to worry, he was not going to leave her a widow. He looked up and folded his arms over his chest and thought, what was he even talking about? Ruixin laughed and replied, okay. She pushed off the ground and headed towards the moon. She waved her hand at him and shouted, by the way, let him look after her sister, if she gets hurt, she will kill him. The protagonist smiled and replied, yes. Suddenly, he put his hand to his chin and coughed awkwardly, thinking, this is just an army, was it worth saying goodbye as if they would never see each other again? At this moment the man was not far from them and said displeasedly, how quickly former students forget about simple respect. She burst into the academy, and did not even say hello. The academy is not a public toilet. After a while, a crowd of people stood in the quest distribution hall of the Kaoki Academy. Duwan looked ahead in surprise and said, there are so many people. Gongsun Lianqi smiled and replied, of course, because this is where students can form teams and take on some quests in order to earn points. As he said before, points in Kaoki Academy are more valuable than money. Naturally, this does not apply to their monster brother Han. The protagonist looked at him and asked, "Why is he a monster then?" The guy smiled and thought, "Does he really not understand, or is he just pretending?" At this moment, the guard shouted, "Get out of the way, their senior is coming." Lin Han turned around and thought, "What kind of clowns are these?" Zhuge walked up to him and asked, "Is this he, the same Lin Han, the winner of the last exam of Huizhou City?" The protagonist answered, "Yes, so what?" Tianfeng lifted his chin and said, "His name is Zhuge Tianfeng, and he is the winner of the last exam of Hanyun City. Lin Han, let him join him. With them, he will be able to demonstrate his talents and reach unprecedented heights. Strong people always look for their own kind, and the weak, they are only good as a stepping stone for them." Lin Han looked at him indifferently and replied, he didn't care, he already had a team. Besides, in his eyes, their so-called strongest team was just child's play. At this moment, a guard came forward and pointed his finger at the protagonist, ordering him to watch his language. Their senior gave him such an opportunity, and he turned his nose up. Ungrateful. The guy who was standing behind said, "Captain Zhuge, his dog is barking too loudly. Let him quiet it down, please." Lin Han rushed forward and said, "And if he is unable to rein in his six, then he will do it for him." Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him and blocked the blow. Zhuge blocked his blow and said, "Lin Han, he has never seen such naive idiots in his life. Since he still does not understand what kind of chance he has given him, then he will clearly show him the difference between the strongest team and the rest of the losers." The protagonist thought, "This guy is much stronger than that idiot Zhang Jianan, he can't be defeated with a single punch." Suddenly, the director of Kaoki Academy, Su Zhongtian, came forward and asked displeasedly, "What are they doing there? Do they want to lose all their points?" Zhuge said in fear, "Director Su." Lin Han thought, "What a powerful aura, at least supreme stage." Suddenly, the director looked at the guys and asked, "Are they the ones who want to form a team with Lin Han, right?" He then told them to follow him. After a while, they were climbing a large circular staircase. Yuanshi came closer to the protagonist and asked, "What does Director Su want from them?" Suddenly, Teng Xinchi turned pale and asked, "Maybe he wants to hang them on the tower for violating discipline?" Lin Han replied, "He heard that Director Su is a fair person, he will not do such a thing." Suddenly, the large gate began to open, letting in a bright light through the crack. The boys walked inside, following the director. They came out onto a high balcony with a beautiful view. Director Su said, "Wow, what a view. This is the highest watchtower of the academy. The whole world is teeming with strange monsters, so almost every city has its own army. However, Hanyun City does not. And all because the students of the Kaoki Academy are the army of this city. They are the ones who deal with all the monsters that pose a threat to the residents." The director imagined images of huge monsters and said, "Hanyun City has already experienced 3 raids of monsters. Naturally, their academy did everything in its power to protect people, but each time the consequences were very tragic." He turned around and frowned and said, "As the caretaker of these lands, he watches the behavior of monsters near the city every day. Recently, he noticed that the movements of these have changed. Perhaps this is all just a coincidence, and nothing will happen, but he cannot turn a blind eye to the potential threat." Lin Han asked, "How can they help, Director?" Director Su spread his hands out in different directions and replied, he would like to place his hopes for a bright future on them. If they become stronger as soon as possible, their chances of fighting off the monster's raid will increase significantly. Therefore, he would like to become his mentor. Will he accept his offer? At this moment, Gong Sunlianshi put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asked, "The director as a mentor? Brother Han, even the 5 great families can't afford this. Let him agree." The protagonist hit his chest with his fist and ordered the director not to worry. As long as he is alive, he will do his best to protect people from monsters. Director Su smiled and replied, "Good, it's not for nothing that he liked him. From now on, their squad will be called Observers." Lin Han clenched his fist and asked, "Observers?" "He likes it, thank him, mentor." The director threw a token towards them and said that he needed them all to become stronger as soon as possible, so he would not spare them. He ordered them to hold on to it and go to the quest distribution hall tomorrow and take the one he had prepared for them. This would help them gain combat experience. The protagonist caught the token and cried out, "Yes, mentor." The next morning, the team members were standing in the distribution hall. Lin Han held out the token and said hello. He said that they would like to receive this quest. The girl at the counter smiled and replied, "Okay, just a second." She asked thoughtfully, are they sure they want to take this quest? The protagonist asked in surprise, what was wrong with this quest? The girl pointed her finger at a line in the book and said that he could take a look himself. Yuan-Shi walked forward and said yes, he would like to take a look at what's in there. He suddenly turned pale and asked, what? Gong Sumlian-Shi came closer and asked, what's wrong, what's in there? The protagonist looked at the book and asked, why are they so upset, is it really that bad? Gong Sumlian-Shi put his hands to his chin and said, Brother Han, maybe he didn't know this, but A-rank quests are usually only taken by teams that are all late-stage diamond rank. He suggested taking another quest. Yuan-Shi wiped his tears with a handkerchief and said, except for their monster Lin Han, the rest of their team are just average. The protagonist pointed to the book and said, it says that terrible incidents have started to happen in the border county of Mongshan, which have already claimed the lives of dozens of people. And strangely enough, all the victims were missing hearts. The guards have already conducted an investigation, but they have not achieved any results. He doesn't think they have anything to worry about. This quest is more of an investigation than a battle with an incredibly strong monster. Besides, it was left to them by their mentor, so they can't be here. Gong Sumlian-Shi put his hand to his chin and replied, yes, such tasks require intelligence and ingenuity, not brute force. In addition, the higher the rank of the task, the more points they will pay. And points for them, this is the only way to become stronger. Lin Han put his hands on the shoulders of the guys and smiled and said, no need to worry so much, he will be with them. They are coming already. After some time, they rode on a bus along the river and rocky shore. The protagonist closed his eyes and imagined the settlement said, Manshan County, this is one of the border counties of the empire. The city itself is located on the top of a mountain, and at the foot of this defensive wall is built, protecting people from countless local monsters. He coughed and said not to forget about banal caution. They do not want any of them to accidentally fall off this mountain, right? Tengshinchi grabbed him by the t-shirt and with tears in his eyes asked, can they still refuse? The protagonist answered, no. He opened the book and said, there have been 26 murders in Manshan recently. There were no injuries found on the victims' bodies, however, all of them were missing hearts. The boys listened to him attentively. Lin Han added, the Shimeng Academy had already sent a squad of gold stage fighters there, but none of them had returned. That's why this quest was given a rank. They must be extremely careful. Gong Sumlian-Shi said thoughtfully, since the killer was able to deal with the gold stage team, then he must be from the diamond stage. Each of them, even if for a short time, can fight on equal terms with the diamond stage, and Lin Han had even laid them out in packs. He thinks they can handle it. Du-Won said in confusion, but right now they have too little information. They only know why the victims died. They don't even know the number of potential opponents. Suddenly, a scream and a loud creaking of a wheel was heard. Someone asked what was going on, why did they stop? The driver pointed to the exit and said they could get out. He asked with displeasure, they were going to Mongshan, right? He definitely wasn't going there, so let them get out. Yuan-Shi walked up to him and asked him to wait. It was the only bus going to Mongshan. He couldn't just refuse to go there. The driver waved his hand and asked, who in their right mind would go to Mongshan after what happened there? Let them get out already. Du-Won asked fearfully, sir, is it really that bad in Mongshan? The driver turned around and frowned and said, bad is an understatement. His old neighbor had recently moved out. He said that it was simply impossible to live there now. Every day, ghosts appeared there and tried to drive him crazy. The protagonist bent down and asked, his neighbor was talking about ghosts, and where did he live before? The driver asked discontentedly, were they not listening to him at all? If they valued their lives, then they should not go there. He frowned and said, okay. Just don't let them say later that he didn't warn them. He would draw them a rough map and stop 30 kilometers from there. The driver took out a notebook and started drawing. He said that as soon as they entered the city, they should follow this route. And then they would find this house. But he warned them again, his neighbor became very ill after meeting these ghosts, and still hasn't recovered. Lin Han looked at this in surprise and wondered, ghosts, what kind of horrors are going on there? After a while, the guys reached dark buildings, over which flocks of crows were flying. Du-Won looked around and said, this place, it is literally soaked with a creepy aura. The protagonist frowned and walked forward. Suddenly, a huge creature appeared in front of them and a scream rang out, it really is a ghost. Du-Won looked ahead carefully and said, Lin Han, it doesn't look like this ghost is going to attack them. Lin Han put his hands in front of him and replied, he felt like it was giving off a strange power, but she was right, It didn't look hostile. Du-won arched her eyebrows and said, "She'll check everything out, and let them cover her for now." Teng Xinchi replied, "Yes." Du-won spread her arms out in different directions, and the guys sat on the floor in a lotus position. She formed a seal and cried out, "The blessing of the holy light, may it grant her eyes that can see the truth, observer." Du-won's body was covered in bright light, and the protagonist was puzzled. What? She just copied the power of the rare support class observer, didn't she? What a convenient class she has. Well, now they will definitely be able to understand what is happening there. Du-won lowered her head and began to describe her visions. She saw the students of the Shimeng Academy gathered together. And then for some reason they started to fight among themselves. Du-won looked ahead and asked what happened. Why did they start to fight? One of the guys from the academy grabbed another by the face and slammed him into the wall. The guy's hand glowed and Du-won said in surprise, but it seemed that thanks to this they found some kind of portal. Yuan-shi looked at her and asked, "Portal, what is she talking about wanting?" She screamed. They crossed over to another space. The guys began to pass through the portal, and death was already waiting for them inside. Du-won sighed in fear and blood flowed from her eyes. Yuan-shi put his hand on her back and asked, "Wanting, is she okay?" He told her to end it. Du-won grabbed her face and said sorry. She still didn't really understand. Blood continued to flow from her eyes, and she said, some huge red shadow appeared in front of them, and then she almost lost consciousness. The protagonist looked ahead and replied, "It's okay, she did well, let her rest for a while." He thought, Wanting became ill right after those guys crossed over to another space. Was it because of the horrors happening there or because of some kind of protection of this space? Well, they have to go in there anyway, so. Lin Han activated the all-seeing eye. He saw a portal at the side of the destroyed building and shouted, "Here it is." He found the portal. The protagonist ran to it, and put his hand forward and entered. After a while, the team members found themselves inside the portal, in which everything was covered in bloody red light. Gong Sunlian-shi stuck his spear into the ground and asked cautiously, there was blood all over it. Was it all the blood of the Mengtian people? Suddenly, Du-won pointed her finger forward and shouted, "There." The guys instantly turned around. In that direction, there were wooden boxes in a large bloody water. Inside the boxes were the bodies of people turning into mummies. Yuan-shi looked at this and cried out in fear, "What the hell? Who had the guts for such cruelty?" The team members came closer to the bodies and began to examine them. Lin Han said, "There are plenty of coffins and no corpses inside." Gong Sunlian-shi turned around and asked, "So the one behind this wanted to continue killing the locals?" Suddenly, a creature fell on his spear. A monster similar to a lizard with a large toothy mouth was injured. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed it and clenched his fist. He told Gong Sunlian-shi to be more careful. There was something strange about these creatures. Gong Sunlian-shi thanked Brother Han. The other boys froze in fear, looking ahead. A vampire appeared in front of them and laughed and said, "What an amazing reaction. It would be a perfect addition to his collection." Suddenly, huge monsters appeared in front of them and on one of them stood a vampire. The boys looked at him in fear and he said, "They are not so simple, since they were able to find his scarlet hell. He will even reward them for this. They will have the honor of playing with his beloved little ones." Lin Han jumped up and ordered them to be careful. Gong Sunlian-shi swung his spear and said, "Something is wrong there. What is a master of such a level doing in Mongshan?" Du-won fell into the bloody water and screamed, "Damn it, guys, she seems to have spent too much energy, she can't." A huge monster mouth appeared next to her. A bright light began to come out of this mouth, and Du-won covered her face with her hands. At this moment, Yuan-shi grabbed her in his arms and shouted, "Heroes always appear at the very last moment." Teng Xinchi held the barrier and said, "Stop fooling around, it won't last long." The guys were surrounded by creatures from all sides and the vampire said, "They are doing well." He laughed and said that he was even starting to like it. Lin Han said that he only knew one group of people who were so obsessed with other people's blood and strength. "Is he from the Blood Moon cult?" The vampire spread his arms out in different directions and laughed, "How smart. He is a guardian of the Blood Moon cult, a heart eater." Gong Sunlian-shi grabbed a spear and said, "The Blood Moon cult means horror, they can't defeat this guy. Let them run, he will detain him." The protagonist said not to talk nonsense. They are one team. The observers will never abandon their comrade. The vampire licked his lips and said 2 loud words for someone like him. But he was right about one thing, absolutely everyone would die. Lin Han activated his energy and asked, "Is that so?" He smirked and offered to check. He extended his fist forward and directed the energy flow forward. The protagonist turned around and ordered the team to quickly climb into the portal. The guys entered the portal, and Lin Han remained inside. Yuan Shi extended his hand and asked Brother Han, what is he thinking? He replied that he would catch up with them as soon as he dealt with this idiot. The vampire got angry and shouted, who gave him permission to take away the future part of his collection? He will cut him into pieces. The protagonist smiled and asked, cut him, and where did he get so much confidence? He activated the energy and shouted, did you know, it is easiest for him to fight alone. Lin Han swung his staff and used a forbidden level spell, Fallen Intervention. The spell of the Fallen One's intervention imposes 2 negative effects on all enemies, with a 15% chance of the enemy surrendering regardless of his desire. The vampire crouched, putting his hand on the ground and coughed. Blood appeared on his hand and he screamed, idiot, what did he do to him? The protagonist answered, nothing special. He just lost his sight and hearing. And what he sees is just an illusion created by him. He clenched his fist and said, he won't even understand when he approaches him, and will die before he even has time to feel his blow. Lin Han jumped up and swung his fist and screamed, he killed so many innocents, such a monster like him is not worthy of living on their planet. Let him atone for his sins, terrible devourer of hearts. The vampire put his fist forward and laughed. He said, what a terrifying spell. If he was a king stage, he would definitely have croaked, but he was unlucky. The protagonist clenched his jaw and asked, Supreme? The vampire waved his hand and he was thrown back. A large cut appeared on Lin Han's body, from which dark energy emanated. The vampire pointed his finger forward and said, he never ceases to amaze him. His body alone is comparable in strength and power to that of a peak king stage master, and his latest spell was stronger than some supreme stage master techniques. However, this is still not enough to defeat him. The protagonist clenched his hand on his stomach and asked, how can he be at the supreme stage when his mana reserves are like those of a king stage master? He thought, horror, this black smoke began to absorb his mana. The wound is still bleeding heavily. But he does not have time to get rid of this smoke. The vampire took out a blade and said, all thanks to the spell that allows him to suppress his power for a short time. He laughed and said how he loved to break down opponents who were sure that they had already defeated him. The vampire stood on the head of a huge toothy worm and said, now he doesn't even need to wish for anything. His baby will wear him out to death himself. He laughed evilly and shouted, baby, let him eat heartily. The protagonist ran up to the monster and thought, horror. Even if he activates the thunder and wind area, he won't be able to defeat this idiot. Besides, apparently, he doesn't even plan to fight him. He wants to wait until this thing wears him out. Yeah, he was too self-confident and underestimated the supreme stage master. The only thing that can save him in this situation is one powerful blow that can kill this blood moon monster. The vampire raised his head up and laughed loudly. He said, this is just hilarious, let him fight. Fight even harder, he likes watching his dying attempts so much. Suddenly the vampire froze and looked ahead questioningly. Lin Han jumped up and swung his fist towards the vampire. He hit him with his spear, and the vampire extended his fist. The vampire approached him and asked mockingly, did he want to finish him off with one blow? Not a bad idea, but from what he saw, it didn't work, let him die. A monster appeared behind the protagonist, and suddenly iron needles pierced its body. Lin Han turned around and looked at it in surprise. It was Director Su, who said, yeah, he didn't think they would be so lucky. On their very first mission, they had to face one of the Blood Moon Guardians. Luckily, he decided to keep an eye on them. The protagonist cried out happily, a mentor. The vampire looked up and asked, Su Zhongtian? How did he become this kid's mentor? He's not very smart, to entrust this brat with dealing with him. He laughed and said, but he was even glad, this time he really caught a big fish in his net. Director Su looked at him and replied, he was too self-confident. He didn't stand a chance against them. The vampire headed towards them and shouted, now they will find out. At that moment, iron needles pierced his body and pierced his body several times. Many more needles appeared, piercing the vampire's body. Director Su waved 2 fingers and said, his strength lies in magnetism. As long as there is metal nearby, youngsters like him will not be able to get close to him. The vampire grabbed his chest and cleared his throat and said, it doesn't matter, from this distance he can still do it. He leaned his hand, which was stuck with needles, on the ground and said, leave him a small gift, old man. The vampire clenched his fists and shouted, As they say, art is an explosion. Bright lightning broke the protective barrier and fragments were everywhere. Director Su squatted down next to the protagonist and formed a protective dome. The director asked, did he think he could hurt him with his explosion? Fool. Lin Han looked at him and said, Master, he feels like that bastard's real body is still somewhere in Mongshan. And it seems like he's targeting him. If they linger there, they'll definitely be able to catch him. Director Su frowned and replied, but it's very dangerous. The protagonist replied, running away isn't the best option now. They don't know when he'll attack again. Next time, they might have a worse chance due to the enemy's reinforcements. They need to deal with him right then and there. Suddenly, a man appeared next to them and replied, what a bold idea, he likes it. Old man Su, what does he think? Director Su turned around and said, Bien Han. He stood in front of them and smiled. The director said, in Mongshan County, ordinary people are being killed left and right. What was he doing there? Bien Han spread his arms out and laughed, asking for forgiveness, old man Su. He just didn't expect the Blood Moon to act so brazenly. He shouldn't worry, he'd already evacuated all the civilians from there. And if they helped him, they'd also find the one responsible for this mess. Director Su and Lin Han looked at him with puzzled expressions. Bien Han cleared his throat and said, forgive me, young one, he forgot to introduce himself. His name is Bien Han, he's the eyes of Mongshan County and an old comrade in arms of Su. Old man Su, he pulled the rest of his disciples out of there, and put them up in the county's main inn, so he doesn't have to worry. Director Su cupped his fist and thanked him. Bien Han smiled and said, come on, no need to be so polite. He was planning to comb the area with his men today, so they could take a rest for now. The protagonist looked at him carefully and remained silent. Bien Han said, by the way, if they really plan to pull off that bait plan, then they should go to the Mongshan County market, they will find a lot of interesting things there. He turned around and started to leave, folding his hands behind his back. Director Su asked, what do you think? Lin Han replied, Mentor, even though this leader smiled at them, he can't shake the feeling that he is hiding something. The director closed his eyes and replied, this guy has always been a hypocrite. After a while, the team members were in the inn. They saw the protagonist and shouted, Brother Han, they are so glad that he is okay. Gong Sunlianchi said yes, he knew that Brother Han would be okay. The guys hugged Lin Han and Gong Sunlianchi asked, well, has he dealt with that guy? He replied, not yet. It was just a clone. And a very strong one at that. If the master hadn't arrived in time, he would have definitely gone nuts. Gong Sunlianchi turned around and said, Master, he should have told the Scar that he would keep an eye on them. They were scared to death. Director Su folded his arms and replied, no, if a Supreme Master hadn't shown up, he wouldn't have interfered. This task was supposed to be part of their training. He asked, had they already conveyed the seriousness of the situation in Mongshan to the academy? Duwan replied, no. They don't know what's going on there, but for some reason there's no network coverage in Mongshan County. They simply can't send a message to the academy. The director looked at the system warning window and frowned and said, so that's how it is. Okay, they'll forget about it for now. Mongshan County is near the border, and there are always many strong masters near the border. One supreme master won't be able to cause serious harm to Mongshan. Yuan Shi approached the protagonist and said, the mentor, the head of this county, turns out to be very strong too. He literally transferred them from the battlefield to the inn in a couple of moments. What is his cultivation stage? Director Su remembered how he left and said, Supreme. That one was his former comrade in arms. On one of the missions, all the members of their squad, except for him and that one, died in battle. After that, the government sent him to Mongshan. The team members looked at him carefully. At that moment, the director said, okay, enough about that. They are going to the Mongshan market, usually masters working on the border trade there, so you can find a lot of useful equipment there. They can buy equipment to their taste, and he will pay for everything. The guys unanimously said the mentor is a real benefactor. After some time, they came to the Millennium branch in Mongshan. Millennium is the same guild of merchants. The protagonist looked at the building and asked, is there a branch of Millennium there too? Gong Sunlianchi replied, Millennium is a very mysterious trading organization. Its branches are scattered throughout their empire. Brother Han, does he want to see what they have there? Lin Han smiled and said, of course, after all, he has special discounts there. Yuan Shi said, monster, and he'd better look for something else. Duan raised her hand and asked, she also wants to go to Millennium. Brother Han, can I come with him? The protagonist answered her positively. They approached the entrance, and were met by a girl who invited them to come in, gentlemen. After a while, they walked along a corridor in which there were glass counters. Suddenly, Du-won looked to the side questioningly. Lin Han stopped near the artifact opposite and asked if she could tell them about these two items. The girl smiled and replied, "He has a keen eye, sir. This necklace was created from the teeth of a high-level monster. The cousins poured their souls into it. This necklace is unique in that it grants its owner a 10% increase in defense." She looked toward the book and said, "And this, as he had already realized, is a skill book. Hidden within this is a high-class fist technique, the Thunder Fist. Legend has it that the master who unlocks the full potential of this technique will master the Thunder Fist technique of world destruction. In total, these items will cost them 8 million. Du-won looked at the necklace and then said, "Brother Han, this is too expensive." The protagonist replied, "The mentor said that he will pay for everything himself, so it is fine." He opened the book and thought, if he strengthens the Fist of Crumb 10,000 times, then he will finally have a rather formidable melee weapon. Two supreme herd and experienced border masters. With all this, they should be able to defeat this Blood Moon Guardian. But for some reason, his heart felt something was wrong. After a while, a large energy flow headed towards the protagonist. He jumped and fell into it, screaming loudly. Energy covered his body. The Thunder Fist technique was amplified 10,000 times. Name: Thunder Fist. Rank: Forbidden, type of fist fighting technique. Description: the heavens will burst with thunder, and the lightning will destroy the entire world. No one will survive the onslaught of the 8 trigrams lightning. Lin Han clenched his fist and thought, how powerful. Now he had a close combat technique comparable to his forbidden level spells. He had become much stronger, which meant that it was time to carry out their plan. Du-won turned around and suggested that Lin Han go back. The protagonist turned around and said yes. After a while, Director Su stood with his back to the team members and asked, "How is it? Have they found any suitable equipment?" Gong Sunlian smiled and replied, "Of course, it was full of all sorts of rare equipment. He got a beautiful spear that could make the enemy make mistakes. This would increase his combat power by at least 10%. Yuan Shi smiled and said, "With this new iron claw, he would leave his enemies with no chance of victory." Ting Xinchi smiled and said enthusiastically, "And he took a staff with a strong magic stone. It was lovely." The protagonist thought sheepishly, let him not call it all these strange names, but introduce it properly. The director turned around and said he was glad that they were able to find what they wanted. They had worked hard, but this was the end of their mission. Upon returning, he would apply to the academy to upgrade this task to S rank, and they would receive a corresponding reward. In the meantime, they could return, only Lin Han would remain, because without him, their plan would not work. Gong Sunlian, she said in confusion, "Master, but they also want to help Brother Han." Director Su replied, "This is no longer a game. The Blood Moon cult sent their supreme stage guardian there. Even if they do not fight him directly, they can suffer from the effects of his attacks alone. Besides, Gong Sun, he has another task for him." Gong Sunlian, she looked at the director carefully and said, "He understands, Master." After a while, the protagonist walked through the forest. Suddenly, the ground shook and giant monsters appeared in front of him. The vampire stepped forward and said, "Lin Han," and he was already starting to think that he would not show up. The protagonist turned around and said, "There is only one thing he cannot understand. What is he so interesting to them?" The vampire laughed and crouched down and said, "He himself does not know, but the patriarch ordered him to bring him to him, and he, as a guard, cannot disobey him. Lin Han, he will become his prisoner. And then, if he's lucky, part of his priceless collection." Lin Han looked at him and smiled slightly. He doubted it. Perhaps he would be the one to be the captive this time. The vampire waved his hands and laughed loudly. He stuck out his tongue and asked, "Does he think he doesn't know that Su Zhongtian came with him? In truth, he might be even less lucky than him, Lin Han." The protagonist looked up and asked, "Is he talking about that traitor?" They had guessed it ever since the connection to Mongshan was cut off. However, his mentor still agreed to his risky plan. The vampire stretched out his hand and asked, "So what if they had guessed it all?" He became his captive the moment he set foot on Mongshan. He couldn't escape him. The protagonist smiled and asked, "Really?" He clenched his fists and screamed, "Thunder Domain! 8 trigram lightning!" Bright lightning began to spread everywhere. A huge energy seal appeared in the sky and continued to spread these. Smoke began to come out from the vampire's hands and he said, "This hasn't changed anything, he is still under his control." Lin Han looked at him with his shining eyes and said, his biggest mistake is that he still underestimates him. At this moment, Bien Han smiled and said, Old man Su, he never thought that after so many years, they would end up on the same battlefield again. Director Su walked forward and said, Bien Han, so he has finally joined this Blood Moon cult. Does he even understand what kind of losses their empire will suffer? Bien Zhao's eye turned black and he asked, the empire, is this the same country that unfairly gets rid of its warriors? He doesn't give a damn about it. That day, it was thanks to him that they won against the monsters. But instead of rewarding him properly, the empire sent him to this hole. Director Su asked displeasedly, Bien Han, does he still not realize what he did back then? Does he not feel guilty at all for killing his own comrades for the sake of victory? Bien Han shouted displeasedly, what should he feel guilty about? He killed them, but in exchange for their lives, he was able to kill hundreds of supreme-rank monsters. So why was he sent to guard the border? He should have been enjoying life in the capital, not stuck there and shaking in fear because of terrible monsters. Director Su rose up and said, he sank to the bottom, Bien Han. What did the Blood Moon cult promise him? Bien Han turned away and replied, the post of the head of Hanyun City. He suddenly threw the skull forward and shouted, and the third stage of the supreme stage. Director Su frowned and said, it seems he forgot about the difference in their strength, Bien Han. Even if he managed to reach the third stage, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Bien Han looked at him and replied, he didn't need to win. He only needed to hold him back while the Heart Eater dealt with his disciple. I wonder how long he can last? Director Su took out an attribute and said, he's a garbage can. At this moment Bien Han felt like he was in a box and grabbed his ear. He looked ahead in fear, where he only saw flying iron things and eyes. The director said he thought he would use this skill when he had to go abroad again and fight monsters. But he never thought that he would have to use it against his former comrade in arms. There were many iron spears around Bien Han. He looked around and asked, what? Director Su stretched out his hand and said, Bien Han, it's over. A huge iron pedestal was flying at his head at high speed. At this moment, a dark energy towered above the treetops. The vampire sucked the huge intestine inside, which Lin Han looked at with disgust. He licked his lips and said, it's a little burnt, but it's not scary. The main thing is that he showed him all his tricks. Well, let's start the second round, now he goes first. At this moment, hallucinations appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. Red energy beams appeared from under his feet and the vampire asked, how does he like being infected with demon blood? Very soon he will lose his mind, and then completely become an obedient puppet. Let's see how long he lasts. Let him inhale properly. The protagonist sat down and thought, horror, and he is not lying. Consciousness really begins to distort. The Blood Moon cult really owns some strange and very dangerous spells. Now he can only barely maintain the wind and thunder area. At this moment, a black stream burst out of Lin Han's mouth and the vampire said, he must admit, he really is very strong. If he didn't know about his stage, he would think that he was at the early stage of the Supreme. However, his strength is not worth a dime in front of the secret spells of their cult. Let him give up already. This is the easiest and safest option. Suddenly, metal spears appeared, which the vampire dodged. The protagonist looked away in surprise, when suddenly Director Su grabbed him. Lin Han said, mentor him. Director Su replied, he was defeated. They need to escape towards the border. Bien Han ran after him and ordered Heart Eater quickly after them. He must not let Shongtian escape. Director Su held the protagonist on his shoulder and quickly ran forward. He raised the metal part into the air and rose into the sky. The vampire clenched his fist and shouted in displeasure. If he had properly taken hold of this old man, he would have made this Lin Han a new member of their cult in 5 minutes. Bien Han replied in displeasure, stop yelling. He is seriously injured, they will not run far anyway. If they speed up, they will catch them sooner or later. After a while, a pack of wolves appeared in front of Director Su and he sighed. The animals bared their teeth and the director directed his energy towards them. An explosion occurred and the wolves died. The director put his palm in a snow-white glove to his mouth and stained it with blood. Lin Han grabbed him and cried out, mentor. Director Su replied, he is fine. He sat on the ground in a lotus position and covered himself with energy. He frowned and concentrated. The protagonist asked, mentor, what happened there? Yes, Bien Han, he is a master of the supreme stage, but he should be much stronger than him. Director Su frowned and remembered the words of Bien Han, who laughed and said yes, even having reached the third stage, he still cannot defeat him. However, let him not forget that they are now in his territory? Can he be sure that he did not order his men to capture his disciples who were trying to leave Mengxian? The director asked displeasingly, what did he do to them, idiot? Bianhan laughed and said, what a face he has. He sent his thunder clone after them. If it dies, it will self-destruct, and all his disciples will be finished. Director Su held the metal pipe and thought, he does not know if he is telling the truth, but he must check everything. Suddenly, a strong lightning energy pierced him. Bianhan shouted displeasingly, Old Man Su, how dare he be distracted during the battle with him? He tore apart all the pipes and confidently looked forward. Bianhan swung in order to die. Director Su was thrown back and hit his back on the ground, and the iron pipes fell on him from above. He grabbed one of these and rose into the air. Bianhan said not to even think that he could escape like this. At this time, Director Su said this is how it was. Let Lin Han forgive him, he was the one who dragged him into the matter with the Blood Moon cult. The protagonist said, Mentor, he has trump cards. Next time, he will definitely not lose to him. Suddenly, the director looked to the side and said displeasingly, they are coming. The vampire and Bianhan looked at them mockingly, and approached. Bianhan frowned and said, Oh, old Su, so he finally chose a place for his burial? Great, otherwise he was tired of running after him. The vampire laughed and said, his collection will include Zhongtian himself. He is crazy just thinking about it. Director Su replied, Bianhan, he shouldn't have gotten involved with the Blood Moon. It will end badly for him. Bianhan smiled, baring his teeth and said, No, quite the opposite. This cult gave him what he wanted most. The vampire said discontentedly, Stop talking, they will just get rid of him. They rushed forward, and the director frowned and ordered to make everything shudder and incinerate, a forbidden spell, a meteorite. A huge burning stone was heading downwards. The vampire turned around and asked in fear, Has he completely lost his mind? What forbidden spell? It will affect him too. The director laughed and said, He just wanted to drag them along with him. A huge stone meteorite was rapidly heading downwards. The vampire screamed in fear, The radius of destruction is huge, they cannot escape. Bianhan looked up and ordered to deal with the crazy old man, and he will destroy the meteorite. He sent his energy upward and said, Let the mighty wind roar, dark clouds gather, thunder roars awaken, forbidden spell, thunder of extermination. A large energy flow was directed towards the meteorite. The vampire put his hand to his face and thought, horror, he underestimated him too. Who knew that this guy also had a forbidden spell up his sleeve? Bianhan asked displeasingly, What is he waiting for? Let him kill Zhongtian. He asked to wait and asked, What's going on? The protagonist stood to the side and activated his energy. Bianhan asked, Why did the power of his lightning begin to fade? The huge meteorite began to approach the ground and he screamed, Horror, his field again? Lin Han stretched out his hands and said, That was not bad. It turns out that the thunder and wind field not only strengthens his spells, but also weakens the enemy's wind and lightning attribute spells. He was really surprised when he told him that he knew this technique. And they were also very lucky that their spells combined perfectly. Director Su stood in front of him and smiled. Bianhan cried out in displeasure, Terrible devourer, let him help already. Scoundrel old man, Zhongtian, is he really ready to die with them? And what about his beloved disciple, does he not feel sorry for him at all? The vampire activated his energy and sent it upward. Director Su looked at them and replied, No, only those will die there. 36 Beam Technique, Imprisonment. He clenched his hands and the protagonist extended his hand forward. Huge metal beams covered their bodies, forming a defense. Director Su smiled and replied, As they already understood, this technique can be used in various ways, good for both offense and defense. He said goodbye to the scoundrels. The stones hit the iron beams and a huge and bright explosion occurred. Lin Han sat inside the shelter and thought that those who remained outside would really not be envious. Suddenly the beams began to crumble, and he looked up at the sky in fear. Director Su and the protagonist were freed and walked outside, where everything was scorched and smoking. Lin Han asked, Mentor, is he okay? Director Su squinted one eye, and then walked forward and said, There is no need to worry about him. He walked up to a large and deep hole and said, It seems they have won, they can go back. At this moment, lightning energy was directed into his body and he was very surprised. The protagonist grabbed the director and screamed, Mentor. Bien Han crawled out from under the stones and pointed his hand towards them. He crawled out and screamed laughing, "That was close, he is crazy." But in the end, the winner will still be him, Su Zhongtian. The vampire said, "Lin Han, him." The protagonist stepped forward and pressed his palms together and said, "They will not lay a finger on his mentor." The light of holy healing. The director's body was covered with healing light, and all the wounds on his body were healed. Bien Han cried out in displeasure, "What? Horror, he forgot that this guy was an altar class." The vampire rushed forward and cried out, he would deal with him. He extended his clawed hand forward, but the protagonist kicked him and threw him aside. He looked at his hands and asked in confusion, what happened to his mana? The vampire laughed and asked, did he just notice? He had already managed to infect all the local mana with his blood. If he tried to absorb it, he would have to absorb the demon's blood too. The vampire laughed and said, he would still get him. Let him give up, young man, he can't defeat him. Bien Han formed a stream of energy and said, Thunder Claw. Kuei Sanqiao suddenly appeared in front of him and covered Director Su with his body. The director said, he was just in time, without him they wouldn't have managed. Bien Han, he won't be able to fight against them. He frowned and said, this is the owner of the Vajra body, Kuei Sanqiao. Heart Eater, what is he waiting for? Let him do something. The vampire rose up and swung his scythe. Kuei Sanqiao put his hand forward and said, strong. He pushed him away and said, but this won't get him. After a while, they walked forward and Lin Han said, Kuei boss, thank you for your help. Kuei Sanqiao put his hands on his waist and said, what a guy, old man Su, despite all their efforts to stop him, he still managed to send a message. If it weren't for his vigilance, the number of casualties would have been unimaginable. Bien Han stood up and said, horror take them, he just wanted to take what was originally supposed to be his. Why are they getting in his way? Director Su walked up to him and asked, Bien Han, has he really not understood yet? He grabbed him by the clothes and said, that day it was he who insisted on killing that monster. He wanted to become famous, to earn a cushy job in the capital. And when it came time to choose, he left 13 of his comrades to die without hesitation. He was the only one who managed to survive. Does he even know what thoughts he lived with all these years? Every time he closes his eyes, he sees their faces in front of him. And every time he asks himself, why did they die and not him? Why didn't he die with them? Perhaps it was his pathetic soul that did not allow him to break through to the next stage. But he did. He rose to the last step of the supreme rank thanks to his strongest remorse. Bien Han cried out in displeasure, of course, let him talk as much as he wants, after all, the winners are not judged. However, one day he will still die by his hand, let him remember that. Soul Eater, they are leaving. The vampire smirked and asked, leaving? He created a portal to spare himself and said, well no, he'll probably leave it there. Give him a chance to chat with his old friend. Lin Han looked ahead in confusion, and the vampire stole it. The portal began to narrow, and Director Su shouted, Lin Han. Kuei Sanqiao screamed, horror, they didn't keep an eye on him. Does he have a second class? After a while, the vampire teleported to the manor, and the people welcomed the guard. The protagonist was tied up in a sack and asked, what kind of place is this? The vampire replied, he was in one of the headquarters of the Blood Moon cult. He sat on the throne and said, Lin Han, he was incredibly lucky. If the patriarch hadn't ordered to take him alive, he would have been a lifeless corpse long ago. Lin Han stood in front of him tied up and said, what a sight he is. Are all their cult members such freaks? The vampire waved his finger and said, let him come. The guard answered, yes. The vampire covered the guard's body with energy and turned it into an apple. The protagonist frowned and said, for them, even the lives of their own followers are worth nothing, a disgusting cult. The vampire bit the apple and stood up. He said, this is an equivalent payment in exchange for worshipping their god. Lin Han, he doesn't know why the patriarch has his eye on him, but something tells him that he was literally born to become one of them. The protagonist said not to even dream about it. He would rather die. The vampire turned away and spread his arms in different directions, saying not to rush to refuse. Lin Han, let him show him something first. He created a huge crack in the floor and led Lin Han to the cliff. He screamed, no, he's asking to let him go, don't. The protagonist frowned and asked, what is he going to do, let him go. The vampire laughed and said to throw away his pity, Lin Han. Doesn't he wonder where he, a curse mage, got his spatial skill from? It's because he has a second class, a spatial mage. The protagonist looked at him and asked, "Second class?" The vampire replied that usually people only have one class, but some lucky people manage to awaken the second class. But their venerable demon god can bestow the second class to all his followers. He said to watch carefully. He will be the first outsider to be honored to witness the ritual of obtaining the second class. If their demon god likes the sacrifice he made, he will definitely bestow the second class on him. Now he is only a gold-ranked altar, but his strength is already not inferior to a master of the initial stage of the supreme rank. He can't even imagine how strong he will become when the demon god bestows the second class on him. The vampire looked at him and said they will do everything to help him reach unprecedented heights. In turn, he only needs to join them. Let him devote himself entirely to serving the demon god, and then, perhaps, he can become a guardian like him. No, he is sure that he can rise even higher. He will become a patriarch. Lin Han chuckled and turned away, saying that the more he told him about these prospects, the more disgusted he felt towards them, so he should just end it already. The vampire laughed and said that no one could resist the temptation of unprecedented power. He pushed the protagonist, and said that he would have plenty of time to think about it. He was sure that very soon he would become their new comrade. The protagonist fell into the bloody water, and the vampire laughed and said to enjoy, Lin Han. Enjoy the sea of blood, pain, and all-consuming madness. Only in this way can he find his true purpose. Only in this way can he feel truly alive. The vampire ordered to prepare for the ceremony. The guards answered yes. The vampire looked at him and advised him not to resist. This demonic blood would continue to absorb his mana. And when it ran out, he, like him, would fall into the arms of the venerable demon god. The protagonist closed his eyes, and a voice from behind began to whisper, "It hurt, how much it hurt." He didn't want this, he didn't want to kill his children and wife. But if he hadn't done it, no, he didn't want to. The corpses began to float out of the blood and talk. He had become so strong, he wanted more, he needed to kill more people. He would give them everything, dear God. Lin Han stood with his eyes closed and thought that he needed to do something. If he simply gave in to this bloodbath, he would immediately lose his mind. And if he continued to resist, he would die. This blood was almost entirely composed of demonic chi. He could try to use it. At this moment, a messenger approached the vampire and said, "Devourer, the Kaoki Academy has sent 15 Supreme Stage Masters to look for this Lin Han. They don't have time." The vampire smiled in response. He followed and said, "Lord Messenger, he will bring him right away." The messenger said, "It's high time, they have no time to waste." The vampire clenched his fist and thought, horror, if he hands it over to this messenger, then all the laurels will go to him alone. He suddenly turned around and cried out, "What's going on?" The assistant replied, "Sir Guard, it seems that something is wrong with the river of blood. The demonic chi has become unstable." The vampire frowned and thought, is this Lin Han's doing? He looked to the side and thought, his body is enveloped in demonic chi. How can he still be able to resist it? Suddenly, rocks began to rain down from above and the messenger shouted, "Let them speak, the river of blood is spreading." There was a splash and a loud cry, a forbidden level spell, the revival of the undead. Wolves appeared from the river and rushed forward. The vampire laughed and asked, did he use the demonic chi that he cannot absorb to summon the undead? And he never ceases to amaze him, Lin Han. The protagonist climbed out and shouted in displeasure, "Heart Eater, he will restore justice and avenge all those who died at his dirty hands. Forward, Cerberus!" The vampire waved his hand and ordered his servants to deal with this dog. The protagonist saddled the monster and instantly threw the men in different directions. The vampire said in displeasure, "Excellent, this will be the perfect offering to their demonic god." Cerberus turned his head and flashed his glowing eyes. He rushed to the side as fast as he could. Lin Han asked in confusion, what was going on, what did he do, idiot? The vampire laughed and said not to forget that this fortress was built by him. He simply activated the protective spell of this place. Forbidden level spell, extermination scene. The vampire looked forward and said, Lin Han, within the area of his spell, he will not be able to use demonic chi without absorbing it, and the pressure on his mind will only become stronger. He no longer had anything to use against him. He laughed and said that inside the extermination scene, only he was allowed to kill. Suddenly, a huge snake surrounded the Cerberus's body and the protagonist jumped off the monster. He thought, damn it, he had spoken the truth. He could no longer control the demonic chi that was soaking everything in there, the undead could no longer be summoned. But he couldn't absorb it either. The last thing he needed was to turn into one of those mindless idiots. The Blood Moon cult was using every vile method they could. He couldn't fight him with all his might. Cerberus began to strangle the snake, and the vampire stabbed him with his blade and rushed forward. Lin Han looked ahead and frowned, thinking that the Cerberus was clearly no match for the Devourer, and he simply couldn't recover his mana. Was he really going to die there? He had no choice. He still had to absorb the demonic chi to recover his mana a little. Then he will try to use the divine light to get rid of the negative influence of this. Suddenly, energy began to spread everywhere, and the protagonist looked at it with displeasure and thought, this demonic chi began to mix with his mana. Horror! The vampire looked at him and asked, Lin Han, so he finally decided to accept the power of their demon god? He laughed and said to rejoice, from now on, his body belongs only to this one. The protagonist stood up and said, don't even dream about it, vile murderer. The vampire smiled and asked, so he still manages to maintain his sanity? Well then, he will have to add some oil to the fire. He put his palm on the face of the Cerberus, and blood began to spurt from all sides of its body. Stones rained down from above, and it howled loudly. Lin Han looked up at where the stones were raining down from. He pushed off the ground and rushed forward. The protagonist asked, damn it, what is it this time? The vampire saddled the Cerberus and charged forward. Lin Han clenched his jaws and asked, did he take control of his Cerberus? The vampire looked at him and asked, is he talking about his new puppet? Let him forget about it, it only serves him now. He ordered to tear him apart, Cerberus. It rushed forward, and the protagonist did not move. He clenched his jaws and thought, the Blood Moon cult, they are a bunch of terrible madmen. But he is even glad that he understood this. Now he will not feel any remorse. Lin Han pushed off the ground and rose higher. He shouted, divine face, Zhang Shifeng, master of the three blades. The vampire clenched his jaws and shouted dissatisfiedly, what, the master of the three blades? Yes, he is just a cheap fake, nothing more. Shifeng suddenly appeared in front of him and asked, fake? Now he will find out, the realm of the three swords. He swung his sword and thought that the effect of the divine face only lasts for 3 minutes, he needs to deal with it in that time. At this moment, the girl was looking at different places and thought, there is no one there either. Suddenly, she saw a battle and screamed. Director Su asked, what is it, did she find something? Gong Sun Qian answered, yes, she found it. At this moment, the protagonist pointed his swords towards the vampire and pierced the body of the Cerberus. The vampire fell to the floor, and his body was bleeding. He said he won, Lin Han, however, he is only happy about it. He knows that very soon he will become a perfect creation of their Blood Moon cult, he will submit to their demonic god. Sooner or later their cult will begin to rule this miserable world. And he will wait for Lin Han in hell. Stones started to fall from above, the protagonist looked up at it and thought, what a restless idiot, even when he was one step away from death, he continued to talk all this nonsense. Horror, things are bad for him, this cave is about to collapse. Lin Han closed his eyes, when suddenly energy flew over his head. He opened his eyes and saw a girl standing in the hole. She ran up to him and screamed in fear, Lin Han. Gong Sun Qian helped him out. Director Su ran up to them and asked how he was. She turned around and replied, unconscious, he was badly battered, but he will live. She thinks the Academy's healers will get him back on his feet in no time. Director Su said it was all thanks to her. If it weren't for her chi-searching technique, they would have been looking for him for a long time. But still, why is the Blood Moon cult so fixated on him? Gong Sun Qian looked away and replied, she doesn't know. By the way, she fulfilled her condition and found him. Now the Kaoki Academy is indebted to her. At this moment, Lin Han moved to his consciousness. In front of him sat a guy chained up. The protagonist looked around and asked, where is he? The guy turned around and screamed, he will kill him, he will kill him, he will kill him. Lin Han looked at him in surprise and asked, is it him? After a while, in the hospital room, the protagonist was lying on a bed. Next to him were all the members of his team. Suddenly, Lin Han woke up and screamed with burning eyes, he will kill him. Yuan, she asked, Brother Han? He started shaking him and said, don't scare him like that. What's wrong with him? The protagonist said, stop shaking him, or he will throw up. Duan walked up to him and handed him a plate and said, yes, let him leave him alone, here, Brother Han, let him eat some porridge. Lin Han smiled and said, thank you. After a while, he ate everything, emptied the plate and exhaled. He said that he was reborn. Gongsun walked up to him and said, Brother Han? Is he really okay? The protagonist showed him his hand and replied, Of course, he is as strong as an ox. He thought about it. Yes, he is fine, it's just that there is a demonic something inside him that is constantly trying to devour his mind. Horrible, it is so hard to restrain, but he must control it. It's okay, as long as he remains calm, it will not be able to escape. She patted his shoulder and smiled and said, He told them that Han would be okay. Lin Han looked at him and asked, By the way, how long had he been unconscious? She replied, It's been a week. The protagonist thought in fear, A whole week? Last time after the battle with Zhang Shifeng, he only lay down for a day, and now a whole week. At this moment, representatives of the academy entered the room and Director Su said, A magpie there was crowing to him that they had good news. He walked up to the protagonist and began to cover him with a blanket. He said he was glad that he woke up Lin Han. Let him cover himself with a blanket. The protagonist put his hands in front of him and said, Mentor, he is not cold. Gong Sun Chiener came to the center and folded her hands and said, Well, guys, could they put them together for a while? She and Lin Han need to talk about something. She pulled out a chair and said, First, let me introduce myself. She is Gong Sun's older sister, Gong Sun Chiener. She sat on the chair and said today she would like to ask him how exactly the Heart Eater died. And about what happened in that cave where he was held. The protagonist smiled and thought, they must have found that idiot's body, but they couldn't believe that he was the one who killed him. Now the need to hide his true strength has become even more acute, so he will have to hide behind his illusionary master again. Lin Han said that he had a magical treasure with him, given to him by his master. As she can see, it not only killed the devourer, but also seriously battered him. And then she, Lady Gongsun, saved him. She looked at him in surprise and said that a treasure capable of killing a peak master of the supreme stage must be at least legendary rank. What kind of treasure was that? The protagonist laughed and replied that he himself did not really understand anything. Everything happened too quickly, and he was more busy saving his own life. He thought, let her just believe it already, his head is completely out of whack. Principal Su walked up to them and said, Lin Han just woke up, he needs to rest. Kid, this time he did something that was almost impossible for a disciple of his level, so he will ask the academy to give him a reward for completing an SS rank quest. He will receive it as soon as he recovers. The protagonist laughed and said, Thank you very much, mentor. He is saved. Principal Su headed towards the exit and said to go. After a while, the academy members walked along the corridor and Principal Su asked, This Master Lin Han, what do they think of this? Kui Sanqiao put his hand to his chin and said, Quite a mysterious person. Gong Sun Chiener smiled and replied, and she was more intrigued by the fact that he was not at all surprised by her presence even though he saw her for the first time. Besides, a Heart Eater is not an opponent that can be killed with just a treasure. Little Han is hiding many secrets. Director Su closed his eyes and replied, No matter what he was trying to hide from them, he was his disciple. And he was currently in their academy. He didn't believe that the Blood Moon cult would be able to lay their dirty paws on him while he was there. After a while, Lin Han woke up and stood up from his bed and stretched. She entered the room and asked, So he can walk already? Then let his brother treat him. The protagonist smiled and replied, Okay, but he'll wash his face first. He'll be there soon. Lin Han washed his face and began to wipe his face with a towel. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his blood vessels burst. He grabbed his head and thought, Is this demonic chi? Damn it, he thought he had suppressed it, but now, he feels like it's about to burst out. No, if that happens, the academy will just lock him in there. He's not sure if anyone will listen to his explanation, no way. Lin Han closed his eyes and thought, he needs to wait out this delusion somewhere. She stood near the door and looked thoughtfully. He asked, Brother Han? The protagonist asked, His stomach hurts, can he wait for half an hour? She asked, Did he get diarrhea? It makes sense, he ate so much porridge after being unconscious for a week. How is he? Lin Han screamed, No need to go in, he will come out when he is finished. At this moment, he was standing on the window frame and thought, Fortunately, there is a forest nearby. If he releases his demonic chi there, the academy will not be able to figure out who exactly it was. He jumped out the window and thought, and then he will suppress it again with his mana. 5 minutes should be enough. At this moment, representatives of the academy were sitting in a large office with panoramic windows. A huge explosion occurred in the forest and Director Su froze. Kui Sanqiao screamed, Old man Su! Gong Sun Qian'er looked away. Director Su asked, where did the cult master who could release so much demonic energy come from? Damn it, was this cult completely out of his mind? How could they dare to attack their academy? Gong Sun Qian'er took a sip from her cup and asked, was he sure that this Supreme One would launch a frontal attack? The director asked, what was she getting at? Gong Sun Qian'er said, his message from Mongshan County didn't reach the academy after all, right? That meant that there was a cult man in the academy. However, they still couldn't find him. None of the alarms went off, so either this Supreme One was so skilled that he bypassed them all, or he was originally inside. She was more inclined to the latter option. Perhaps he would encounter a mole today. Director Su asked, by mole, was she referring to Lin Han? Gong Sun Qian'er closed her eyes and replied, she is not saying this, but it is worth checking. At this moment, the protagonist was sitting on the ground in the forest and releasing demonic energy. A huge energy skull was hanging over him. Suddenly, his eyes began to glow, and his whole body was covered in fiery energy. Lin Han had a large skull tattoo on his shoulder, and long hair grew. He said, horror, no, not that. Lin Han, Awakening of the Second Class. Title, Terrifying Son of a Demon. Class skills, Blood Moon Claws, Blood Moon Corruption. The protagonist's pants were torn off and red claws appeared. Blood Moon Claws, while the owner remains in demonic form, each attack that hits the target absorbs the enemy's mana. Blood Moon Corruption, pouring demonic chi into the enemy, the owner briefly grants him an increase in strength, but at the same time, the opponent gradually loses his mind and turns into an obedient puppet. Lin Han thought with displeasure, are they kidding me, why does he need such a class? In this form, anyone would mistake him for a cult follower. Yes, he can transform back, but this transformation is very difficult. If someone notices this, it will be the end for him. At this moment, Yuan Shi was standing near the toilet, his arms folded across his chest. The members of the academy came out to meet him and he said, Mentor, did he come to see Han? Director Su frowned and asked, where is Lin Han? Yuan Shi pointed to the side and said, he is in the toilet. The director demanded to open the door for them. Now. Director Su opened the door and saw the protagonist sitting on the toilet with a newspaper in his hands. He shouted, what are they doing? Let them come out of there. Director Su closed the door and cleared his throat. He closed the door and said, he told them that Lin Han had nothing to do with it. He suggested that they quickly check the area where the splash occurred. After a while, the protagonist came out of the toilet and looked after them and thought, it was a relief, but it was close. If he had not managed to return, then everything would have ended. He needed to think of something, since next time he might not be so lucky. He thought he should go to his old friend's place and buy himself a treasure that could suppress his inner chi. After a while, Lin Han found himself on the street and looked around, wondering if such treasures even existed. He hoped so. Suddenly, Gong Sun Qian'er appeared behind him and asked, did he decide to buy something for himself, Junior Lin Han? He turned around and asked, Senior Gong Sun? He thought, damn it, why is he so unlucky? Gong Sun Qian'er smiled and asked, did he decide to buy something, Junior? Okay, everyone has secrets, so she won't ask about his. At this moment, Mr. Liu came out of the building and laughed. He said, Miss Gong Sun, what a meeting, he's glad to see her. Lin Han asked, Manager Liu? Mr. Liu asked, Mr. Lin? Gong Sun Qian'er asked, do they know each other? The manager replied, yes, Mr. Gong Sun, Mr. Lin is one of their honored guests, they are always happy to see him. Gong Sun Qian'er looked at him and asked, is that so? Then, Junior Lin, he can buy himself something, their Gong Sun family will pay for everything. Let him forgive her, but she will not be able to take a walk with him, she still has business there. The protagonist looked at her and asked, but Sister Gong Sun, why does she need it? She smiled and said, well, she just hopes that Junior Lin will help both the Gong Sun family and her younger brother in particular if they suddenly find themselves in a difficult situation. Lin Han replied, of course, he will do everything in his power. Gong Sun Qian'er smiled and said, that's what we agreed on. She walked forward and waved, saying not to deny herself anything, and she went. The protagonist thought that he was sure that she had guessed something, but it seemed that she was not going to give him away. Not only did she not reveal his secret, but she also promised to pay for his not-so-cheap purchase. Now he really was indebted to the Gong Sun family. After a while, Gong Sun Qian'er stood on the balcony and looked into the distance. A woman came up to her and said, Madam, her guess was correct. The Ma family really did encounter a mysterious master not far from Lin Han's house, and he was also quite familiar with Feihua. Gong Sun Qian'er turned around and thoughtfully put her hand to her chin. The woman handed her a notebook with notes and said, "Madam, may I ask, this Lin Han, who is he?" Gong Sun Qian'er opened the notebook that contained a photo and said, "Lin Han is just a younger brother with some secret and unlimited potential." She turned away and threw the notebook back. She said, "And Wang, let her destroy all the information they had managed to collect about him. No one should see it. Perhaps Junior Lin will be able to help out their Gong Sun family in a big way soon." At this time, Mr. Lu pointed his hand forward and said, "He was always surprised by his luck, Mr. Lin. What will his order be this time?" The protagonist took a sip from his coffee cup and asked, "Manager Lu, does he have any artifacts in Millennium that can suppress magical fluctuations?" The manager walked over to the vase and turned the lid of it. The door to the cabinet opened, and he laughed and pointed inside. Manager Lu said, "Of course, this is quite a rare commodity, but they have everything in Millennium that a master like him might need. Here." Lin Han walked inside, and Mr. Lu said, "Mr. Lin, he presents to him an artifact that can completely suppress the owner's magical fluctuations." He picked up the cloth from this and said, "An epic-level starstone, capable of suppressing most of the magical fluctuations, and the chi aura of its owner. The price of this, 50 million. Item improvement 10,000 times. Name, Mysterious Starstone. Divine level. Position, necklace. Description, completely conceals the magical fluctuations and chi of the owner. It cannot be detected by anything unless the owner himself wishes it." Lin Han waved his hand and said, "What is needed, I will take it. Thank you very much, Manager Lu." Mr. Lu replied, "He is always happy to help, let him come more often, Mr. Lin." The protagonist went outside and thought, now he has a divine-level artifact. At this moment, in the dark room, the man in the robe bowed and said, reporting, "His superior, the Heart Eater has died, but they have detected strong fluctuations of demonic chi in Hanyun City." The patriarch said, "This idiot was more trouble than he was worth." He pointed his finger forward and said not to touch that brat Lin Han for now. It seemed like there was someone powerful behind him, someone they had to reckon with. Let them continue with their plan and bring back the demon. If they failed, they would all suffer a death 1,000 times worse than the death of a Heart Eater. The assistant pressed his fist to his palm and said, "Yes, his superiority, they would not let him down." After a while, Lin Han walked out of the shopping mall and thought, "Good, now that he has a god-level artifact, no one will be able to find out that he has something to do with the Blood Moon cult." Now he can breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the team members appeared in front of him. Gong Sun Lianxi asked, "Brother Han, he didn't think that they wouldn't find out that he left them alone to go on a date with his elder sister, did he?" The protagonist froze and asked in confusion, "No, where did they even get that idea from?" "Let him stop, Gong Sun, and let him explain everything." Gong Sun Lianxi grabbed him and said mockingly, "No need to explain anything, Brother Han." He suggested that the guys beat him up. Lin Han said, "No need, guys, he just wanted to go to Millennium 4. The team members beat up the protagonist, which scared Du Wan. Gong Sun Lianxi adjusted his gloves and said, "Now we can talk." Jiang Ruixin comes up to them and says that she didn't expect to see the best freshman in such a deplorable state. Gong Sun Lianxi looks at her and asks what she's talking about. She says that she just wanted to say that if anyone saw the best freshman of their academy being beaten, it would greatly damage their reputation, and it's unlikely that anyone would want to enroll there after that. Yuan, she says that her character is different from Miss Fei Hua's. If he hadn't told him that she was her younger sister, he would never have guessed it. Jiang Ruixing ran up to him very quickly, put a dagger to his throat, and asked if he could repeat what he just said. Lin Han grabbed her hand and told her that she should calm down already. She was her sister, wasn't she? Why was she reacting so aggressively to this? She was part of her family, after all, and Fei Hua cared about her in her own way. Jiang Ruixing turned away from him and said that she was a genius who carried the honor and hope of her family. And her sister was just a pathetic traitor who rejected her own family. Why should she change her attitude towards traitors? A man came up to them, laughed, and said that students should support each other instead of arguing over nothing. But it was a good thing that they had gathered together. He had a small task for them. Yuan, she turned to him and asked if they would have another task. They just got back. The man says with a smile that they don't have to worry, they won't be alone this time. This mission has been prepared for the 2 strongest freshman squads. The main purpose of the mission is just for them to gain combat experience and get acquainted with the situation in the borderlands. In addition, he will be leading the mission personally, so there won't be any problems. Gong suddenly, and she says that he hopes that everything will be like this time. After a while, several monsters jump high into the air and try to climb the high wall. One of the archers who is aiming at these monsters says that they should open fire. All the archers immediately follow his order and hit the approaching monsters. The archers take aim, standing behind the knights with shields, and someone says loudly that the second wave is approaching, so they should prepare. Yuanqi stands with the others on the wall and looks at what is happening in surprise. The man asks, "How do they like it?" "Very different from what they imagined, isn't it?" The fighters of the border walls are constantly busy blocking the endless attacks of monsters. Everything here depends on well-coordinated teamwork, not the strength of a single person. This is a B-rank quest. All they have to do is wipe out 3 small groups of monsters outside the city. The strongest monsters in this area are barely gold-ranked, so this will be just normal training for them. Their mission is to wipe out all the monsters within 5 li of the border walls. They are to split their groups of 2 and go out to clean up, meeting here tomorrow at 15 o'clock. If they encounter any difficulties, they are to contact him immediately. All the students immediately agreed with the teacher. After a while, Duwan uses the observer mode skill and says that there is a pack of wolves waiting for them ahead, all of them gold-ranked. This is slightly different from what he told them. Lin Han says that it's time to get used to the fact that quest information may not correspond to reality. However, this is bad, because usually the Borderland fighters only deal with silver-ranked monsters. If these wolves reach the walls, the seniors may not be prepared for this. Duwan gets to her feet and says that she does not think they need to be afraid of gold-ranked monsters, they should deal with this. She can even handle this alone. Lin Han says that she is too active, something tells him that this will not go as smoothly as she thinks. Immediately after that, they continued on, found a pack of wolves and Duwan attacked them with a fireball. She turns around and notices several wolves attacking her from behind. She immediately uses the Ice Spike spell and defeats these monsters. After that, she leans on her staff and says that she seems to be done here. Duwan notices a huge shadow that has caught her attention and immediately turns around with a surprised look. She notices a huge wolf about to attack her, but suddenly someone lands a strong blow to the monster's head. That person turns out to be Lin Han, and with a strong blow he knocks the monster away from her. He turns around and says that she is quite skilled at switching between fire and ice magic. It is amazing. Now gold-ranked monsters are really no problem for her, but she should not forget about caution. Duwan sits on the ground and says that the monster scared her very much. She gets to her feet, notices that several wolves are running away from them and says that something is wrong here. Lin Han stands next to her and asks what exactly she means. Duwan with a thoughtful look says that after the death of the leader, the wolves should have fled to their lair, but for some reason they headed towards the snake turtles, which are responsible for Jiang Ruixin's squad. Lin Han grabs her hand and starts running, saying that they don't have time to think about it then, they have to check it out. Duwan is very surprised by this and asks him to slow down. At the same time, the girl with the staff in her hands, standing in front of the huge monster, creates a magic circle on the ground, raises her hands and uses the flash spell. Because of this spell, the snake turtle turns away from her and closes its eyes. Jiang Ruixin takes advantage of the fact that the monster was blinded and jumps on this monster with a sword in her hand. She flew very quickly next to the snake turtle's neck and defeated this monster with one blow. After that, she landed on the ground next to the bodies of the other killed monsters. The girl with white hair hugs her and happily says that she is the best commander, and she is also so soft and comfortable. Jiang Ruixin is embarrassed by her behavior and tells Xiaoge that she should let her go. She turns her head and sees several huge monsters looking at them with an ominous look and says that it seems like they are not finished yet, the snake turtles have surrounded them. Xiaoge uses her magic spells and asks how dare they interfere with her getting closer to the captain? With her magic attacks, she defeats one of the snake turtles and it begins to fall on its back. At the same moment, 2 monsters are about to attack Jiang Ruixin, who stands still and watches this. Both of these monsters try to bite her, but she defends herself from one of the heads with her sword. The monster seriously injured her arm, and she thinks that she has relaxed too much. Xiaoge turns to her with a worried look because she is worried about her. One of the monsters took advantage of this moment and attacked her while she was looking away. She falls into Jiang Ruixin's arms and says that she should leave her and run, because the 2 of them will not get out. In response, she says that she should stop talking such nonsense. How can a captain abandon his subordinate? Xiaoge, with a red face, reaches out to her with a trembling hand and thinks that she could not even dream of dying in the captain's arms. Lin Han ran to them and with one very strong blow, threw one monster far away. Jiang Ruixin heard the loud sound of his blow and asks, "Who is it?" He comes to them and asks the younger one, "What is going on here? Can't they even deal with several snake turtles?" Jiang Ruixin got angry because of this and asks who allowed him to call her like that. He shouldn't pretend to be an elder just because he knows her sister. Besides, these monsters are gold rank, so they are not that easy to deal with. Duwan worriedly says that he should stop arguing with her, they should quickly deal with the monsters, after all, there might be a lot more of them soon. Lin Han says with a smile that it will be very easy for him. Immediately after that, he grabs the snake turtle by the head and starts to spin it around. He threw the body of this huge monster at the other monsters and they were all thrown back very hard. Jiang Ruixin looks at him in surprise and thinks that he just threw a gold rank snake turtle as if it were some kind of ball. Is this really the power of a gold stage altar? Duwan asks, does he really have to brag about his strength like that? Lin Han says that the important thing is that they have finished this matter, the rest is just details. It seems that they have already dealt with the monsters, so they should report this to the teacher. Jiang Ruixin's face turned red and she cried out loudly because she felt sick. She falls to the ground but Xiaoge catches her and asks the captain what happened to her. She can't just leave her like that. She notices Lin Han coming towards them and asks what he's up to. He's not allowed to touch the captain. He ignores her and thinks that Jiang Ruixin's injury is not that serious. Maybe it's because of the snake turtle's venom? Maybe his forbidden level spell can help her somehow. He folds his hands in front of him and asks if she's forgotten that he's an altar? He uses a life restoration spell and says that he'll try to help her. A strong energy engulfs Jiang Ruixin's body and a worried Xiaoge starts calling out for the captain. She starts to panic and asks the altar why the captain isn't getting better? Lin Han looks at her and thinks that something is wrong. He's already gotten rid of the poison, so why hasn't she regained consciousness yet? He says that his spell didn't work, so they need to call the teacher urgently. Half an hour later, the teacher came to them and examines Jiang Ruixin, and Xiaoge asks what's going on with her. He says with a serious look that some strange energy is circulating around her heart. If they don't get rid of it, her life may be in danger. Xiaoge starts crying because of this and asks if even he can help her. The teacher takes out a small medallion and says that the medicine in the borderland is not that advanced, so they won't be able to help her here. They need to return to the city as soon as possible and show her to the specialists. This is a teleportation formation. They've probably already noticed that the borderland is not very calm right now. Lin Han asks what happened there. The teacher says that they themselves don't know why, but in recent days, the strength of the monsters near the border has increased somewhat. For example, the 3 groups he asked to get rid of were originally silver rank, but now they have become gold rank. He must not forget to report this. He points to Xiaoge and Duwan and says that as for them, they did well in fighting the monsters, so he would like them to continue helping them defend the wall. So they should return as quickly as possible. He activates the item and a magic circle appears under the students, which begins to emit a bright light. They fly away very quickly, and the teacher looks at this and thinks that he hopes that everything will be fine, but for some reason he is not calm. Some time later, in the city hospital, Lin Han loudly calls the doctor and says that he needs help. The doctor who was about to eat was very scared because of this and asked why he was screaming so loudly. Can he see that he was eating now? Doctors also have a lunch break. He turns to him and looks at him and Jiang Ruixin, whom he is holding in his arms. The doctor turns to his colleagues with a worried look and says that they should prepare the operating room, because the patient urgently needs to be operated on. Lin Han watches her being taken away on a stretcher and thinks that nothing can happen to her. Otherwise, how will he look Ruixin in the eyes later? After some time, he looks into the operating room and asks the doctor how she is feeling. The doctor looks at him and asks where they even came across something like this. Lin Han goes up to him and asks if it is something serious. The doctor says that her life is not in danger now, but this is a rather rare and dangerous phenomenon. These parasites, heartworms. Originally, they were just ordinary pests that could be easily gotten rid of. However, 80 years ago, after the Blood Moon cult somehow improved them, they became deadly. Little is known about their effects on the body. Only that they can lurk near the host's heart and temporarily increase their spiritual power. However, there is a chance that the parasite can control the host's body during this time. Lin Han thoughtfully thinks that this cult is involved again. Does this mean that the monsters on the border have become stronger precisely because of these parasites? Have the cult's hands really reached the border? He hopes that everything will be okay with the others. The doctor hands him the documents and tells him that he must sign these papers and then he can go. They should not go to such dangerous places in the future. Lin Han signed the documents, answers someone's call, and one of his friends tries to tell him something, but the connection is cut off. He puts the phone away and thinks that something must have happened to them. Jiang Ruixin stands up, calls his name, and says that they need to return to the borderland urgently. Lin Han turns to her and says that she just had surgery, so she should lie down and rest. She still gets up and says that she can't do that, because right now her comrades are fighting those terrible monsters, and she will not forgive herself if something happens to them while she is lying here. Lin Han says that he understands her, but he does not have another teleportation formation. His attention is drawn to the fact that the girl who approached him says that she has one. Feng Yunxin, holding a medallion in her hand, says that she was nearby and was on a mission. She saw them running to the hospital, so she decided to check what happened to them. She did not live that everything would be so serious. Lin Han says that they urgently need to report the situation to the academy and return to the borderland. Feng Yunxin says that he doesn't have to worry about the academy, since she's already informed them of what's going on there. They're already preparing people to go. If they want to go back there, they should take her with them. She's not weak, so she'll be quite useful. They stand next to each other, activate the formation, and he says that they should go there then. After a while, they teleported into the building and Lin Han asks where they've ended up. He notices a sign and asks, "Isn't this the Mongshan County morgue? Why were they teleported here?" Yuan Shi helps the doctors and says that they should quickly get into the car, since they need to evacuate. Lin Han walks up to him and asks what's going on here. Yuan Shi turns to him and asks, "Have they returned yet?" In short, their situation is dire. The monsters of the borderlands seem to have gone crazy. The wall has been breached and Mongshan County has already fallen. He was ordered to evacuate the doctors and medical staff while Mentor Jiang, Gongsun, and Manga held off the monsters for now. Lin Han started running and said that he understood, then the evacuation was up to him, and he would hurry to the others. The girls ran after him and said that they would go with him. Yuan Shi said that they should be careful out there, because those monsters were really crazy. At the same time, several people were standing in front of a huge snake with a spear stuck in its body. Lin Han noticed this and asked, "That was Gongsun Lianqi's spear, but where was he then?" They heard loud sounds and this attracted their attention. They looked at the huge snake, which began to crawl away, and Feng Yunxin asked, "Why did that monster run away?" They noticed 3 huge monsters fighting each other. Jiang Ruixin asked, "What rank are those monsters? If they were weak, they should deal with them quickly." Lin Han says that there are 3 peak supreme rank monsters. Are they sure they want to try to attack them? She refuses and says that there is no point in trying to fight such monsters. Maybe they should go around them then? A huge monster falls next to them while Lin Han points to the side and says that they should go east then. The loud sound the monster made caught his attention, and he immediately turned around to see what happened. He grabbed Jiang Ruixin in his arms and they started to run away from the monster. Lin Han turns around and asks why those monsters suddenly decided to team up against them? Just now they were ready to kill each other. Feng Yunxin says that those monsters are too fast, they couldn't escape from them. Lin Han looks worried and says that this is a serious problem. They need to split up, he will distract the monsters' attention and try to break away. They are supposed to meet at the same place later. She turns to him and says that she understands him. Jiang Ruixin asks, he doesn't think of continuing to run with her in his arms, does he? Lin Han looks at her with a smile and asks, does she really not like it? She says that if those monsters catch up with him, she will die along with him. He asks, what's wrong with that? They will die together, just like in all those romance books. Feng Yunxin runs in the other direction, and Jiang Ruixin loudly says that he should let her go. After all, she didn't agree to this. All 3 monsters decide to run after them, while Feng Yunxin continues to run in the other direction. Half an hour later, Lin Han continues to run and thinks that his stamina is quite high, so he can run at this pace for a whole day, but he doesn't think those monsters have any problem with it. If they continue to chase them like this, it will become a problem. He notices a cave in the mountain and thinks that he can try to wait there. He runs into the cave very quickly and because of this, the monsters lose sight of him. One of the monsters notices the cave in which they are hiding and looks inside. Lin Han hides around the corner and thinks that only forbidden level spells will work against these monsters. But now he is not alone. Jiang Ruixin is about to say something to him, but suddenly someone standing behind them touches their shoulders with a smile. He activates the skill and they both teleport somewhere, and because of the surprise, she starts screaming loudly. After that, they both fall to the ground with a loud sound in an unknown place. She gets up and asks what is going on here. She was happy when she saw Teacher Jiang, but he immediately gestures that they should be quieter. Out of joy, she starts shaking Lin Han and says that this is their teacher. He asks her to stop and says that if she continues to do this, his head will fall off. After some time, they made a fire and Teacher Jiang asks, so they were looking for him? Lin Han agrees and says that they couldn't leave him here alone. The teacher laughed, thanked him and asked Jiang Ruixin, is her wound okay? She says that she has almost recovered, the doctors removed the parasite that was poisoning her. Lin Han asks, where are Gong Sun Lianqi and the others now? What managed to happen while they were gone, and how did they end up so far from the walls? Teacher Jiang says that he needed to cover the retreat of their forces, so he went out to fight 3 supreme rank monsters at once. Over time, other monsters began to flock to him. In addition to everything, a huge worm, also of supreme rank, appeared. Although he does not consider himself weak, he was not able to cope with all of them. After some time, this worm had completely surrounded Mount Manshan, and there was only one way to retreat, to the south. He decided that the best solution would be to try to cross the border and get into the territory of the Meiji Empire. However, on the way, he again encountered those same high-ranking monsters. So he decided to wait here, and then he met them. Lin Han said that the elder Feng Yunxin came with them. They did not have time to think about a plan of action, so they had to split up with her. Teacher Jiang asks, she's a third-year student, right? Lin Han agrees and says that they agreed to meet at the same place where they split up. She's just a diamond stage wind mage. This forest is too dangerous for her, so he needs to find her as soon as possible. Teacher Jiang says that he understands him, but he doesn't think it's a good idea to go alone. Even if his true strength is close to that of a supreme stage master. He doesn't get to finish speaking because Lin Han says that there are still 3 supreme rank monsters roaming around. The 3 of them will be too visible a target, so it'll be easier for him to do it alone. Jiang Ruixin says that he should trust him. Teacher Jiang agrees and says that they will stay here then. He should come back before nightfall, regardless of whether he finds her or not. After a while, Lin Han uses the all-seeing eye skill and thinks that this spell will help him find her faster. He can't see anyone, but the all-seeing eye shows that Feng Yunxin's tracks end here. He calls out loudly and says that they have found Teacher Jiang. Where is she now? She opens her eyes after sleeping and asks if it is Lin Han. He immediately turns around at the sound of her voice and calls her name. He walks up to her and asks how she even thought of falling asleep in the middle of the forest. What if she was attacked by monsters? Feng Yunxin says that of course she was overcautious. Before going to bed, she set up a wind barrier around herself that carries away her scent and warns of anyone approaching within 500 meters. Lin Han asks then why didn't she notice him? Feng Yunxin says that it's simple, he didn't wish her any harm. Her barrier is only set to those who want to harm her. He says that he understands everything, they have found Teacher Jiang, so they need to return to the others. After a while, when night has fallen, they both walk through the forest and Lin Han says that she should be careful, maybe the monsters are still wandering around somewhere. Suddenly, he raises his hand to stop her, and says that he has a bad feeling. He uses the skill All-Seeing Eye and with this skill he sees that at this moment many monsters are quickly running towards Teacher and Jiang Ruixin. Lin Han runs to the cave where they are and loudly says that they are in danger because they are surrounded by monsters. Several monsters that were in his way notice him and immediately try to attack. Lin Han deals several very fast blows and defeats all of these monsters. He quickly runs into the cave after that and Feng Yunxin wonders, where did he get so much strength from? Is this what the golden stage altars are supposed to be like? At the same time, the teacher is standing between Jiang Ruixin and the monsters, next to whom there is a man engulfed in flames. His body was covered in many wounds from fighting the monsters, and he looks at it with a worried look. Lin Han runs up to him and gets his attention by calling out to him. Teacher Jiang looks at them with a very worried look and loudly says that they should run away from here. Their opponent is a peak supreme stage master, they are no match for him. The man engulfed in intense flames runs towards him and says that he is right, they are no more scary to him than insects. Lin Han runs towards them with a very scared look and asks them to stop. He loudly calls out to Teacher Jiang, who is hit by an unknown man. A hand that appeared from the flames plunges its fingers into his body, and he loudly says that he told them to run away. He is pierced through by a hand and he loudly says that if they interfere in the battle, they will definitely die. He starts to lose consciousness due to being badly injured, and Jiang Ruixing calls out to him loudly. She tells that jerk with a serious expression that she will kill him. Just as she is about to do something, Lin Han runs up to her from behind and knocks her out with a palm strike. Fei Yunxin is about to ask something, but he immediately hits her with his palm and knocks her out with that strike. He holds the two of them so that they don't fall and apologizes to the elder for that. Immediately after that, he gently lays them down against the wall while the Burning Man stands still and looks at him. The Burning Man asks him in confusion, why did he do that? Lin Han turns to him with a serious face and says that he did it so that they wouldn't see him kill him. The man starts laughing loudly and asks, does he seriously think he can do that? He realized the secret of his self-confidence. He heard that this loser of a heart-eater died at the hands of his master. To be honest, he didn't come here for him. His master ordered him not to be touched for a while. However, since it turned out that he himself came into his hands, there was nothing he could do. He would bring him to his master, and perhaps he would even be rewarded for it. Lin Han looked at him and said with a calm expression that it seemed that his master was still behind him. Isn't he afraid that his master would come here and kill him? The Burning Man said that he probably didn't know anything at all about what Supreme Stage Masters are capable of. He controlled an entire area within a 5-kilometer radius around him, so he immediately felt how he and this girl entered the range of his control. No matter how strong his master was, he wouldn't be able to hide his presence from him. He was completely alone here. So he should stop putting on a show and give up, because that would be it for the both of them. Lin Han calmly asks why he thought he would surrender so easily to some boy courier from the cult. He is only at the initial stage of the Supreme Stage. Burning Man became angry because of this and loudly asks what he just said. Lin Han asks, isn't that so? Heart Eater was also their master's dog. His master killed him, and their overbearing not only did not avenge him, but also ordered them not to touch him. He does not value their lives at all. He is no different from him. They are ordinary dogs, very loyal expendable material of the Blood Moon cult. Burning Man points at him and asks, he likes to talk, doesn't he? There is no meaning in his words, because the very idea that underlies their cult is cruelty and power. Heart Eater died because he was not strong enough. It is only his fault. The others do not care about his death at all. Wait, he didn't start this conversation just to stall for time, did he? He's trying in vain, since he has nowhere to run, and his ghost master won't save him this time. Lin Han asks, by the way, since he's so confident in his victory, should he tell him his name already? The Burning Man laughs loudly and says that of course he's confident in it. Since he wants it so much, his name is Li Dan, the Spirit Tiger Halberd. He should remember his name well. He runs towards him very quickly and says that he should be prepared now, because it's going to hurt. Lin Han manages to anticipate his attack and jumps up at the last moment to dodge the attack. He bounces off the rock and gets outside. Li Dan follows him and asks, is he going for a run? Lin Han thinks that if they start fighting inside the cave, they might accidentally hit the girls, so he should lure him outside. They continue to run very fast after each other and stop somewhere in the forest nearby. Li Dan asks why he decided to stop. Is he already tired or did he think that he had a chance against him? Lin Han begins to emit strong lightning around himself and says that he does not need to know about it. He thinks that they have already gone far enough, so it's time for him to kill him. Every extra second of his life is disrespect for Teacher Zhang's sacrifice. A magic circle appears under him, and he uses a forbidden level technique, Thunder Fist. Li Dan is surprised by this and asks where the Golden Stage altar got such power from. He thinks that he senses a power in it that surpasses the power of a Diamond Stage Master, or rather, it is already at the Supreme Stage. He takes out his weapon and loudly tells the revered demon god that he is his most devoted follower, and he calls on the power of hell itself. Forbidden level spell, Demon Realm. Lin Han swings his fist, into which he directs lightning and thinks that he is already familiar with this spell, since he has it too. They simultaneously rush to attack each other and strike, into which they put a huge amount of energy. Due to the collision of two such strong attacks, a huge explosion occurs, which is visible from afar. Li Dan stands on the ground and says that he was able to surprise him. It turns out that he was not bluffing when he called his technique forbidden. Lin Han asks with a smile, what's wrong with that? He can use such a spell, but he can't? Li Dan laughs and says that if he understood everything correctly, then it was not his master who killed the Heart Eater. A rookie of the gold stage who can use forbidden level techniques and who can also run very fast. Even Diamond Stage Masters cannot move that fast. After all, He recognized the spell he used. Now he understood why the Overlord wanted him so much. There are indeed many secrets hidden in his body. He managed to interest him. He gets into a fighting stance and says that he will do everything to deliver him to the Overlord. Li Dan runs towards him very quickly and loudly says that he will grab him and personally find out all the secrets hidden in his body. Lin Han's eyes suddenly start to emit a red glow, and many symbols appear around him. He uses the skill Demon God's Domain, causing his nails to grow along with his hair. He activated the second class, terrifying Demon Son, gets into a fighting stance and loudly says that he will kill him. Li Dan stops and wonders, where did such a terrifying aura come from? He releases a powerful stream of flames with his staff and loudly says that the supreme god of halberds must grant him the power to cut through the heavens and destroy the earth. The forbidden technique of 10,000 thrusts. This stream of flames hits Lin Han, but a barrier appears around him, blocking this attack. A small part of the flames still broke through this barrier and left a cut on his face. He wipes the blood from his face and says that he did not know that he had such a trump card in store. It seems that he underestimated him. Li Dan asks how he was able to use the demon god's domain. This forbidden spell is only masters of the supreme stage of their blood moon cult. Lin Han sneered and wondered, can't you tell from his appearance? He thought that the demon god's domain would literally incinerate him in the blink of an eye, but he was wrong. But the risk of losing control increases with each passing second. Li Dan glares at him and says that his appearance is a demonic form. Has he already joined their cult? Lin Han asks, who needs this cult of theirs? Why did he think that only they can use such spells? Li Dan asks, does he seriously think that he is an idiot? Only members of their cult who have been granted the second class by the demon god can emit such demonic chi. And he clearly has the second class, which means he is a member of the Blood Moon cult. Lin Han attacks him with magical energy and says that he knows too much. Li Dan resists this attack and says that he used the demon god's domain again. A golden stage altar, possessing 3 forbidden spells and a huge amount of demonic chi, he is a true genius. Since the founding of their cult, there has not been such a talented follower among them. He himself should understand that in his current situation, the Kaoki Academy will no longer accept him. He grabs Lin Han's hand and tells him that he no longer has a place among ordinary people, that his only home now is their cult. He must join them. He pulls his hand away from him and tells him that their cult is just a bunch of disgusting freaks who have gathered together because there is no place for such people in normal society. If he joins them, he is afraid that all of his ancestors will have to rise from their graves to bring him to his senses. Li Dan laughs, points his finger at him and tells this ignorant idiot that he was born in a small country that proudly calls itself the Star Dragon Empire, so it is no wonder that he knows nothing about this world. There is not a single country or force on this planet that can rival the might of their Blood Moon cult. He can say without exaggeration that the strongest master of their empire is just a boy in front of one of the senior masters of their cult. He himself will understand everything soon. Once he reveals his little secret, he will no longer have a place among humans and will crawl back to them. Lin Han says with an evil look that in that case, he has no choice but to kill him so that no one will know his secret. He quickly runs towards him and says that they should finish this already. Besides, he has already wasted too much time on him. He delivers a very strong punch with his fist, and Li Dan blocks it with his halberd. He tries his best to defend himself, and says that he is quite strong and fast. He throws him back and says that the demon god's domain lives up to its name. Lin Han jumps towards him and says loudly that now is not the time to indulge in reflections on the name. He strikes with his hand, but Li Dan blocks his attack again with his halberd. He immediately strikes back from the side, but Lin Han blocks it with his hand. He jumps to the side and prepares for another attack. Their fight causes a very loud explosion that lights up the area around them. Li Dan stands in front of him, holding a halberd in one hand and says that he has amazing strength. Lin Han calls him an annoying insect and says that he will kill him very soon. He roars angrily and pounces on Li Dan with terrifying speed, who is very surprised by this. They fall to the ground. He continues to defend himself and says that now he is even more like a cult follower. He cannot run from the truth and must join them. Lin Han sank his teeth into his halberd and says that he will never join them and will definitely kill him. He knocks the halberd out of his hands and Li Dan loudly says that he has already gone completely crazy. Lin Han does not listen to him, bites his shoulder, and roars loudly. He cries out in pain from this bite and loudly tells this man that he should let him go. He starts hitting him on the head and says that he should let him go right now. Lin Han suddenly lifts his head up, leaving a wound on his shoulder, and Li Dan screams loudly in pain. He spits out some of the skin and says that it tastes disgusting. He won't even be able to eat it. I see, so there's no point in letting him live anymore, so he'll have to kill him right now. Li Dan runs away from him and says that he's not going to die at the hands of an idiot like him. Lin Han starts running after him and loudly says that he doesn't even have to think about it. They notice a huge snake standing in front of them, and they both stop because they feel a strong oppressive aura. A huge emperor python notices them and screams loudly. Li Dan loudly asks, "What is a top-level supreme rank monster doing here anyway? The heavens have definitely cursed him." Lin Han looks at this monster, licks his lips and roars loudly. The imperial python pays attention to him and makes very loud hissing sounds. This monster strikes him very hard with its tail and throws him very high into the sky. Li Dan notices that the monster starts to turn towards him and says loudly that it should leave him alone. He starts to run away and the royal python crawls after him very quickly. The next morning, Lin Han runs through the forest and thinks that this imperial python was too strong. He sits down by a tree and thinks that if it weren't for his forbidden support spell, he definitely wouldn't have survived this attack. He stops using this forbidden support spell and thinks that it seems like they were not hurt. That's good. After that, he returned to the entrance of the cave and sees the girls sitting next to the mentor and calling out to him. Feng Yunxi notices him and asks if he is okay. Lin Han says that he is fine. They should go back quickly. Mentor Jiang sacrificed his life for them. He thinks that he can't let his sacrifice go in vain. He needs to quickly take them to a safe place. Jiang Ruixing raises his head and is about to say something about Teacher Jiang, but he can't find the words. Lin Han says that there is a top-ranked imperial python wandering around nearby. They will be in great danger if they take his body with them. They will have to lay his soul to rest right here. That monster could appear among the others at any second, and it has the power to crush everyone it sees. He needs to quickly pass this information on to the others and take all possible precautions. At the same time, Gongsun Lianqi and Xiaoga are standing in a field, and several huge monsters are standing around them. Wu Dan runs out of the forest towards them, and an explosion occurs behind her, and she loudly calls for help. Gongsun Lianqi looks towards the explosion and asks, "What kind of monster is that?" She stops next to him and says that now is not the time to think about it, they need to run away quickly. He sees the imperial python that is chasing Li Dan and says that this monster is really huge, it must be at least at the peak of the supreme rank. He takes a closer look and says that it seems that this snake is chasing someone. It is not their mentor Jiang, right? Remembering him, Gongsun Lianqi starts running in the forest and asks loudly, the mentor stayed to cover them, what if it really is him? He needs to check it out. Xiao Ge runs after him and says that he shouldn't be so reckless. At the same time, Li Dan continues to run away from the huge monster and tells Senior Li that he must help him, because he needs to convey very important information. At the same moment, a man from the cult flies very quickly next to him. He delivers a strong kick to the head of the huge monster and asks, has he really gone crazy? Why did he bring this imperial python here without permission? He jeopardized their master's plans. Has he forgotten what happens to those who anger the master? Li Dan kneels down and says that he asks to believe him. He assures that his information will definitely not disappoint their master. Senior Li with a displeased look says that he will forgive him for the first and last time. He will detain the python, and he must convey the information to the ears of the master, and they will meet later. Li Dan thanked him for this, and said that he saved his life. He runs away and with a tired look says that it is better not to joke with a monster of such a rank, he needs to quickly get out of here. Gongsun Lianqi and the girls met him in the forest and asks who he is anyway? Li Dan says that he has exactly the same question for them. Gongsun Lianqi tells him his name, and says that he is from the Kaoki Academy. Li Dan chuckled and asks, so they are from the Kaoki Academy? Gongsun Lianqi asks what's funny about that. He asks, does this mean that they are acquainted with Jiang Han? He can send them to him. How do they like this idea? Gongsun Lianqi asks what he did with their mentor. Li Dan with a frighteningly serious look says that of course he killed him. He immediately got angry at this, ran towards him and loudly said that he would kill him for this. Lin Han looks at the situation with his skill and thinks that this freak Li Dan somehow managed to escape death in the stomach of the Emperor Python. But why are Gongsun Lianqi and the others fighting against him? He has to help them, and besides he knows too much, so he can't be let go. Jing Ruixing asks what he saw there? Lin Han turns to them and says that they should quickly return to the base and pass the information to the command. He thinks that there are no dangerous monsters nearby, so they are not in danger. Jiang Ruixin asks, won't he go with them? He says that he will go look for Gong Sunlianqi and the others, since he is a little worried about them. Feng Yunxin waves his hand at him and tells the junior that he should be careful. Lin Han takes out an artifact from his inventory and thinks that Li Dan is very strong, so Gong Sunlianqi and the others will not be able to handle him. It's time for him to use his imbalance mask. After that, he immediately ran into the forest, and Feng Yunxin notices her looking at him and asks what's wrong with her. Jiang Ruixin looks at her and says that she still has one thing left to do. She can go ahead and don't worry about her. After that, she takes out her phone and looks at the screen. She called someone, said her name, and said that if she really cares about her, she should listen to her one request. At the same time, Gong Sunlianqi blocks a very strong strike from the halberd with his spear. He falls to the ground, and Li Dan, who is holding Xiaoge with one hand, asks these pathetic losers, did they really hope that they could avenge their mentor? He points his halberd at the wounded Duan and says that he is tired of playing with them and will finish them off now, starting with her. He swings his halberd and says loudly that she will now go to her mentor. He throws his weapon with all his might, and the frightened Duan closes her eyes and says loudly that this time she will definitely be finished. At the last moment, someone caught this halberd and saved her from death. Li Dan, surprised by what happened, asks who he even is. Lin Han, who has changed his appearance, throws his halberd aside and tells this monster that he does not deserve to know this. He channels energy into his hand and uses the revival skill. Xiaoge and Gong Sunlianqi look at him, and he asks if he is dead. Duan says that he should not talk nonsense. On the contrary, this unknown master saved them. He tells the elder that he is grateful to him for saving their lives. Lin Han turns around and says that they don't have to thank him. It would be better if they quickly leave here, and he will deal with him himself. Li Dan gets very angry because of this and loudly asks this freak, does he really think that he will let them leave? He jumps up with his halberd in his hand and loudly asks, does he seriously think that he is a hero? In that case, he will die first. Lin Han raises his hand, creates a magic circle, and blocks his attack with his halberd. The disciples immediately start running away from them, and Gong Sunlianqi wishes the senior good luck. Li Dan jumps aside and says that since he can cast such a powerful spell like revival, it means that he is a support class. There is no way he can handle him, a spearman. Lin Han calmly stands there and says that he can say whatever he wants. Li Dan laughs and says that he never imagined that he would ever be seriously challenged by a support class person. He runs towards him very quickly, but Lin Han manages to draw his sword and blocks this quick strike. He pushed Li Dan away with a swing of his sword, and he asks where he got this sword from. Is his name Zhang Shifeng by any chance? Lin Han says that he should stop talking, they should just get it over with. Immediately after that, they collide with each other and deal many quick strikes with their weapons. He looks at Li Dan and thinks that he is very fast, he is not that easy to catch, and his defense is also high. He needs to finish him quickly, after all, the duration of the divine face will not last long. His sword breaks and he realizes that the effect of the divine face is almost over. Li Dan asks where is his real sword. Lin Han asks if he really cares that much. He thinks that he still can't find a suitable tactic to fight against him. Li Dan says with an angry expression that he is not Zhang Shifeng, but it is okay, he will get the information he needs from him anyway. Suddenly, a hooded man attacks him and kicks him hard. Li Dan slides on the ground because of this kick and says that today is such a busy day. They do nothing but climb one after another. A girl with 2 swords in her hands jumps towards him and loudly says that he should shut up already. She makes many very fast strikes with her swords and throws him into the air. Lin Han looks at this in surprise and says that he is familiar with these skills and murderous aura. Li Dan holds his wound and asks who the hell she is. Jiang Ruiying gets into a fighting stance and says that she is the one who will kill him. Fei Hua, or perhaps he is more familiar with the name Goddess of Thorns. So she will be his opponent. She turns around and asks the elder if he could please cede this opponent to her. She was tasked with killing him with her own hands. Lin Han says that he also has some grievances against him. So why don't they just join forces? He thinks that Jiang Ruiying is very strong. If they attack him at the same time, they will be able to kill him before the divine face expires. Li Dan says with an angry expression that there has never been any feud between him and the Goddess of Thorns. If he remembers correctly, she works as a mercenary in the merchant guild. Who ordered his life from her? He is willing to pay twice as much for his head. Jiang Ruiying jumps towards him and agrees to join forces with the elder. Lin Han immediately uses one of her spells and says that she should go ahead. They attack Li Dan at the same time, and he is unable to resist and drops his halberd. Due to the injuries he received, he falls to the ground and coughs up blood. Lin Han, swinging his dagger, stands above him and thinks that they will see him in hell. He is distracted by the fact that he notices a very strong explosion nearby and wonders what is going on there. He immediately uses the Divine Eye skill to find out. He sees a man fighting against a monster and wonders, is it another Blood Moon disciples? He is single-handedly holding back the Emperor Python, which means he is too strong. And this greenish mist, is it the poison of the Emperor Python? Something tells him that many of his acquaintances will not last even a second there. This poison spreads too quickly. If it reaches the man Shan, he cannot even imagine how terrifying the consequences will be. The only supreme stage master among them has now taken command of the people of the wall, which means there is no point in relying on reinforcements. It seems that he will have to take risks again. Lin Han says that the hardest part is already behind her. It seems that she can finish him off on her own. Jiang Rian says that he should wait. If he needs help, then she can go with him. Lin Han does not listen to her, very quickly begins to run away and thinks that now this monster is strongly pressing the Imperial Python. As they say, the enemy of the enemy is his friend. You can try to unite with the Python and drive these cult followers out of here. After some time, the man continues to fight against the huge snake and says that it must die. He creates a huge hand from magical energy and is about to attack this monster. Unexpectedly for him, his spell was dispelled by lightning. He was very surprised by what happened, looks away and asks who dared to do this. Lin Han stands next to him, points his hand at him and says that he is the one who will kill him. He is from the Blood Moon cult, right? The man crosses his arms and asks what if that is really the case. He, crazily, does not hide it. And he seems to be very brave, since he dared to threaten him. Lin Han calls the Imperial Python and says that they can team up to kill him together, but after that he will leave the border, and he will return to the territory of Mongshan County, and everything will be as before. He thinks that he had better agree, otherwise very soon this man will defeat him and make himself a cloak of snakeskin. The Imperial Python agrees to his proposal and thinks that if he knew that the bipeds were so strong, he would not have left his territory. Crazily was very angry because of his behavior and loudly asks what they think they are doing. He runs very quickly towards him and loudly tells this freak that he came here in vain. He deals a very strong punch, but the Imperial Python protects Lin Han, who is about to use one of his spells. This monster turns to him and says that he will buy him some time to prepare some strong spell. Lin Han gives him a thumbs up and thanks him for this. He raises his hand with a staff above his head and uses a forbidden spell, Chaos Domain, Judgment Day. This spell was so strong that even huge mountains trembled because of it. At the same time, Li Dan is on his knees and begs Lady Fei Hua to spare him. He says that he can share with her very interesting information about Lin Han. He will tell her his terrible secret in exchange for his life. Jiang Rian takes off his hood and says that he has interested her and must tell it. Li Dan says that Lin Han has become a follower of the Blood Moon cult. He is sure of this because during the fight with him, he used the power of his second class and wielded 3 forbidden spells of their cult at once. He is about to say something else, but Jiang Ruiying strikes his neck with a sword very quickly. She killed him with one blow and says that he knows too much. Only the dead can keep secrets. At that moment, a very strong wind blew next to her, and it surprised her very much. She looks to the side and thinks that this is the same forbidden spell that boss Lin Han used. It seems that the mysterious master ran in that direction. Could it really be the boss after all? At the same time, Lin Han sits on a throne that is located very high on the mountain that he created himself. He raises his hand and says that the trial of the sinner madly is beginning. Several magic circles appear next to him, from which chains fly out very quickly. Crazily raises his hand and says that this spell is just nonsense. He releases a very strong magical stream, with which he destroys the chains that almost reached him. Immediately after that, he quickly turns around and with a blow with the help of magic pushes away the Imperial Python. This monster very quickly recovers from this blow and immediately strikes with its tail. Crazily was able to stand after this blow and block this blow with his hand. Lin Han continues to sit on the throne and creates many huge arrows. He releases all these arrows downwards and they crash into the ground, which raises large clouds of dust. Crazily is not hurt at all by this attack and asks, did he really think that he could be killed with such pathetic tricks? He greatly underestimates him. Lin Han is very surprised by what he saw and says loudly that he was not able to even leave a scratch on him. Crazily emits an ominous aura and says that now it is his turn to attack. Lin Han looks at him in surprise and thinks, why is he so strong? This is his first time facing such a powerful master. Crazily jumps up to him in one leap and asks loudly, is this all he has? He must stop wasting his time. He creates 2 palms of energy, which he immediately sends towards him. Lin Han looks at this in horror and says that he is too fast, he will not be able to dodge. He is very surprised when he notices Jiang Ruying, who jumps up in front of him very quickly. She makes many very fast strikes with her daggers and dispels this spell. She looks to the side and notices Crazily, who is at her side. He strikes very hard and she falls down because of this with terrifying speed. Lin Han flies after her very quickly and loudly calls her name. At the last moment, he managed to catch her. They landed neatly and he asks if she is okay. Jiang Ruying looks at him and tells the boss that it turns out he's been hiding a lot from her. She thinks that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that this young guy could use such a powerful spell. Of course, she knew that he was hiding something from her, but this was beyond her expectations. The Crazily floats in the air next to them and asks if they could stop bothering him already. She should tell him her name. Jiang Ruying turns around and tells the boss that he's already had so many fake identities that she doesn't even know how to address him. Anyway, she'll have to have a thorough talk with him when they get back, right? Lin Han laughs and agrees to it, and thinks that he knew that if he used a noticeable, forbidden-level spell, someone would definitely recognize him. Jiang Ruying raises his sword hand and tells this freak that he should remember her name well. Her name is Feihua. Lin Han stops her and says that he is grateful to her for covering for him and saving him again, but this time he wants her to leave it all to him. He thinks that this Crazily is incredibly strong. He couldn't defeat him even with the help of the Emperor Python. It seems like he will have to use his demon-class spell after all. He certainly doesn't want to reveal another secret of his to her, however. He is embarrassed that Jiang Ruying leans towards him and asks if he really wants to protect her that much. Crazily is even more angry that they are not paying attention to him and asks loudly if they have forgotten that he is here. He uses his spell and creates a huge statue out of energy and says that it is the world destroyer Tathagata. Jiang Ruying jumps towards him and says loudly that they cannot let him complete his spell. Oe lands and says that the venerable god of shadows and assassins must share a piece of his boundless power with her. Forbidden technique falling petals. Lin Han points his hand towards him, uses the judgment skill and shoots out numerous arrows created from his energy. Crazily immediately uses a spell and creates a magic shield to defend against their attacks. Unexpectedly for him, his shield gives way and numerous magic projectiles fly past him, causing him to cover his face with his hand. Due to these attacks, his clothes are damaged and he holds his hand. Jiang Ruying quickly runs towards him and says that they need to hurry and finish him off before he gets too weak. Lin Han sensed something strange and says that she should stop. Crazily starts laughing loudly with a sly smile and says that it's too late. He controls the huge statue he just created and uses the Tathagata palm skill. He attacks with a magic palm, and Lin Han stands in the magic circle and thinks that he can't move. He should have used the power of his demon form right away. It looks like this is the end. Jiang Ruying turns to him and calls his name with a worried look. She manages to get between him and the magical palm at the last moment, and Lin Han loudly calls her name. A very large explosion occurs due to this attack and a badly injured Jiang Ruying falls to the ground. He catches her and asks her with a worried look, why did she do this? She opens her eyes and says that she is glad that he is okay. Lin Han puts her on the ground, uses a healing spell and says that he will not let anything happen to her. She can relax and just rest, and he will take care of everything else. Madly with a smug smile says that he is trying in vain, because they are both corpses anyway, so they should end this quickly. Lin Han takes on his demon form and tells the python that he should go to his territory now and never come here again. The monster does as he is told, and before leaving, he says that this land of bipeds is a disgusting place, he will never come back here again. Crazily points his finger at him and says with a surprised face that he is the guy their leader was looking for. Lin Han says loudly with a frightening look that he does not care who was there looking for him. Sooner or later, he will eat every last one of their cult. He runs up to him very quickly, swinging his hand wrapped in flames, and says that he will start with him, a freak of the peak stage of the supreme stage. Crazily blocks with his hands and says with a shocked look that he is the chosen son of their demon god. They do not need to fight, he just has to go with him. He thinks that he will definitely be rewarded if he can bring him to the leader. Lin Han asks loudly, why should he negotiate with his prey? He should just shut up and fight. He punches the ground hard, but crazily manages to jump aside at the last moment. He looks at him in surprise and thinks that his aura has changed noticeably. For a moment he even felt afraid of him. Lin Han uses the skill Demon God's Domain, Demon Realm, and says loudly that he was so proud of his strength, he must show him what he is capable of. Crazily looks at him and says that he used 2 forbidden spells of their cult at once. Lin Han roars angrily and says that the aura of the Peak Supreme stage is very sweet. If he does not want to resist, it will be even better. He can eat it like this. Crazily releases a very strong energy around himself and says loudly that he received the 2nd demonic class from their venerable demon god, so he did not want to kill him, but he leaves him no choice. He uses the skill Demon Realm and his body turns into red smoke. He very quickly releases a palm made of his energy and says loudly that he must die. Lin Han laughs loudly with a wide smile and says that he smells so delicious, he should show him everything he has. Crazily looks at him and thinks that as long as he is in the blood fog form inside the demon realm, he cannot be hurt by any physical attacks. His victory is already sealed. He is very surprised when he notices Lin Han, who ran through his fog very quickly and got very close to him. He delivers a strong punch to his face and crazily, shocked by this, thinks how he was able to get it. Because of this, he fell to the ground, his demon form disappeared and he says that this can't be, it's just an accident. He tries to create blood fog again but it doesn't work and he asks what's going on. Why can't he take his form and his blood chi has also noticeably weakened. Lin Han opens his mouth wide and sucks in all the energy he is trying to use. Crazily notices this and says loudly that it is indeed eating his chi. He has to stop, after all, he spent so many years cultivating this chi. He quickly jumps towards him and says that he told him to stop, after all, this does not belong to him. Lin Han looks at him with a frightening expression and swings his hand. He strikes very quickly and hits the crazily who is trying to attack him. He coughs up blood and asks loudly, how is this possible? He thinks that he was able to break through his defense without much effort. Lin Han pulls out his hand and his very badly injured opponent falls to the ground in front of him. He licks the blood that was left on his hand and says that it smells so delicious, he really wants to eat it. Crazily slowly got to his feet, holding his wound and saying that he has already gone completely crazy. Lin Han attacks him, knocks him down to the ground and opens his mouth wide to bite him. At the same time, Jiang Ruiying comes to his senses, slowly opens his eyes and asks, what is going on here? She turns around and notices Lin Han trying to eat the crazily, who is trying to resist and screaming in pain. Jiang Ruiying covers her face with her hands in surprise and wonders why Lin Han looks like one of those demons. Could it be because of his 2nd grade that Li Dan was talking about? It looks somehow sinister. She calls his name and Lin Han turns to face her with a piece of meat in his mouth. He gets up, spits it out and says it's disgusting. He turns to face her and says that she is so beautiful and smells good, so he wants to eat her. He walks up to her and grabs Jiang Ruiying's shoulders, which scares her greatly. She calls his name and tells him that he has to wake up, he can't let the demon inside him take over his body. Lin Han doesn't listen to her and bites her shoulder, causing her to feel intense pain. He stopped trying to eat her because Jiang Ruiying hugged him. She runs her hand over his face, which made him very surprised and confused. She asks with a kind smile, it's not him doing this, right? The Lin Han she knows treasures his loved ones very much and is willing to do anything for his family and friends. He is someone who will come to the aid of even a stranger who is in a difficult situation. She will never believe that such a person can voluntarily hurt a loved one. He should not forget that he is the only altar who has reached the golden stage. He is a true miracle of this world and a living legend. He is also her only friend. Jiang Ruiying kisses him on the lips and tells him that he should come to his senses. Immediately after that, Lin Han was able to regain control of his body and was very surprised when he saw the blushing Feihua standing in front of him. Suddenly, he feels a very strong headache and tries to cope with it. Jiang Ruiying grabs his hand and asks with a worried look, so he woke up. Lin Han holds his head with his hand, pushes her away and says that she should run, because he can't control himself. She wants to object, but he immediately interrupts her and says loudly that she can't help him anyway, so she should leave now. Jiang Ruiying is about to leave, but still silently looks at him with worry. She starts to run and thinks, how can she leave him alone in this state? She will just run away from him and watch. She believes that he can handle it. Lin Han looks at the magic mark that is flaring up on his hand and says loudly that he knows that he can hear him. He must come out to talk, otherwise he will just kill him along with himself. Immediately after that, he is transported to an unknown empty space and the demon says that he was so happy when she kissed him. Why didn't he eat her then? If he ate her, they would become one. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be together forever? Lin Han refuses and says that he will never hurt her. The demon extends his hand to him and asks why he is resisting it. If he accepts it, he will soon reach the saint stage, and from there it will not be far to the top of the entire world. Does he really not care at all? Lin Han says that he does not care and does not need shortcuts. He is just an echo of his mind poisoned by blood qi. He suppressed it once, so he can do it again. The demon starts laughing loudly with a frighteningly wide smile, and says that he is too arrogant. Compared to him, he is just a pitiful weakling. So why should he even listen to him? He is the one who should listen to him after all, he is stronger. Lin Han starts releasing lightning from his hand and says that he is bragging about his strength, but it is nothing to him. He can erase him with one wave of his hand. The demon jumped aside and said that he was just lying. Lin Han continued to create lightning with the magic circle and said that he didn't care whether he believed him or not. Since he was so eager to get his body, he would simply destroy it. In the end, they would both be left with nothing, but he would be completely satisfied with that. The demon was very scared of this and loudly asked, "Is he crazy? In that case, he will also disappear, isn't he afraid of that at all?" Lin Han tells this idiot that of course he is afraid of that. But he is more worried that it might actually take over his body and start doing evil things. He doesn't want to watch all this chaos without being able to stop it, so he would rather destroy their shared body in advance. The demon says loudly that he doesn't believe it, because all people are afraid of death and he is no exception. Lin Han continues to use his spell and says that there are living people who are lighter than a feather, and there are dead people who are heavier than Mount Taishan. So he will do this to get rid of him once and for all. The demon reaches out to him with a frightened look and tells this crazy person that he must stop. Lin Han doesn't listen to him and is currently hit by a very strong lightning bolt. Jiang Ruying was very scared because of this, worried about him, and loudly called his name. Both of them were hit very hard by this spell and the demon said that he was really crazy. How could he use a forbidden level technique on his own body? He should stop immediately, because next time will be the last. Lin Han asked with a serious expression, how can he stop when he, a pitiful fragment of his consciousness, is so resistant and wants to kill everyone? He only has two choices, give up or die with him. The demon looked at him with a serious expression and said that he should not force him. Lin Han was about to hit himself with lightning again and loudly said that he either gave up or died. The demon was very scared because of this and said that he gave up. He realized that he was the boss. Lin Han said that in that case, he should leave here, hide in the deepest crevice of his consciousness, and forget about crawling out from there. Next time, it won't end with just threats. The demon, before disappearing, says that he will regret this. Once he absorbs enough blood qi, he will get out of this gap and forever take the role of the owner of this body. Lin Han says that he must leave immediately, because this body has only one owner, and that is him. He begins to fall and thinks that he was able to suppress the demon within himself at least for a while. He loses consciousness in the real world and falls to the ground, but Jiang Ruying catches him and loudly asks what happened to him. Lin Han opens his eyes and says with a smile that he dealt with it. He will not hurt her anymore. Jiang Ruying asks, is he completely crazy? How could he think of hitting himself with a forbidden technique? He finally loses consciousness, which frightens her very much, and she loudly calls his name. Sometime later in the hospital, Ruyan sits next to the bed where Lin Han is lying and says that she had already thought that she would not come. Ruyan says that she did not come here for her, but to see how he was feeling. He still hasn't woken up, right? It's been a few days already. She shouldn't think anything unnecessary, she only came to take care of him because he saved her life several times. And she is also grateful to her for coming. Ruyan asks if she has already reached the peak of the gold stage of the assassin class? That's not bad, she even noticed some similarities in her movements with her style. Ruyan says that she will definitely become stronger than her, and she will never betray her family. Ruyan says with a sad face that she had her reasons for leaving the Jiang family. She is sure that if she knew the whole truth, she would have done the same thing. Ruixin gets angry because of this and asks what truth she keeps talking about. Should she explain it to her already? Ruixin doesn't look at her, and says that the right time has not come yet. Ruixin raises her voice out of anger and says that she is talking about some truth again but doesn't explain anything. So she shouldn't tell her something like that, she would do the same thing. She should stop hiding behind non-existent excuses, she is just a traitor and that's it. Ruixin tells her sister that one day she will be able to understand and forgive her. She sincerely hopes that she will be able to escape from the Jiang family, because she doesn't belong there. Ruixin is about to say something to her, but she notices something strange and turns away. Ruixin jumps out of the open window, and her unhappy sister loudly asks, did she just decide to run away again? At the same time, a man is hovering above the roof of the neighboring building and does nothing. He notices Ruiying, who has just flown to him and says that she has noticed him after all. He didn't expect her to show up at the border, but he promises that the academy will not forget her contribution to that battle. Ruiying says that she doesn't need that. It would be better if he, a saint stage master, told her why he stayed away when those battles in Mongshan began. The man says that he is the guardian of the Kaoki Academy, and he can't just leave this place on his own. Ruiying says that if it weren't for Lin Han, who was even willing to sacrifice his life, and that mysterious master, the entire Mongshan County and this city would have turned into hell on earth. And he was willing to risk the lives of so many of his disciples and masters at the border just because he is the guardian of the academy? The man says that everything has already ended and is quite safe. Ruiying turns away and says that everything ended well only because Lin Han desperately tried to protect his friends and the innocent villagers. What if he wasn't strong enough? How would he justify himself in that case? She disappears and the guardian is about to say something about the younger generation. He turns around, notices a man hovering nearby and asks, is he back already? Since when did the director start eavesdropping on other people's conversations? Su Zhengtian says with a serious face that he wouldn't have come in person if the matter wasn't that serious. Just before the Blood Moon cult's attack, the top brass of their empire for some reason called almost all the high-ranking officials of the academies to a meeting. In the end, none of them were able to come to their aid in time, so he has good reason to believe that there is a traitor among the empire's top brass who is working for the cult. The guardian says that he doesn't have any evidence of this yet. He didn't come here just for this, right? Su Zhengtian agrees and says that the border of Mongshan has shown the first signs of a natural disaster. The guard turns around, looks at the mountain nearby and says that the border will probably be very busy soon. After some time, Lin Han comes to his senses and says that he apologizes for making them worry. A very happy Du Wan hugs him and says loudly that he has finally woken up. He is very surprised. Has he really been unconscious for a month? He thinks that last time he was unconscious for a week, and now for a month. This is terrible, he should be more careful. Gong Sunlian agrees and says that he was brought here barely alive by the elder Feihua. The doctors tried for a long time to bring him to his senses, but he was in no hurry to wake up. Lin Han blushed deeply because he remembered her kissing him and thought that the situation back then was an emergency, but the fact remains that he kissed her. So how should he act around her now? What is he even thinking? He tries to collect his thoughts with a worried look and asks something about Rian. Duwan raises his hand and happily says that she heard that Senior Feihua has returned to the army. That time, she only came back to help with the situation in Mongshan. Lin Han thinks that it's good that he doesn't have to explain himself to her right now, but the next time he sees her, he simply has to thank her and apologize. He notices something strange and calls the boys over. He looks at them and asks if he's imagining it or if they've really changed a little. Duwan asks happily if he's noticed it after all. She's a gold stage mage now. Yuan Shi looks away, laughs and says that he has reached the peak stage of the assassin class gold stage. Gong Sunlian says with a big smile that he is at the spearman gold stage. Ting Xinchi says with a smile that he is slightly behind the others, he is a little short of the gold stage. Lin Han is very happy with what they said, gives a thumbs up and says that they did a great job. He thinks that he feels like he hasn't been lying down for a month, but for several years. They are cultivating too quickly. Gong Sunlian tells the captain that they are very happy that he has finally come to his senses. Since their entire team is here, they will be able to participate in the 5 Great Academies tournament. Lin Han doesn't know about this and asks what kind of tournament this is. Yuan Shi says that each academy will field a team of 7 participants. Moreover, 5 of them must be freshmen and only 2 must be seniors. If they can qualify and even win, the academy will allocate 20% of all resources to them for a whole year. Gong Sunlian says that he wouldn't really count on winning the tournament itself, but they can definitely take one of the first places. Lin Han thinks that 20% of all the Academy's resources is a pretty good offer. He asks, then what are they waiting for? They need to quickly enroll there. Du-won laughs happily and says that he doesn't have to worry about it, because they already signed up a long time ago and were just waiting for him to recover. Chiener comes into the ward and says that they heard rumors that their hero has finally woken up and they came to check on him. He looks good. Ji, who came in with her, says that he is glad that he has gotten better. Lin Han happily tells the seniors that they have come just in time. He thinks that their missing team members have arrived. They are confused by his reaction and do not understand what is happening. He happily calls them by name and says that they have a big deal coming up here that will bring in a lot of money. Would they like to participate in the tournament? She asks thoughtfully, is he talking about the 5 Academies tournament? That sounds interesting. He thinks that resources are never too much, they can try to participate. Chiener agrees and says that the offer is really worth it, but she was so worried about him while he was unconscious that she did not even dare to leave the Academy grounds. If he joins her on a shopping trip at least once, she promises that she will think about it carefully. He agrees to it, right? Lin Han says with a determined expression that he agrees to it and will do his best. Lianqi immediately destroyed his determination by saying that shopping with his sister is a real challenge, but he must try hard for the sake of their participation in the tournament. After a while, 2 nurses say that they are very happy that he has recovered, he should take care of himself. Lin Han waves to them with a smile and says that he is grateful to them. He covers his face with his hand and thinks that he really should take care of himself so as not to lie here anymore. He goes outside and is surprised when he sees Chiener waving at him and saying that she is here. Lin Han is a little embarrassed and says with a smile that she looks great. She asks with a smile, did she not look so good before? Alright, she will not tease him. After all, he has just been discharged from the hospital a hero. They had better celebrate his recovery. Lin Han walks with her while passers-by look at them and says that this is not some big event to celebrate. He looks around with a tense face and wonders why he has the feeling that someone is watching him. This irritates him a lot. Chiener notices that he is worried about something and asks if something is wrong. A group of very happy people come up to them, happily call his name, and say that it is definitely him. They are grateful to him for saving them and wish him a long life. Could he please comment on the situation that unfolded in the borderland? Their hero was finally discharged from the hospital. Lin Han was embarrassed by this and asks what happened to them. Chiener says that while he was unconscious, rumors spread throughout Mongshan about how he fought in the borderland. It is not surprising that he has fans. They stare at the group of people standing in front of them for a few seconds in silence. Lin Han suddenly starts running away and thinks that he has met fans before, and he can't stand it again. He notices an inconspicuous corner, and it catches his attention. He grabs Chiener's hand and tells the elder that they should go here. They hide between the buildings and the crowd of fans runs past without noticing them. Lin Han says that they should stand in silence for a while. He looks away and asks if they themselves don't understand that this is abnormal. Chiener is very embarrassed by this situation and thinks that he hugged her. Lin Han peeks out from around the corner and tells the elder that they have already left. He turns around and asks what happened. Is she feeling unwell? Chiener, trying to calm down and breathing heavily, says that she is just a little tired. Lin Han points to the side and says that if they go out from here, they might be noticed again. Maybe they should go that way. She agrees with him, and after that they come to a beautiful building that caught Lin Han's attention. He thinks that he didn't expect that they would run to the Millennium. By the way, he hasn't seen Manager Lu for a long time. Chiener points to the side with a smile and asks the younger one if he wants to take a look inside. He agrees and thinks that it wouldn't hurt to go there. They arrived at the Millennium and Manager Lu says that he made him really worried. He even visited him a couple of times while he was unconscious. He is glad to see that he has gotten better. He points to the entrance of the office and says that they can go in. Lin Han says that he knew that he would be worried about him, so he came here as soon as he woke up. The doorman standing at the entrance asks his colleague, "Why is the master so polite to this guy? He doesn't look like some kind of powerful master." The guy immediately took out his phone and asked this idiot with a surprised look, "Does he really not know who Mr. Lin Han is?" He shows him the news and the surprised guy asks, "Is this the hero?" Manager Lu says that he offers them a legendary rank weapon, the Tiger Spirit Halberd. This treasure was brought to them by Feihua. Lin Han looks at this weapon with a surprised expression and thinks that this is what that demon seemed to call himself. So, Ruyan did not spare Li Dan and simply killed him. It is logical that she took the trophy. After all, she loves money very much. Manager Lu asks, did he like it? He can offer him a good discount. Lin Han says that he does not need it. Manager Lu takes out a small envelope and says that Fei Hua asked him to give him something. He took the envelope, opened it, and saw a map with something marked with a cross on it. Lin Han said with a surprised look that it was outside Mongshan County. Maybe an anomaly formed there because of their battle with Crazy Li? When did she give him this envelope? Manager Lu said that she did it almost a month ago. Lin Han said with a very surprised face that this was very bad. If his guess was correct, then a natural disaster could appear there any day now. After some time, on the huge wall that surrounds the city, Lin Han uses a skill to change his appearance and runs very quickly behind the backs of 2 guards. He abruptly jumps off this wall and flies down. One of the guards asks, did he say something? The second guard says no, he thought he said it. Lin Han runs through the forest very quickly and uses the Divine Eye skill. He sees a large flame in the distance and says that he found it. He thinks that fortunately, the natural disaster has not yet had time to appear. Apparently, no one has had time to notice the incipient disaster yet. That's great, he will wait until it activates and take the source for himself. He jumps down, and his attention is drawn to the fact that someone asks the master, is he sure that this is where the natural disaster will appear? Lin Han hides behind a rock and the man standing above says that there was a battle between 2 very powerful masters who did not hesitate to use powerful forbidden level spells. There can be no mistake. He calls the girl next to him Exiner, and says that he does not understand why she would go so far for this guy. The 10th realm is the ceiling for the altar, there is no need for her to expose herself to such danger for a ghostly chance to strengthen it. She tells the master that she just wants to fulfill her younger brother's dream, that's all. Besides, didn't he say that an altar that was able to reach the gold stage appeared in the Star Dragon Empire? She also heard rumors that this guy is very strong. So she believes that her younger brother will also be able to enter the elite of the younger generation of their Meiji Empire someday. Lin Han continues to hide and thinks, when they talk about the Golden Stage altar, do they mean this? The master says with a surprised face that they don't know whether this Golden Stage altar exists or not, it's just rumors from another empire. In the long history of their Meiji Empire, there has only been one powerful altar born who could reach such a level. Altars don't just stay at the silver stage for nothing. Their transition to the next stage is called the path of death, because the chance of dying during the transition is too high. Why take such a risk? Lin Han thinks he agrees with him. If he hadn't improved his attributes 10,000 times, he would definitely have died. Exiner says that this is her younger brother's dream, she just wants to help him achieve it. But he doesn't have to worry, when they get the source of the calamity, she will definitely warn him of all the dangers. The master says that he understands her, this time he will help her get the source of the calamity, but next time he will not interfere. He also wants to warn her in advance. Her younger brother with his physique has an extremely small chance of surviving the transition to the next stage. He concentrates energy in his hand and says that they should quickly end this. After all, they are now in someone else's territory. The source of the calamity is not yet mature, but it will speed up its development a little. He releases a very strong stream of energy, and the earth begins to tremble because of it. Lin Han looks in surprise as the rocks next to him begin to rise and says that this old man really pushed the development of the source. He notices a bright glow appearing in the crack and says that this is the source he came here for. He jumps down and says that he is not going to share this with anyone else. At the same time, at Koki Academy, someone tells Mr. Vice-Rector that fluctuations in magical power have been detected near Mongshan County. Judging by their amplitude, they were caused by forbidden-level spells. The keeper loudly says that they must immediately pass this information on to the security department, and also notify all the disciples and masters in the border area to evacuate the residents of Mongshan County. The master and his disciple also go down, and he says that this is the first barrier of the source of the natural disaster. She will not go further, because the source can get out of balance and explode at any moment. She can leave this to him. He is very surprised when he notices a person who flies past him very quickly and asks who is that. He must stop immediately. The master thinks that she did not even notice his presence. Lin Han punches the barrier and loudly tells this crazy old man that he is the one who should stop. If he continues to tease the source, he will destroy everyone nearby. He destroys the barrier and says that besides, this source belongs to him, and he is not going to give it to a guy who shifted the responsibility for his cultivation onto the shoulders of his sister and her master. Exiner, looking displeased, loudly tells this thief that he should stop, This source belongs to them and he should not steal the fruits of someone else's victory. Lin Han does not listen to her, swings his fist, into which he directs fire energy, and asks who told them that he is stealing someone else's? This source originally belonged to him, so they are the only vile thieves here and he is not going to continue this pointless argument. He destroys the barrier, and the man loudly says that he must stop. This place begins to collapse and he tells the disciple that this place will soon be destroyed, so they cannot stay here. Lin Han walks up to the source of the disaster, and says that he has finally found it. He stretches out his hand and says that it will now belong to him. Someone attacks him with a beam from behind and he turns around abruptly because of this. Lin Han manages to dodge this attack and asks loudly, did he decide to attack from behind? He uses the divine eye skill to find the one who did this, and says that he is not surprised at all that this crazy old man did it. Since they could not deal with him openly, he decided to attack so sneakily? He is very surprised due to the realization and says loudly that this is not so, he was aiming for the source. If he damages the integrity of the source of the disaster, then everything here will blow up, and it will be the end for him. He quickly reacts to this and uses a forbidden level technique, Thunder Fist. He uses lightning to try to stop the magical attack of this master who is standing above.